At the third stage, you have already realized that the outside does not exist, and we are already aware that any stimulus that you receive is only a thought. On the path to realize the pure truth, at this stage, you have to identify the illusory you in every thought that you receive. Whichever thought you receive, it is you. When you see a book, the book is the mind consciousness, the vijnana. Therefore, the illusory you is in it. The book is you. You have to be aware of yourself in the thought. If you see a book, the book is you. The mind consciousness gives you an illusory you in every thought. The way to be aware of yourself in a thought is, if you see a book, realize that the book is you. If you give a value to that book, and if you think that you want to have that book, that is you there. This is known as drushtiya. Drushtiya means a false belief. The feeling of I am experienced the book and that I exist at this moment and I see the book in front of me, taking me to be true, is called Sakkaya Dittiya. In other words, the feeling of I am alive and I am experiencing this is called Sakkaya Dittiya. There is a very subtle angle through which this forming of I-ness should be observed. It is not easy. The Buddha said to observe the forming of the illusory self in a thought is more difficult than splitting a single hair of a horse into 100 strands by a clever art. The Buddha also said that to detect the self in a thought is not easy. He said that it is like trying to see a rainbow through a dewdrop that is hanging at the end of a blade of grass. What the Buddha says is to recognize how the self is formed in a thought, which comes as a stimulus. We look at everything by attaching ourselves to it. But if you can use the book with an awareness and without the delusion that you are using it, that is wisdom. Also, if you can be aware that the thought of a book arose and then after that the thought of a big ball arose, that is wisdom. Try to use things without the concept of me and mine. This is also called Prabhashvarya or purity. Within that awareness, within that purity, there is no self or person. This awareness together with the Yatha Bhuta understanding allows you to develop wisdom. Like how we know that the images in the mirror are not real, we should also realize that what we see is also not real. This is wisdom. When we look at the mirror, we need not even look twice at it to see if the images on it are real or not. We know that there is nothing in it. The same way, when we see things in this world, we should know that there is nothing in them. In the same way, we have to come to a realization that there is a seeing, but there is nobody, no person there. It is not me who sees it, it is just a seeing. That should be the angle through which you should maintain your awareness. If you enjoy some good food, be aware that you are formed in that moment of savoring. When you react to the taste in a negative way, again, you are formed at that point too. But if you see that there is nobody there, that there is no person there, and if you are aware that what you see is only sound and color, there is no thing there, that is wisdom. Therun Sanai, everybody.
Teruan Sarnai Shani, Teruan Sarnai all the my friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we discussed continuously the pure Buddhism, how you understand the reality of you and the reality of the world. When did you create your mind bubble? And how long have you been interacting with it? Who created it? So we are living in an illusion. Is it true or not? This is what we are discussing here. What is this life? Who am I? Where am I? Let's discuss. Dear Dharma friends, we cordially invite all our Dharma friends to join this forum. So first, we would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Everyone's uh, will pay homage to Aramanse and start the discussion. So, here again, we are talking about non-self angle, which is very difficult. According to Lord Buddha, also it is kind of rare occurrence to get this angle as an experience. I mean, as a science, as a something, as a knowledge, it is common. Nowadays, we hate kind of a lot. But still, to experience that is a kind of the challenge. And to experience that, you need to understand Dharma properly. And we have to understand how these thoughts are produced and how we kind of gradually trusted all our systems and, not trusted in the sense they became a reality to us. And the whole thing around us is a reality to us. Are we saying it's not a reality? No, it is a reality. You can see, you can hear, you can, you can feel stuff, you can think. Yes, but are you? That's the thing. Are you? Because you can think. Are you thinking? So when we question that, who is thinking? There's nothing like that. It's just occurrence of thoughts that happens, and because it happens so fast, we feel like that it exists, and that power, when that happens, that power is makes us to believe that there is someone. We feel as there is someone. So it's really important to discuss this. I mean, we do discuss this every day. We do discuss this in every angle, and and Shani was reading part of the book. If Sudharma can add something according to the book, it would be good. Reiterating what is in the book again.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Again, let's pay our homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet. Um, yes, Dr. Kokila, when you started with this, when you said every day we talk about self-vibration, this non-soul angle, what telepathized into me was like, yes, that's why uh, these 84,000 Dhamma discourses uh, that we believe that actually it is not a secret or not a surprise, because it is so hard for us to understand is not the proper word, I think, to realize that there is no self. Now Aryan Mahanse himself has um, completed more than 10,000 sermons to open our eyes, and all these Zoom discussions and your contribution, Ms. Asanti's contribution, and all those senior practitioners every day. What you point out is actually we can't try to experience this, but please try to understand the basics, then gradually this wisdom will naturally arise, and let go of all these desire or the need or your attempts to understand or realize this nibbana, or to yesterday you were explaining how much people try to uh, come to terms with this feel. So it is again, although it is a condition that we cannot define or we cannot have any mental image, ignorantly we have a mental image of the field, Nibbana, and all those four status of mind, or not mind, status of uh, the thought. I mean, the levels of realization, not the mind, four levels of realization until one reaches Nibbana. Yes, Dr. Kokila. So the first example mentioned in the book was seeing the book. When the eye faculty perceives some shape, even this shape is we cannot call it a shape also. Shape also is ignorance. Some the uh, mixture of light, even these colors are also different, different, we can say, formations of light. And by nowadays what Aryan Mahanse explains is there is nothing called light and sound also. However, when we perceive something, the book, the label automatically arises. The thing is, this label does not come as a label. With that, the texture of the book, the paper, and if you have smelled the book as children, uh, we smell these new books pages. That smell, even if you have put your tongue on a book, that feeling, the, then the touch feeling. So the word, although no one pronounces the word, that the book, the word comes as a sound, internal sound. So this uh, this come together, merge and come, and at once we recognize, oh, it's a book. The thing is, the person who sees the book is there, and with the book, that subtle need to keep the book also arises. So when we analyze this carefully, what happens is, why we go find it very difficult to feel that there is no duality, according to the level that I understand, is we, however much you all say, Dr. Kokila, these sensory faculties, even they are non-existent. They are not there. They are not your body. We still have subtle feeling, subtle image. Okay, ear is not the muscular ear, but something that sparking happens somewhere. This eye faculty, okay, when that vibrations meet or come together, that we assign a place. We that although it happens due to ignorance, some naturally, some okay, something, nothing else is there. Even the book is not there, but that spark is there. That kind of inner knowing is there. So we are unable to see the reality.
Actually, I
Yeah,
think we
yeah,
should change the
yeah,
way you describe it, because the way you
yeah.
describe it is again the way you
Self-angle.
see it. Yeah, the way we see it every day. No, that's not the way
Yeah,
that we should be. I think if we change it in a way that
yes,
we have actually never seen the book at all.
yes,
Uh, we have never seen a book at all. So it's like a perception in the mind that we thought as we saw a book. We have never touched a book. We have never read a book. We have never licked a book. We have never sensed a book, like smelled a book. Yeah, but we feel that we did everything with a book, but that's kind of we don't have a experience of outside, but we feel it as that we have an experience with outside because the projection is towards outside. That's okay. We just understand this. This is kind of Vidya Udapadi, like kind of Aloka Udapadi, kind of it's a understanding that we do with the help of truth. We understand that actually we have no experience of outside in that way. Kind of we haven't never experienced a book, but there are like specific senses we do have. What are the senses we do have is kind of there's a eye, there's a ear, there's a nose, there's a even these things. When you say the way we describe, we have to be careful. Actually, when we say we have an ear, that's again another thought, because the experience itself, there's no ear. Experience itself, there's no ear. But later when we think about it, we say, I heard to my ears someone was gossiping about someone. Don't we say that? Matta mage kanata mehuna. I
yes,
heard to my definite ears that I heard someone else gossiping about someone else. So
yes,
we say that we have ears and we heard something. So that's the kind of way that we interpret everything. But actually, there's nothing called ear even, because what happens here is this: the vibration itself is the only thing that happens. And
so,
that's where we keep understanding that that's only a vibration of a sensory organ. That is all. If we keep understanding this, actually, there's no outside or inside, because it's the only thing that happened was vibration of the ear, and we interpreted in such a way that I heard it or my ears heard it. I mean, in that way also you can get another thought. I can definitely say my ears heard it, and someone might say, "Mage ඇස් දෙකටම දැක්කා." I saw it in my own eyes. You know, like you can't say it is no because I saw it. Yeah, true. You saw something. Yes, it's okay. But we are not trying to demarcate what you saw and what you didn't see. Whatever we are trying to say is any human being, um, the mind, the thought. Of course, there is a kind of a thought which happens when all the sensory organs, the five sensory organs, vibrate simultaneously. There is another kind of another vibration which happens, which is the book. But then we feel it as existent. We feel that is real. That is where that power is happening. But if we don't take it as real, the power gets very weak. But still, there's another catch there, because you feel as the light. You kind of, if someone has actually understood this thought part, it should be understood thoroughly, because it understood word is also not true, because understanding can be, literally like our knowledge, we have that 2 into 2 is 4. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of feel that actually, yes, then none of these things are true, they are like just perceptions of the mind. But why do we feel it as existent? Because the mind works so fast. What is mind again? There's nothing called mind. It is just the occurrence of the stimuli, like this, just the occurrence of the thoughts. So that happens so fast. We feel like we are living in a like a fantasy world. That's our fantasy world, basically. Um, kind of inside a room. But that's not the problem. So you have to understand, even an arahant is, I mean, if an arahant has not been sick enough to lose all the memory will be there. You will know that this is inside a room. An arahant might not say, I am actually not inside the room. No, they don't say that. But what basically happens is, we keep understanding that this is what is happening. Like the sensory organs, when they work simultaneously, the problem is already happening. But we understand that that is the only thing that happened, nothing else. Because when we feel as something is there, we definitely have like a long story. Remember, um, like imagine about a necklace. There is a necklace. Imagine you are like 12-year-old or 14-year-old. There is a necklace, and then mother tells you, please take that. I don't need it anymore. Please take that. And you take that and you have it. And then you are now about 50 or whatever. And then you will be like, you will be giving it to someone, say, this is very precious. This was given to me by my mother. And you have it. I don't need it. I don't have any, craving anymore. I listen to Aryan Hanse's Dhamma also. I'm giving it to you. That's all right. I mean, that's all right. No problem. But what I'm trying to say is, this whole scenario, is that true? No, that's not true either. That's the thing, that like we can say, oh yeah, my craving has so gone down so much, I can give everything now. My house is somebody else's. I don't have any lands. I don't have I have like a cloth and I don't have much. I just have to go to a monastery and live now. Yes, that's fine. That's beautiful. But what I'm trying to say is, all the perceptions can be still there, which is kind of you feel as real. That is where the self-perception will be tricking you. So the self-perception is there when you feel that something is real. So this matters to even Dhamma. So when we hear Dhamma, we kind of transfer our interest to Dhamma, and suddenly we have like an idea, yes, I have to get this, I have to understand this, I have to attain something, I have to maybe I have attained already, maybe I attain the next level, maybe I will not be born again, or will I be born again, so many questions. So do you understand, those thoughts, even those thoughts are in that same dream, same fantasy world. That is what is most important. No other teacher, I mean, I have I have heard so many kind of philosophies a lot, like listening to a lot of people around the globe. Um, no other teacher actually explains much about this mind being not true. Even the Dhamma, dropping Dhamma in that concept. No one actually can explain it into that far because they are scared to drop Dhamma. They might think, no, 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 no. If I drop it, I may not be achieving anything, because letting go is such a difficult thing that we don't know. So that's the thing, that the the we have never experienced a book anyway. I mean, whatever we experience, we have never experienced a book. We understand that book is just a mental perception, mental construct. Any mental construct is not there. I, I hope I'm clear about that. Any mental construct is just a mental construct only. It is actually not there. Is it clear?
Very clear, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai for that beautiful explanation. And Dr. Kokila, in that very example of necklace, it's such a thought-provoking example when, because somebody, if you say I, so I may give it to someone as a mark of generosity. Now I have listened to them, so I don't have any craving, so on and so forth. But that giving, after giving that, I may experience more burning than the level of defilements I had having it in my wardrobe, because uh, I may not, I mean, think about it or worry about it as long as it's there in the wardrobe. But after giving it, probably that thought, oh, in vain I made this, it was given by my mother, all thoughts, I mean, due to ignorance, may come. So what we do at physical level cannot be taken as proof of the for realizing Dhamma,
Nothing,
isn't it? Yeah,
nothing.
Dr. Okay. Very beautiful way, the explanation you made.
Um,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
but in the other sense, if someone has actually understood this Dhamma also, still, if the even after understanding Dhamma also, still, if the mind level is still there, where there's, the it's not outside, it's a mind perception. Someone will actually get it properly, and then you will be feeling quite free in that sense. But still, your mind perception is felt as true. This is very, very important to understand. Though there is no kind of, actually, you might not feel like anything like that. I mean, you might be like, yeah, I gave it, and it doesn't matter now. Actually, you might feel really good about it and then let it go. But then the perception level is slightly different to the actual what you do. Perception level, there is, you might feel that it actually happened. Do you get the point? It actually, something actually happened, or happening, or will happen. Kind of that kind of knowing is there. That's the ignorance. So that is the thing that we keep understanding. No, this is the rapid vibration of the stimuli that happens, that we call mind. That is all that happened, nothing else happened. That's where we relax. We can't do anything other than relaxing, can we? We are not going to stop all these things that we do. We are not, because it's useless. Whether we are going to keep that necklace, or whether we are going to give that necklace, or whether we are going to hide it under my mattress, or where can we keep otherwise, maybe in a bank, whatever. The maybe you don't even have a craving for that, but the sense that it is actually there is quite different to aversion, or what is the word for that? Like the craving for that, like extreme craving for that. But there is a in the mind level, there is always that you feel it is happening here. That is again, if you understand that properly, then you let go. It doesn't matter. You know that you can't do anything about this, can you? Because this fast occurrence of your sensory organs will not stop until you die. But then what actually matters is understanding that this is how it is.
Yes. And very beautiful, Dr. Kokila. And again, um, it sheds light on this realization also, because actually, as you said, we can never give a necklace, or we can never wear a necklace. We only can have that perception. The Similarly, like when you said we can never see a book, that same thing applies to all phenomena, isn't it?
Yeah, once you put the
Yeah,
necklace on, you might
yeah,
feel the coldness
yeah,
of
yeah,
the thing on the skin. But once
yes.
you go around the party, because you feel, see a lot of people, you are so engrossed with their, talking, and if someone points at you and says, "Oh wow, that's a beautiful necklace. Where did you buy that from?"
Mhm.
Then it goes to your, then it catches your attention. That's where it arises again. But unless otherwise, do you remember that you are wearing a cloth all the time or necklace all the time?
That
No.
too.
But then if you touch it, or if someone else touch it, or if someone else comment about it, then this thought arises again. And with all the value of that, yeah, I bought it from here. No, I didn't buy it. Actually, this is a present from my mother. And oh no, this is so much valuable thing to me. I love it. Or you might say, yeah, you might say that too. Yeah, thank you. You might just say that too, because you the you actually maybe in a different world. You may be actually wanting to go to the toilet at that particular moment. You might be, oh yeah, thank you very much, and you might say go to the toilet because you are in a different world than looking at the um, discussing about the big thing about the necklace. So depends on what catches at that particular moment. So that is how six senses work. But because they work so fast, you can't even catch that one particular stimuli happen at one particular moment, can we? We can't.
That too.
We are
Not
lost.
at all.
But then
Yeah.
then when with Dhamma we realize this, we might not experience this. We might realize this first. We It is so good to understand, and in such a way, none of these experiences are, even if it's a non-self experience, does it does is there a owner? There,
No,
no,
not
there's
at
no
all.
owner. There's no owner. So what happens is there are happenings. There are happenings. Yes, there is a self. There was a self vibration which manifested all the time, and suddenly when someone understand that there is no value in the stimuli in whatsoever level, whether it's the outside level, or whether it's the mind level, or whether it's the perception level in the basic sensory organ level, you understand, and nothing actually does matter. They just experiences. Yes, that's all that happens. So there's like experience, 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 experience. That's all. But what happened was, due to ignorance, we thought that experience happened to me. So that idea is gone first when you feel the non-self vibration, or non-self perception. But what is the important part is when you keep understanding this, even the experiences are just experiences. Even what you feel, or we talk about the feel sometimes. With the feel, is it someone's feel? No, that's where Lord Buddha. So that's where Aranwanse it says, if someone telepathize into no self status, that's Buddha status. And no one's, we call it Buddha status. That's not the Lord Buddha, the person. That's just another status. And when we feel some kind of, whatever, Alan Wanse has told beautiful examples of these things, like, you telepathize into kindness. That kindness is a kindness everywhere. That's not someone's kindness, someone's love. So that's the beauty of this. This goes on and on. The beauty goes on, but you don't get blinded by that beauty, because it's no one's beauty, no one's pleasure, no one's happiness. It's just there. And when the senses die, the flame, as Pahananimi here say, like the flame of the lamp goes away. The same thing, isn't it?
Kokila, yes, Dr. Kokila, very true and very convincing explanation you made about this. And yeah, when you talk about telepathizing into places, actually, when we spend time in a very calm, quiet, serene environment, naturally we end up like dissolving into that. I mean, at least in a temporary manner.
No, the
Maybe, yeah,
ignorance is feeling that
yeah,
it happened to your system.
yeah, yeah.
That's the ignorance part. Otherwise,
Ignorance.
it's all beauty. It's all the
Mm.
nature, everything. The ignorance part is the only part that is going by these discussions. Because
And this,
until your senses work, uh, uh, as far as your senses working, you, not you, kind of these senses are going to produce an experience anyway. So the tranquility is also not anyone's tranquility.
mm, yeah. And the ignorance is, Dr. Kokila, now the birth of the sensory faculties also happens instantaneously. Like we cannot
Yes,
differentiate between seeing and the eye faculty and hearing and the ear faculty.
you don't
Ignorantly,
need to. If you
we
keep
take, yeah,
understanding this Dhamma, you
yeah,
don't need to do any of these
mm,
things. You just have to
mm,
understand properly how actually this
mm,
happened. That's Trividya, the
mm,
understand how this manifestation blinded you,
okay. Mm,
how that blinded you, and next one is how this moment is, it's kind of
okay.
a thing that you
How,
should feel, and then you know how much more to how much what kind of strong ego you
defilements
have,
are there?
defilements you
Yeah.
have. Yeah, so those are the three things. So but the each time we discuss about this, the actually what is happening is the clearing of the truth, satyajnana. It is what is happening,
Mm,
because we have so many parts where that is not filled. Kind of we know here and there. Sometimes it's not filled properly, and even if you are a person, some person has is we call it non-returner. Even that there is a kind of ignorance until some system becomes an arahant. There is ignorance, so there's nothing to like. Then you feel it. That's it. That's it. And until you get proper help from the noble friend, you might continue to be like that, and it can take a long time. It doesn't necessarily matter, but it's very important to clear the path all the time with the noble friend, and but the problem is sometimes we can't understand the message underneath because we don't know how the noble friend is trying to give a message. He will shout, he might tell nicely, he might tell it in a subtle way that he's telling it to like others, but in front of he's telling it to others. And there are different ways that the noble friend might use, because there are some systems which can be broken easily, so that you have to feel it and handle it in that way, so that that system will not be erased from the whole Dhamma, because the system felt uneasy with the noble friend. So there's so many pitfalls where people can fall into, because they might feel uneasy about the voice, they might feel uneasy about the tone, they might feel uneasy about the content, they might feel uneasy about the everything. But what I'm trying to say is, just drop all of them and just try to understand Dhamma, and then if you actually heard Lord Buddha's Dhamma, you will understand. One who you see Lord Buddha is one who sees Dhamma, and that's all. And when you say one who sees Dhamma is one who feels this no self-perception, or understand this how self-vibration is not appearing when the stimuli is not a thing, and this has to be experienced, and then Lord Buddha personally. No, you never know Lord Buddha personally, and because you can't experience the book, can you? You can't experience the necklace, can you? At the same time, you can't really experience the Lord Buddha, even if you are standing in front of him, but you can sense him. You can sense his Dhamma. You can become that non-vibration. And then, yes, you have seen Lord Buddha. We can use that word. We have felt Lord Buddha. Yes, we can use that word. You have heard Lord Buddha. Yes, you can use that word.
In the morning Zoom discussion, Dr. Kokila, when one lady asked about Aryan Mahanse, his appearance and all, like as a person, that's what I shared there also. Now we have seen Aryan Mahanse through Dhamma and through these meditation centers, and the people who work
Well,
there.
again,
Yes, Saravanan.
so Dharma, we might think that we have seen, but still we may haven't.
Yes, yes.
Until you become the non-vibration, or kind of,
Yes.
we might see the non-vibration for a fraction of a second, or you might feel it
Mm,
again, and like that.
mm.
But unless you become the non-vibration, you may not fully know our advance.
Yes, true, true. To
So that's
some level, yes.
that's the thing. So only an arahant will know an arahant, or
Mm,
only an arahant will know Lord Buddha, and that's it.
mm. We have some understanding, isn't it, Dr. Gokila?
Yeah, we
Like
have an
this, yeah.
understanding. Yeah.
Understanding. Miss Surangika, do you have any questions or anything to add? She's also there, Dr. Gokila, Miss Surangika.
That was Sanai Sudharma and Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I think that last point that Dr. Kokila said was actually what so Dhammam Passati, Somam Passati means actually back in the day when we didn't know the Dhamma, we thought the Somam Passati was actually, if you see the Dhamma, then we see the Buddha, meaning Buddha as a person. Of course, that has now been cleared by the Dhamma. There is no person, and that is what our Mahatse says all the time. Don't look for a person uh, behind this voice type of thing, because the Dhamma gives you access to the non-vibration. And if one realizes the Dhamma, one accesses actually, or one becomes, the vibration becomes a non-vibration. And that is what Buddha means, as we know. Baba Buddha, the term itself has a different connotation and a meaning to the lay people, conventional world's connotation of what the Buddha means. It is there that they have always looked for a person, just like they look for a person in the Arahat and say that, the Arahat doesn't break a branch or break a branch in a tree, and the Arahat, got put into what you call it, so some tank with hot water and was boiled to death and all that. So, that terminology and the way of thinking is all that a person has been subjected to it, and a person is not breaking a branch, and a person is not doing certain precepts or rituals and things like that, always with a person. I mean, that was our understanding also back in the day, but thanks to the access to the true Dhamma, all those myths and misconceptions have been wiped away. But earlier, I think to your initial question as well about the whole experience and the way things are, which Dr. Popila explained, that is also again almost habitual, isn't it? Because that's what we've been used to do right from our childhood days, from the time that things have been taught to us and messages have been reinforced. This system has taken on not only facts and data and labels and names, it took on this whole I and ego and self-perception and the I, me, my concept as well. And however much we say that, we are attached to our parents, we are attached to that one, this one, and that, our lifelong goal has been XYZ, our lifelong, things that we have sacrificed for people, sacrificed for the family, so on and so forth. We say all these things, and we try to, we think that those things, that's the way we've devoted our life. We have been a good person to that person, this person. We have been a good person in the community, society, and all these things. But ultimately, what have we been doing? We have been fattening our own ego, isn't it? Fattening our own self-perception, because all these things are things that have been made up in the mind, which constitutes an identity and constitutes the me. It is the me who is the good mother. It is the me who is the good teacher. It is the me who is the good person in the temple. It is the me who takes the alms every Sunday to the temple. It is the me who, always gives the beggar on that particular corner of the street a lunch parcel. It is the me who is, and also to Dr. Pokila's point, finally, it is the me who is attaining nirvana. So all these points finally boils down to the fact that one realizes the Pupenivasānussati jnana and the Chuttapapata jnana, and then the Asavakkhaya jnana, through the Asavakkhaya jnana, and that dissipation of the self-perception. Gradually one realizes that the I-ness that was there in whatever that we do, whether we are performing an obligation as a dutiful daughter, whether we are performing an obligation as a good teacher in the school towards our students, or anything like that, we are always trying to be that good person, or some kind of person, because we are trying to satisfy that thought. It is only the thought, isn't it? The thought is the thing that says that I have to be a good person, I have to be a good teacher. So ultimately, that is what we have been doing. We haven't been, because we've created these concepts, we have created these figures called parents, society, teachers, students, and so on. And towards them, we have the duality has been created, and towards them, there is the teacher. For the student, there is the teacher. For your son, there is the mother. For your parents, there is the dutiful daughter, and so on. So it is not the parents, it is the I that you have been catering to. It is the I that you have been satisfying. And through this Dhamma, that is the realization that we come to. And that is where Aryan Maharse says that if one is not feeling the heaviness, the weight, the value attached to a particular moment, because all we have is this moment, and of course we know through the Dhamma that this moment is also not true. But in this moment, if that moment is of no value and you have no burning, then at that moment there is nirvana, because the I-ness has been eradicated. And how we experience this through our day-to-day things is that, wherever we feel as if we are getting stuck, worried and stressed, whether it is in a particular incident or some day-to-day other family matter, things like that, the heaviness, the value that one had attached to it, the worry and the stress, something that can perhaps keep you up, keep you awake in the night, you will experience it yourself, isn't it? The experience is that those things are gradually ceasing to be of value. Ceasing to be of value because through the Dhamma, this whole self-perception, this whole concept, how this whole concept came about, the facade of this external reality, the existent field, and finally the self-perception breaks down. And that gradually breaking down is the eroding of the asrava, the taints. And that is the path. That is where we gradually see we are able to see through this whole misconception of this whole self-perception. And to Dr. Kopala's point, it can be really beautiful. I think we saw you at the monastery, the International Meditation Center, and all this, that whole experience. But essentially, the reality of the Dhamma is it is not I who's going and experiencing it. It is an experience, because it is an experience that as long as one has the sense faculties will have a certain experience. That's it. That's all. To get to that, it is not easy, but it is certainly possible as one progresses on the path. And certainly those kind of environments, that teaching, that guidance, and the help of other Dhamma friends are all very, very conducive to be able to get to that realization of the fact that this whole self-perception is non-existent. Yes, Dharma.
And I think I just want to add something. In the past, we used to like quickly join a Zoom, like very long ago. We used to tell, I don't know, once I felt this, I don't know, once I felt this, like such a, with an enthusiasm, we say that it's funny now, but it's not funny then. Then it was like really, like keen to say, I felt this, and all that. But now you just keep understanding, yeah, that's yeah. What there's nothing important in that too, but we kind of go through all these stages, and we know, like in about the parents thing, we know that in Lord Buddha's time, oh no, actually before that, there was a person called Gatikara who actually understood Dhamma to that level that he was called an unreturner, and he looked after the blind parents without any problem. So we kind of know the example that you can continue to do all these good things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have burning into that. yes, there is a part that is not, uh, resolved, but still, because they call about 10 fetters, there's only 5, and there's another 5 there. So we can see how important the whole path is. We can't just say like, like, yeah, I understood this now, that's fine, thank you, like that way. Just because you understood the outside is not there, it is the mind. You feel so happy about that. You feel feel contempt, like not contempt, so content, like okay with that, and just pause. But even for a non-returner, Lord Buddha said, you just came out from the pit of feces. You just go and have a wash because it's so smelly, isn't it? Get the point. If you have something to let go, you haven't let it go. Means it's in the mind level.
Exactly.
Like the necklace. If you have let the necklace go, daughter, have this. I don't want it anymore. I'm so good now. I don't even need anything. But then that's kind of beautiful Dhamma it is. It goes deeper and deeper and more beautiful, more tranquility. There is no suffering in this path. If someone feels the suffering, talk to the noble friend. Join a Zoom discussion. There's about how many, 8 or 9 discussions, or I don't know, 9 or 10, I can't remember. But while he's there, it's such a beautiful thing for you can do while he's there. If you feel like you're suffering in the path, that can't be, and that can't be the path then. So you have to talk with him and see but if you feel that day by day your defilements are getting weaker and weaker, and you keep understanding Dhamma with the help of the noble friend, you will feel the tranquility more and more. The feel will be there. You don't have to cultivate the feel. It's actually when the mind get weaker. That's what I told Surangika yesterday. If you keep understanding that the mind has no big power, mind is just another sensory organ, you just let go. What can you do? You can't do anything. It will be there anyway until you die. So you just let go, and the feel will be there anyway. So it surfaces. It's not you're like taking it out from a box. It's just there. You just have to break the box, then it is there. Likewise. Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you very much again for both of your explanations. Yes, we cannot like make a journey towards Nibbana or make attempt towards that. We have to like it might happen or may not happen or whatever. We have to know the message from Kalyana Mitra, and then even what she was yesterday. She was highlighting, Miss Asanti, just know it and then forget and relax, because there was silent meditation. You have to get rid of everything, all, I mean, Dhamma, all meditation, types of meditation, and just be silent. So that experience was also there. Uh, and Dr. Kokila, in the next part that Shani read, Aryan Hanse quotes a beautiful example. I think it's very nice because it is said that when you look at the reflections on the mirror, you never look at it twice to see that whether they are real or unreal. But when you look at other, I mean, stuff surroundings, oh, the things are real. So if when you understand this concept that they are just manifestations of the sensory organs, sensory faculties, the person will see, not deliberately, will see the other stuff in the so-called environment as the things that falls on the mirror. So you can
I didn't get it
uh,
actually. What I didn't
but
actually understand that bit.
right, it's Dr. Kokila. When certain reflections, images falls on a mirror, we at once know now maybe
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah,
front of
okay.
the mirror there are
Yeah,
stuff, but yeah, we never see, look at, okay, is there a
but
bed
if a
there? Yeah,
monkey looks at it, monkey or the birds, usually
yeah.
they misunderstand. The monkeys misunderstand, but we don't. Yeah, we know that it's a mirror. Yeah, yeah. So after that,
Why can't you, not why can't you, the reality is everything else is like the
it's
reflections
similar.
on the,
Yeah,
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 so,
yeah. Yeah, that's what I told.
mm,
I don't know whether you remember. As a child, we began to look at the world in such a way, and once you get the no self perception, what happens is the whole that self perception is getting replaced by the non self perception. It keeps replacing, and the arahant is you become the non self perception. Like what happened to the child was okay, he didn't know anything much, but he had the taints, but he didn't know anything much. But then once the mind forms, it becomes the norm, it becomes the self-perception became the normal. But then once you hear Dhamma and you actually feel this for a moment, the no self-perception, then that's going to be your new normal, and it is going to actually it will be the power after that, and the with time, with help of noble friend, it is going to be the thing. Nothing is going to change though. Your sensory organs will work like similar. You will be going from temple to temple to tell Dhamma or whatever, Zoom meetings or whatever. But what happens is the child to adult, what happened was the self-perception which grew into self-view. Now self-view gets shattered when you have the non-self-perception at least once. And then with that shattering, the whole world is shaken, that particular moment. And then this non-self-perception starts to work. Kind of it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And what we call an arahant when that is the normal thing. So there's no place for the self-perception at all. At all. But the sensory organs will continue to work. Yes, Rangika. Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get that part, Dr. Gopala.
You didn't get that part.
No, I wasn't.
Everyone Saranai.
Yes, Sudharma.
Sorry, I think I got distracted for a moment, Dr. Gopala. Didn't get that
Yeah,
part.
Dr. Kokila, actually, in that ignorant world, people had peace. I mean, in a way, they were happy. They didn't know that they are in the self-view or self-perception, including us. That's why Aryan Hansa says, now you all have got this Nivan Pissu and you have lost your peace and kind of that peaceful life you had. Isn't it now self-perception, this knowledge? I mean, at the very beginning, it it was completely new because we didn't know that we had it even know everything was real. We were happy. We were trying to accumulate. Now, when we know, it's like a backward journey or something because because we were going with the current and now going against the current. So that's what you were trying to explain, this self-perception, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? In the
Yeah, yeah.
childhood, yeah.
Yeah, it's very important to understand that what happened to the baby, what happened to the child, how the self-perception became the self-view. Because this is a reversal. If you are to understand the reversal, you have to understand how it happened. And what happens with the stream enterer is you feel this non-self perception, and then that is going to manifest again, and then the whole self perception will be replaced fully by non-self perception. So the self vibration will cease to actually do anything, because it's a emptiness. That is the emptiness we call it. Nothing about the other emptinesses. Emptiness is here without that non self perception and the self vibration. The emptiness is that, not about the emptiness in the outside. If
Yeah,
you're
that's
looking for emptiness outside, you are actually not understanding this Dhamma. So it's very interesting to understand how baby and then child to, year 12, and then a young adult who marries and have kids and then go on and on. How this self-perception became the normal and then went in to have a self-view with a strong, very strong self-view. Some people it can be not that strong. Some people it will be very strong. But when you hear them, what happens is this keep changing, this keep shaken, and then once in a particular moment you might feel the non-self perception, and that shatters your whole system, and that actually is going to manifest again, and that is the whole system will get replaced by the non-self perception. That is actually the absence of self vibration, and it's such a beautiful thing. Yes, Suranika.
I think that's where Aryan said, I mean, there's a term saying Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo, isn't it, Dr. Gopala?
Yeah. But in the past, we used to think like maybe it is, we never understood these things. Now it is getting more clearer and clearer. I don't say that it is been cleared fully, but it is getting more clearer and clearer, vividly clearer. What happens here, and you can't do anything. There's a moment you will understand that you can't do anything. That is where you will relax, and that is what is not happening to a lot of us. Once you understand that you can't do anything, only you will stop doing everything. You will keep doing your work. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. You can't manifest non-self perception by force, because it has nothing to do with the force, because the force is self-perception, or force is self-vibration. So two can't live together. Self
Yeah,
vibration. Yeah, that's where actually
it's
this.
like oil and water, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
They
So
won't mingle.
even then, you know, like we call it self. You know, the stream enterer. That particular moment, you don't feel the self perception. After that, you feel it.
Yeah, back in the same boat.
Again, you might feel this non-self perception, and again you go back to it. But the levels are different. That's all this about all this stream enterer, the one enterer, or what is it? One centerer or none
Yeah, something
enterer,
like
and all
that.
these things.
Once returner,
Once
Once
return.
returner. That's right.
Yeah, that's where all these descriptions are, because you just that's where Lord Buddha went and asked Anuruddha Thero that whether it is static, and he said no, it's not static. That means he hasn't attained the. It is not always there. May have appeared once or twice or three times, but it's not always there. And Lord Buddha says, yeah, it happened to me too. And he says a few things about that. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma this is, and I keep telling that every day.
What
Yeah.
is that word? What do you know what Obase is in English, Dr. Gokhale? I can't
I
remember.
never knew. I don't know.
Because I think in that same sutra, Upakilesa Sutra, isn't it, where they say Rupada, when you leave the Rupa Darshani and then the Obase arises. Sudharma, I don't know whether you know what that is. Rupa
and
Darshani
then
must be the
what
form
your
world.
explanation, then it's formless, isn't it, Miss Suramika?
Yeah, but
Rupa Darshani
I
Because
must be
it
think
is
form world, isn't it? Yeah.
Rupa is form, that should be
formless.
formless, yeah.
Yeah, but
No,
what she's asking is there a specific word for that, Obase, or just
It's Pali anyway, so I think there maybe if we try and get to know exactly the exact
I
word,
think
I think
actually I
Obase
so.
must
don't.
be
With the
non-perception.
since it is a
Mm,
non-perception,
must be
animitta,
because, yeah.
that's animitta, non-perception maybe same, like
Animitta is at the end.
uh, non-perception. Obasya from this revolutionary, this groundbreaking sermons,
One
Andolana
vibration, one
Chakrasthayana,
vibration.
they talked about Obasya. I think it's the path, isn't it? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
sure.
I think the one vibration status
Yeah. Mm.
where someone has understood that
And
all the forms are forms only. Then it comes to the one
um,
vibration. Yeah.
and it's interesting to know that it's not the gifted children in the school that always like realize this first, because maybe the most careless, irresponsible, they have the less strong or very weak self vibration, probably. So that was also something that we came to know, no, always. Otherwise, the smartest ones, the brightest or the gifted children, this is not a part like that. No? Maybe when it comes to wisdom and knowledge are two different aspects. So that the careless, boisterous one may be the wisest.
Yeah, we never know.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to say exactly to any of these things because Lord Buddha was the the you can't even compare, incomparable. So it's and he had all the qualities. He was the best kind of thing. So it's very difficult to like say anything like that. But it does matter. What does matter is how much low the self vibration is. Like you can imagine someone is like, like very greedy about things and, trying to kill people for achieving something. You can normally understand that it's such a great thing. But the Lord Buddha even shattered that thing because Angulimala, after doing all that, but his perception was different. His perception was different, but still again to achieve something, yes. And then what did he understand? He understood that, yes, what he understood was actually this moment thing. That's actually one of the Trividyas. This is such a beautiful Dhamma. This is where you keep understanding things that this moment didn't have anything to do with any of the things that the previous stimuli. This is a new stimuli. We can telepathize into something, yes. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is the old one. This is a new one.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, we have reached
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
4
yeah.
o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll hand over the Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom. Actually, I thank Shani for reading the book and Mr. Bernard for giving the summary, and also our Dhamma friends who join every day. Otherwise, it becomes really boring, and making it so interesting and so lovely, so that we can actually transmit this vibration, the the effect of this Dhamma to everyone. We worship our Advances. We don't worship our Advances as a person. Actually, we worship our Advances. So beautiful Dhamma, and yes, we worship non-vibration actually in that sense, but we can't really say that. So thank you everyone. We'll talk tomorrow. Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai.
Saranai, Dr.
Kokila,
Kokila,
Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai,
Dhamma
Mr. and
friends.
all of you. Worship Parayan. Teruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Sarnayar.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends. We know that Lord Buddha has preached a Sandittika, Akalika, Ehipasika Dhamma, timeless, non-soul Dhamma. Why do we call it timeless Dhamma? So, to talk about time, there should be a past, future, and a present, isn't it? Something relative. But if we talk about something which happened in the past, we talk about it in this moment. And also if we think about something we are going to do in the future, it is also in this moment, isn't it? And also to talk about the past and the future, there should be a thing, isn't it? Say we talk about Lord Buddha. There was Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. But still we talk about it at this moment. And also if we talk about a Buddha in future, it is also a thought in this moment, isn't it? And we know that there is nothing in this moment either. So we can't talk about a future, past, or a present moment. So likewise, unless there is a thing, we can't talk about a past, future, or a present moment. So this everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell or taste, feel or think are a vibration. And our noble friend Buddothpado explains the base of the vibration is the non-vibration. So likewise, if there is a thing, there is a past, future, and a present. So this including me as well. Me also a vibration. So if we talk about this light and sound also is a creation due to this speedy vibration. So likewise, the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, and thoughts all are creations due to this speedy vibrations. Even the alive feeling, the feeling that everything is existing, including myself, is also a creation due to this speedy vibrations. So this is what you call skandha. In Pali, we call it skandha. Anything which creates due to speed is not real. So this is the illusion. So the wrong view or the view in the mundane world, we take this illusion as real, isn't it? So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma. So Lord Buddha said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. That is the cause and effect Dhamma, isn't it? How the mind is created and how the suffering is created due to that. But one can see this only with insight meditation, not with concentration meditation. We have to know that. So if one wants to get rid of this suffering, what they have to do is to see this cause and effect Dhamma. So our noble friend Buddothpado explains that our whole life story is in this one vibration, which can be seen only with wisdom. This is the timeless truth. So this timeless truth is to be directly experienced here and now, in this very moment. So every moment is a process of cause and effect conditions. So if you listen to Buddothpado's sermons, it will guide you to see this truth. In other words, it will guide you to see the thought as it truly is. That is only a vibration. And it will help you to realize that there is nothing but a system is working, only a process. So what you have to understand is that this is something you have to find within yourself, not from the outside. We know that Lord Buddha has said to Rohitasa, don't search the world from outside. Instead, see it within yourself, isn't it? We all know that story. See through your own experiences. Chittena niyati loko. The world is created in your mind through the stimulus you get from your five senses, isn't it? So the self or soul also created in the same way. We think there is a soul. All are vibrations. Why this cause and effect Dhamma is very important? Because it is our life story. It is our circle of birth. It shows how this mind is created from moment to moment, and how the suffering creates if we take it as real. And if someone contemplate on this, they will see that there is actually no self. So this timeless truth, which Lord Buddha has revealed 2500 years ago, is rediscovered by our noble friend Buddothpado through Dhamma Abhijna. So what is true Dhamma? What we see as reality is an illusion. Due to our ignorance, we take it as real, isn't it? So today, even modern science, through quantum theories, artificial intelligence, string theory, So they are trying to discover this, isn't it? But what happens? They are in the illusion. So within the illusion, there's no way of finding the pure truth. So they can't explain how this soul is created, how this existent field is created, isn't it? Who is a noble friend? A noble friend is the one who has gone through this path in the practical path and explains it to the world. And he is giving the true message how to get rid of this samsaric circle. So when we talk about the practical path, it is very important to clear all the doubts, all the wrong visions and misconceptions. So the only path to Nibbana is through insight meditation, not with concentration meditation. So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo, there's only one way to Nibbana, to see the truth in the thought. So as we said, the insight meditation is the only path to Nibbana. So unlike in concentration meditation, we have to mostly we do in seated position. In insight meditation can be done regardless of any position. So it could be either walking, sitting, standing, or lying down. Those positions we can do the insight meditation. So once you start doing insight meditation, the concentration meditation automatically happens. So as we said, the Satya Jnana or the true Dhamma part is very important in this path, in the practical path. First you have to identify the senses and how does the senses work, how the stimulus arises from each of the senses, and how other thoughts are created. And once you practice this, you will automatically see that there is no self, but a system is working. So one has to make an effort to contemplate on these. So once you are experiencing this part, so contemplation happens naturally. You don't have to think about. Buddothpado Arenvahasa highlights that Yathabhuta Jnana and Yoniso Manasikaraya, which means the wisdom of truth and wisdom of action, it will take you to Nibbana. You have to see the truth of one thought, how it is created with colors and sound. So when the understanding deepens, the Attagama or the abandonment of the thought will naturally happens. So the one who is practicing it will feel as it is the internal transformation, because they don't get attached or disattached to a thought. And also they will feel that the defilements, the ill will, hatred, jealousy, desires are gradually dissolving, which means the self also dissolves. So whatever the stimulus come from any of the senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body or mind or Sabba Sankara, all the volitional formations is none other than me. So someone with wisdom will know absolutely when a thought becomes a thing, and he will be aware of it, which means he will identify the fire within. This could come in many ways, either anger, sadness, happiness, jealousy, hatred, in any way. Though we have given many names, it is a feel, actually a sensation within. If someone actually identifies this, it is he has wisdom. So this awareness and the feel that the defilements are fading, it goes like a parallel railway lines, which means one is aware when the defilements are happening, and also he is aware when there are no defilements towards that same thought. So at the same time the self is also dissolving. So if say one he is not aware of this, so there could be a strong self. Though the defilements are fading, a strong self could be left behind. So we have to be aware of that also. So likewise, the mind is such a cheater actually, that it might say, now you are doing well. You don't have defilements as previously. So it's like the mind, it is playing hide and seek, isn't it? Just like the bad me who had defilements such as ill will, hatred, jealousy. Now what happened? Now I am not bad, but the good me is there. So what I wanted to highlight is that when in this path, we have to be very, very careful, because this mind illusion, always mind is an illusion, so it cheats. So Aranhasa explains, if there is a hole in a bucket, the water in the bucket will go out, but the water level will be the same, isn't it? Likewise, when we talk about attachments and disattachments, so we can't say, now I am not attached to that, but I don't like this one. Which means all the defilements, it will go down or dissolve in the same speed. Actually, there is no separate defilements or separate me. All are the same. So if we compare these defilements to Mount Himalaya, the one who has eradicated wrong vision or mithya drushti, the remaining path is as small as pebbles. In other words, one has to eradicate self-view or the sakkaya drushti to enter to the noble path. The example Lord Buddha has given, if a tree is bent to the stream, it will obviously fall into the stream. Likewise, who has entered the path, who has eradicated self-view or sakkaya drushti, will obviously complete the Nibbana path, the path to solace. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has given a proper and clear guidance in this path by giving 4 points of contemplation. So one can visit we have many Metmal monasteries and practice and also experience the peace within. It is not just concentration or walking meditation. It is the real practical path to Nibbana. One can experience then and there. We can say that it is the path one loses oneself. If someone searches for Nibbana, just like we did for a long time, this searching happens from the mind, isn't it? So we were also told Nibbana is in that book, this book. That monk is preaching Satipatthana. Then another place, another one is preaching Abhidhamma. We thought we can find Nibbana there. So we went all around but couldn't find a practical path to Nibbana. All are reading books and it is knowledge. So we never knew that Nibbana is something you can't search for because it is within you. As long as you search, there is a me who is searching. So we never knew it was always within us. Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho nibbano, Chittena niyati loko. So if we didn't stop here and listen to Buddothpado sermons, we will be still running about. So Lord Buddha has also said to Angulimala, Angulimala, I have stopped. You also. So this is as Andittika Ehipassika Dhamma. So this Satya part is very important to see that the world is actually within. Out there is actually not, is all in our mind, all our thoughts. So we know that there is nothing in a mirror isn't it? So we don't go behind the mirror and see if there is someone behind. So we know less that there is nothing in the mirror. We feel it, isn't it? It's not. He's also the same. One hand. Here the message is very important. So the noble friend, as we said, is the one gone through the practical path and experienced Dhamma. So in the mundane world, what happens? In the mundane world, we take what we see, hear, smell, taste, feel and think are real. So in this mundane world, we live in our own comfortable zones, doing jobs, building houses, talking about wars, thinking what will happen to the war, how to get good education, how to earn more money. So likewise, we have billions things planned, isn't it? Future plans, sometimes past thoughts, sometimes happy thoughts, sad, crying. So what I wanted to say is that almost all are in this mundane world where there is a birth and a death. And in between, lots of things are happening. One can get sick. Sometimes one has to undergo surgeries. Babies are born. Someone would die. So on and so on. But a noble friend comes along and say, look here, you all are cheated by your mind. The external world you see, hear, smell, taste, feel and think is actually not real. It is like the image in the mirror. It is like the image you see in a water puddle. But no one is listening. They go on their usual mundane world, the comfort zone. Dancing, singing, enjoying, laughing, doing good deeds, worshipping, praying, going on trips, going on pilgrimages, not listening to the noble friend. The noble friend is trying to say something, wants to give a message. But he repeatedly says, look here, humans, this world you think it is real is an illusion. And then some people stop and listen because they have gone through enough suffering in life. So they feel that they can't take it anymore. They are fed up with life. So they are the ones who stop. They stop and listen. But at first, some don't understand. Some try to understand. But some people, they just let it go. Some say they don't have time. Some say they don't do bad deeds, so they don't have to listen. Likewise, this goes on. Lord Buddha said, taking some soil into the fingernail. Only this much of people will understand this Dhamma, isn't it? Very small amount. So who realizes this is the pure truth? There is no point on going on and on in this samsaric circle. We'll get into the small nail. Just like Patachara, Kisagotami, Sunita, Sopaka, Kukutumitta and Kujuttara. Why? Because they have undergone suffering. They have undergone dukkha. They have felt suffering, isn't it? Nobody has to tell them this is suffering. They feel it. So, as soon as the noble friend gives the message, they know it is the truth. Because they want a way out of suffering. So what happens? One by one, people start to listen. Day by day, they get experiences. How they are getting rid of suffering. So we can hear the stories of our life story. It is actually our story. We should know it, isn't it? So we should all listen to these stories. We should know our own life story. Story of how the radiant mind, pure, without defilements, how it is now full of defilements, as to start wars in between countries, how this mind destroys innocent poor people, innocent animals, destroy countries, buildings, everything. But it was a radiant mind once, isn't it? So this story, we should know how this radiant mind got defilements. But actually, what we have to do here is to look at ourselves. How does our defilements comes out? How the suffering comes in? How to get rid of suffering? So Lord Buddha has said, Durlabham manusaktam, Durlabham saddhamma savanam, which means to be born as a human is very rare, and also to hear the true Dhamma is also very rare. So this Ehipassika Sandittika Dhamma, anyone can come and see. It is self-evident. Self-evident means that you feel it is within you. So our noble friend gives the example of the salt. So one can eat salt but can't explains the can't explain the feel of it, isn't it? Just like that. So what we have to understand is that the war outside, somebody will win, but the war within ourselves, the war within our mind, it is for us to win, isn't it? It is actually called the Mara Yuddha, to conquer the death. So what happens once you feel that the outside world is not real, which means whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you smell, whatever you taste, whatever you feel, hot or cold, or whatever you think, is not in outside, but it is in your thoughts. Once you realize this, the vitakka or the thought power becomes less and less. Actually, you slow down a bit. Slow down means you don't feel like running after things. Desires, hatred, ill will, those defilements starts to dissolve. This is the internal transformation. So anything can happen around you, but as previously, you don't feel sad much, you don't feel guilty, you do what you can. It is your duty. So one can do it without any attachments or disattachments. This is a feel. So usually we get attached to children, parents, house, jobs, money, gold, pets, and so on. But different people's attachments are different, isn't it? So as we know now, the world and you are not two different entities, isn't it? Which means when the defilements are getting diminished, it means that me also going down with that. So we have to know this. Otherwise the me will be left behind. The good me, the better me. So this is very subtle. So if somebody is searching for Nibbana, there is also me. I am searching for Nibbana. So it is very important as a Buddhist to know what is this right vision, Samma Ditthiya. Without turning over to right vision, no one can attain Nibbana. So wrong vision is all the Mithya Drushti. So to come out of this wrong vision, which means all the worldly things, the things one does while taking the outside world as true, as real and come to Sammaditya or the right vision. One must definitely know the dependent origination Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has preached, which means how the mind is created and how the suffering is created due to that, when we take the thought as real. So what do we have to do to end this suffering? First, one has to be true to oneself, because only we know what are the defilements we have. Because someone might show outside that he is very good, very clean, very true, no defilements, but inside might have lots of defilements, isn't it? Jealousy, hatred, desires, ill will. But outside, one can't see that. So he must be observing seal every poor day. He might be building temples, giving alms to monks, doing Katina Puja, offering 1,000 flowers to temples, but with all the defilements within him. So we know the story of Ekasataka from Lord Buddha's days. He had only one shawl, but he was very pure inside. So what's more, the one who does all the good deeds, good merits, taking the outside world is real. What happens? His thoughts are very powerful. His desires are more. His attachments are more. So he will do anything to keep his ego, the power of thoughts. So what is this power? What is this me? Who is me? If simply said, me is the charging power, the Aropana Balaya, which is created by the five senses, the mind power. So we'll see where is this me. Aryan has always asked, who are you? Are you the mind? Are you the body? Isn't it? So we'll see whether this me is in the body. So if we take our childhood, since then we came across a lot of sicknesses, isn't it? Say from a simple cough and a cold to a heart attack, where one has to undergo a bypass surgery. So if there was a me, we could have prevented it, isn't it? So, for example, the COVID days, almost everyone got COVID. Some died. We could not prevent it. There was death everywhere, isn't it? Immaterial of religion, caste, nationality, country, anything. All were buried in the same grave, even without any religious rituals or cultural rituals. The fear of death was everywhere, isn't it? if you remember those days. So likewise, if we take a human body, inside there are a lot of systems such as cardiovascular system, respiratory system, nervous system, endocrine system, urinary system, reproductive system, digestive system, and so on. Also lymphatic system, skeletal system, and many more. But they are not visible to outside. We think that they are functioning. So what I wanted to highlight is that these are systems. A system is working automatically. We usually don't know what is going on inside, isn't it? So is there any me anywhere? A body system. And anytime, any part of it can get sick. Can we prevent it? No, we can't. We even don't know about it. So we also have seen people who meet with an accident and been unconscious for a long period, isn't it? Sometimes they wake up. Sometimes they die unconsciously. And sometimes when they wake up, they don't remember. They don't remember what has happened. Can't even remember the name. Can't remember the family. Immediate family like wife, husband, children, or their names. Sometimes even the country they can't remember, the time. So they have to start learning again, isn't it? Just like a child. So how did the child learn things? With colors and sounds and shapes. Say he was found in another country which speaks a different language. So, and he can't remember his own name. So those people give him a new name. So say his name is Kamal, but the given name is, say, John. So who is Kamal and who is John? Where is me? Obviously, there is no me. So say me is in the mind. So now we know that like all the thoughts, me is also created by our senses, a concept which was given in the childhood. And also we know that thoughts are vibrations. There's nothing in a thought, no sound, no color, just a vibration. So there is no me there as well, isn't it? We have to actually contemplate on these things. But we have this feel that we are living, isn't it? I am living, I can feel it. Or we feel that there is a soul somewhere who is seeing, who is hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling, or thinking. So if you contemplate and see, is there a me in what you see? Is there a me in what you hear? Is there a me in what you smell? Is there a me in what you taste, feel, or think? There is no me there, isn't it? So, for example, you hear a crow sound. You hear a sound. You hear a sound only. But from where this crow came from? And the me who is attached to? So, I hear a sound of a crow. That is a thought, isn't it? But you just heard a sound, which is a vibration in the ear sensor. Now, listening to Dhamma, we know that there is no me without you. Obedtora mamek ne. So, here the crow is none other than me. So, if this thought of the crow, becomes a thing to you, in other words, if the thought of the crow generated power to the thought, this charge in power is the soul. It is the feel. So you can see that it was created then and there. There is actually no me or soul, isn't it? So the power to the particular thought creates me then and there. So you have to contemplate on this. So if me is born in that particular vibration, obviously there is a death as well, because this story goes on only in one vibration. So you have to understand this one thought. From which sensor the stimulus comes? If there is no fire within, it is actually freedom from thoughts. But actually this is not easy, because we were going downstream for a long time. So we have to give an effort to turn into the upstream. But once you practice this, automatically, naturally, you will turn towards the upstream. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanhasa explains, the dependent origination Dhamma, the Four Noble Truths, the 84,000 Dhamma sermons are all in one vibration, one moment. These groundbreaking sermons, one can listen only in Buddothpado sermons. And not only that, one can experience only through this practical path, not from knowledge. But she could not end the samsara. Emperor Asoka, we know he has built 84,000 temples, but he also could not end the samsaric journey, isn't it? But if we take Patachara, Kisagotami, Kujjuttara, Kukudumitta, Sunita, Sopaka, they have seen suffering, they have undergone suffering. But they have found
peace in this Dhamma, freedom from thoughts. So they have seen that at this moment, this stimuli is not real. So for anyone have to see that if they want to attain Nibbana, they have to see this one thought. So we have to understand that these are not only stories. Why Queen Mallika, who has given Asiddhisi Mahadana to Lord Buddha, and Emperor Asoka, who has built 84,000 temples, could not attain Nibbana and end the circle of birth and death, because they had the desire, the Bhava Tanhava. What they did was a good deed, good merits, but with attachments, desires, which means more desires, more attachments, more the power to the thoughts. So it is a good lesson nowadays, isn't it? One can do lots of good merits, good deeds, but if the defilements are there, the desires, the hatred, the jealousy, if it is there, you can't end the samsaric journey. So without being in the right vision or sammaditya, or without knowing the Four Noble Truths, no one can attain Nibbana. So how much good deeds they do, how much temples they build, how much they offer flowers, the samsaric journey will continue. So it is time to think about your own story, isn't it? Think about your own journey. This journey, we have to go with the feel, not with the mind. Buddothpado sermons has answers to all your questions. Is there a birth? Is there a death? Who am I? Am I the mind? Am I in the body? What is hell? What is heaven? Four foundations of life, Four Noble Truths, anything you can come and ask. So, as usual, we are very grateful to you, Buddothpado Aran Wahanse, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to the world. Therwan Saranai, Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
make light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle modes and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
This light's also coming? How is this sound also coming? These are sensor creations. We are only to understand how the system is going on, how these thoughts are coming. Before kindergarten time, the baby on the cot, baby in the cot, the baby don't know anything. Baby haven't defilements otherwise. Baby don't know death or birth or girl or woman or anything. That's a radiant mind. That's our beginning. After what happened to us? How is coming this world? It's our sensor creations. Our eye creation, our eye creating this lightful world, colorful world, this picture world. Our ear creating our sensor. Yes, sensor creating the sound world. Our nose is sensor creating the smell world. Otherwise, our tongue creating the tasteful world. Otherwise, our body sensor creating this smooth and rough and solidity, liquidity. These are our body feeling, our skin sensor creating. This sensor creating is not real. Various of living beings have various of sensors. Example is the buffalo looking the red color. Otherwise, the horse looking the blue color. Otherwise, the various of living beings have various of type of sensors. This sensor given them the world. World is not real. This sensor nobody is doing. It's a system. It's the dharmata. It's a process. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. You also not doing. Systematically is happening. This is nature. We understand the nature. We understand our sensor creations. Kindergarten time, what happened there? That you can realize, you can experience it. Yes, red, yellow, blue. These are sounds. Sri Lankan not talking about like this English words. Ratu part, nil part, ka part. What is this sound? Indians are talking other one. Chinese are talking other one. What is this language? Only the sounds, no? Sound and the picture. Kindergarten, you see that picture given the eye and given the sound. Sound and picture together coming. That's the thoughts. Simply you can experience. What are these thoughts? Thoughts is not real. This thinking world is not real world. How you are drinking pineapple? How you are eating the pineapple? Your tongue making this taste. But taste, what is the pineapple? Pineapple have a picture, pineapple have a sound. Are you eating pineapple? Picture and sound? No. It's the thoughts. You are eating the thoughts. You are smelling the thoughts, jasmine. What is this smell? You are talking about jasmine. Jasmine have picture and sound. It's the thoughts. What is your word? It's a thinking word. It's not real. It's a simulation word like that. It's a programming. It's nobody's saying. This is understanding. You see, this is understanding only. Normally you are living your lifestyle normally going. This is understand. Finally, you know what happened here. Death or birth, everything is thoughts. Nothing happened. This thought is not real. But normally you are living. It's normally, everything is normally happening. You can't stop that. System also normally is gone on. No problem. No problem. It's a system. You only understand. So Someone not understood what happened here. He's getting this real. He's in suffering and sadness. But someone know this. Someone talking about my child is dying. How is this child is coming? Before you are married, where's the child? Where's the husband? You are in happy now. How is coming husband and how is these are coming? You see, kindergarten time, nothing there, anything, no? After what happened? Red, yellow, blue. And everything coming, the thoughts. Mothers or thoughts. Everything is thoughts. Your children also, you're thinking. This is the real. But normally, life is normally going. Life is normally going. This only the understand. Your inside is suffering and sadness. What is your inside is vibration, pain. That pain is disappeared. That's the power is disappearing. That's the ego is disappearing. That's a fade in your defilements. That's a path of tranquility, peaceful mind. Because liberation of mind, freedom of mind is the way. Someone know the truth. He know this mind is not real. That is the way. After, you can control everything. Why? So you know everything, nothing here. Someone is telling you to some words, it's not good. But you are not any problem. Why? This is only the sound. You know, he's talking something, buffalo, something to you. But normally, you don't know this Dhamma. You don't know the truth. You are getting this power. You are getting this existent power. You know this truth. You know everything is normally is happening. No problem. Because you know the truth. You know how is coming existent. Feel this vibrations. One vibration, one is power. This is your eye creation. Speedily happening this spark. There's a rapid speed. There's a quantum theory like that. Come in the light. It's not real. The spark. One is spark. Again and again and again and happening. What is this light? It's the speed given you to mirage. No, it's not real. It's a miracle, no? It's not real. What do you think about the cochlear? This Dhamma is understand one, no?
Yes, sir. Understand, and then actually you will feel it. You can't really.
Yeah, after no
by
problem.
force feel it.
Yeah,
it will feel. You will feel it.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, cochlear.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So I was trying to.
After no problem, no.
Yeah,
Why are you
no,
suffering? Why are you in sadness? You are
not at
thinking,
all. Yeah.
this world is otherwise. You, who are you? You are not you are not body. You are not the mind. Who are you? This is stimulus. Every time, one stimulus here, one thought. This thought, how much have the power? That's you. Power is you. That's ego. That's the crave. That's the power. You see this?
Mm.
Finally, why we are talking about endless happiness here? Why not sad here? No death or birth. It's only the thoughts. This sadness and suffering coming, you are thinking. Someone is here. He's now coming the death. It's happening. Someone is here. Who are you? It's a power, no? After you are not doing, systematically your power is disappearing. It's a fading. That's the crave is fading. That's the path of Nibbana. Practically, you can experience it. You are not doing. You can't do this. You are doing only the understand. You can't do Nibbana because mind can't do this. Mind cannot do this. Mind, how is this? How is mind doing this? Mind is not real. What do you think about Suranka?
That was
Yes.
an answer. Yes, exactly. That is ultimately what has to be understood is that there is no one doing it. I think R.N. Mansa explained it day before yesterday also, this whole process. When one understands that it is just a process, just a mechanism, then there is no ownership to that. The stimulus is just a stimulus. It's one after the other. The thoughts are just freely flowing in the mind. And that is also a combination of the picture, the sound, as R.N. Mahansa explained. And that is also no one's doing due to the speed of vibration, because we have these sense faculties. These are being constructed. But if we take an animal or different species, the world that gets it and they perceive is quite different. So then which world is true? What world are we thinking is real that is causing us suffering? Is there a world to cause suffering? And if there is no world, is there a perceiver? Is there a person experiencing it here? No, isn't it? So I think ultimately, Joel, try to see through by understanding the sense faculties. And I think we talked about ownership of the stimulus. Is there anything that can be even owned? Right at the beginning, there was an explanation about the chair and about the stimulus and the objects. Are those actually real, or are those just perceived to be there? So if one understands that process, yes, Aril Mahansa, it becomes real. It's not easy at the beginning, but gradually over time, when one understands how this whole thing works, the importance that is given to those, the value that is attached to it, even to get fed up of life, there has to be something called life. What is life? Is that a concept that has been made? Is that a thought? Now, if you say you're fed up, say somebody else who is saying that, no, everything is great for me. I like my life. Somebody will say. And then another person will say, I'm feeling sad. Some person will say, no, I'm okay. There's good and bad and all that. So how can different people have different notions about it? Isn't that finally resting in the way that the thinking pattern is going? And as R.N. Vance explained, this is all a thought-driven world, depending on the stimulus. And through ignorance, if one believes that the stimulus is true, that is where the suffering arises. If there is no thing, then how can there be suffering? How can there be even a concept called suffering? It's not easy to understand, but gradually, I think over time, one can see through it, because there's nothing really to get fed up about. Yes, Arun answered.
Yeah, the Suranka, uh, we are using the mind to understand this. Mind is not real. We are
Yes.
using the mind to understand this.
Yes.
You see, we are not getting that mind is true. Mind is not true. Mind is not real. Someone understood how is this mind created. This is very important. That's the freedom of mind is coming. Path. Liberation of mind is that way. People won't understand their mind, how it's created, how is this mind is become, how is this thoughts, mind is thoughts, no? Chittena niyati lopo, chittena parikasate is a Buddha's word. You see, where are you? It's a chittena niyati lopo. What is this mindful word? It's not clear. It's a sounds and firm. Sound and firm together, and that's the mind. It's a simple. It's after you know this, you see, it's a knowledge. It's mind. But mind can't do anything. Why? Mind is not there. But you know, but you see, what is inside is the feel. What is this feel? Feel is, this word is real, is a feel. It's a feel. You know, finally, the existent feel. What is this existent feel? Your mind, these thoughts. Is this thought is real? No. But people is, what's people idea? This thoughts is real. That's the misconception. That's the misconception. Thought is not real. This is very important. So light also not real. Sound also not real. These are vibrations. These are waves. This is huge science here. That is science. This science is very important. This finally, that existent field is the power. It's okay. That's a itta sanya, perception. Existent perception we are talking, no? Itta sanya. What happened this? Non-existent field is coming. Because he know these are not real. After power, inside power, what is this power? Existent field is there. Itta sanya. We are talking that perception, existent perception, itta sanya. Because you are getting this everything, every thought is real. But every thought is not real. What is this power? Thought is real, is the power. It's a thought, it's a one thought. We are getting this thought. It's what systematically is happening. Chair, example, kindergarten time. How is the teacher teaching this thoughts? How's given to you? Picture given the eye, sound given the ear. This sound and form. You see, this sound existent feel there, otherwise. Sound. Not the chair. It's the sound. It's your sensor creation. That is why Skanda is a Buddha's explaining is very important. Why? The consciousness here, there. What is this consciousness word meaning? What is this perception word? This perception is have the power. But perception converting the consciousness. Consciousness have the power. The same sound. Sound is a perception. You see, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana is the Buddha's word. Skanda. Rupa is a vibrations. So waves, vibes, waves. Speedily happening, this is power. What happened? It's a Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana. What is this? It's a feel. The speed, rapid speed is here, is a vibration. The feel is sound. How is can you explain this, Suranka? This consciousness is very important. How is coming consciousness? Consciousness have the power. Because one is spark, have the power. That's the secret. Madhya Sutra is there. It's very important one. Very important one is the one is spark, have the power. That's your source of power. That's your cycle of birth power. That's your craving. That's your defilements. That's your magnetic power, electric power, like that. Your mindful mind power. What is word is suitable? It's a power. This power is your circle of birth. It's a waves, like the cirrus, like a radio waves, like that. Your phone number, like that. It's a waves. Every wave have the power. It's vibes. You see here. What happened here? It's a spark only. That's why Madhya Sutra, Buddha talking about different in somewhere, there is the power. No different and no power is there. That's what Madhya Sutra's meaning. One spark have the power. And again, and this spark is happening. That's power also combining, coming the more power. That's the perception converting the consciousness. What do you think about Surang? Consciousness word is very important, no? That's the existent field converting the alive field. Place is there. Why? Existent field is consciousness. Consciousness is the sound. Is existent field. Existent field again and again and there. The more power is there. The power won't. The spring is the example. Spring is happening here. The automatically spring getting the power. How is the spring getting the power? This systematically no. That is the alive field. That how is this continually, how is this power is going on? That's again and want to be thoughts are coming and power also coming. No? What do you think about that?
Yes, Arabach, the understanding is that because of the speed of the vibration, there is a feeling, a sensation that arises that there is something. And this light is felt, the sound is felt, but this is all happening at speed, which is where the perception comes. So the feeling, the perception is the sound, perception is the light. And because it is speedily happening, that is what we call formations, mental formations. Due to the speed of that perceptions occurring, there is a feeling that this is existing. It is the consciousness which we call the feeling of existence, that these things are there. We get this notion purely due to the manifestation in the senses that the light is there. The sound is there. There is something called sound. There is such a thing called light. There is such a thing called smell. Actually, there isn't, but it is because of the speed, the sheer speed of the vibration, due to the sense faculties, the feeling comes that there is those things exist.
Otherwise, Suranga, these five senses together come in. That's why Tinna Sangati Passo is the dependent origination is here. Why?
Yes,
is together coming, these five senses together coming, one spark is there. That's the thought, is have the power. That's why red have the power, otherwise apple have the power. That's why apple existent field is there. That's the living being. This power is the living being.
Yeah.
Because there's the death and birth. What is the birth? Your eye is the birth. That's the Buddha's word. Eye is the word. Eye is the birth, not the Mother not the story of this one. Mother's the baby's time. This is your senses creating the birth. It's your world. It's your eye. Something you are looking. There's a chair or something. That's your birth. What's the first time is coming in this world? What's the words? That's your birth. Your eye is the birth. Your senses the given this word. Salata loco, salata nirodo nibbano. What is this? Six senses given your world. Six senses, you understood what has happened here. That's your world is disappeared. This world is not real. That's right.
Yes.
That's right. After no problem, because this is understanding. What happened? Someone know this Dhamma. Someone know what happened here. Someone know this. What happened after that? You are inside your power. Who are you? You are the power. Why? This world is you. What is the world? Chair, table, sun and moon, everything. Is that real? Yeah, real is the feel is existent, is the power, is you. Side by side. World is other side, you are here. You have the world. But world is not real. That world, what is this world? Is inside power is there. Existent feel is there. Because light and sound, no, coming together, sound and form coming together, that's five senses. One spark is here, no? That's thoughts. Thought is existent feel. Is the world, no? Every thought is like a programming, like a data updating system. But you see, this is not only the thought, the power is inside. That's why existent feel is there. That feel is you, otherwise. More feel, no, but feel is there, but how is feel continuing? How is this power continuing? That's more power want you. That's why again and again your thought, your mind is working. Mind automatically, systematically is creating. They're like a circle, spring. That's right. Like a spring, example. No. Yeah. A spring, how is getting the power system? That's your Atmiya Aropana. We are talking about the power. It's your ego. That's you. That's your word. Someone know this. How is getting the how is creating this power? He know this is thoughts. Thoughts given you to power. Who are you? You are the power. But this thought is not real. Power is disappearing. You are getting this thought is real. Power is more coming. But you are getting this thought is not real. Power is disappearing. That's the fading defilements. That's the way Ragakyo, Desakyo, Mohakyo, Nibbana. That's your defilements are fading. That's your ego also fading. More ego, someone have more ego, he's going away. Someone no more ego, he's going heaven. That's the Buddha's word. That's Sankarupati Sutras there. That's why Buddha's talking about Maniya Makkato Atimani Kukuru. How much power you have, that perception is thick. This perception is smooth. It's the heaven. Perception is a power. We are talking about the power is thick. That's the down world. We are talking about the heaven. So this present moment, everything is happening. This present moment, one thought is creating. This time, you are not, your body is okay. You are talking about the human body. But your mind, what is that? Your mind is heaven or heaven. It's your ego. Something happened to you, that Viber is telepathy, you can't do. What you are doing, you can't do anything. It's system. is happening, like a nature. Like a radio waves like that. That's magnetic wave like that, electric waves like that, mind waves is creating. It's a power. Your defilements is the power, otherwise. Your ego is same. These different words we are using. It's a power. You can't do anything. So someone know this finally. So how nice feeling, because nobody is here. System is working. You can decide your mind what you want to do. Be a doctor, be an engineer. What you want to do. That's now you can. It's producing the film. It's your film. Yeah. You are not stuck anywhere. Because this sensor, you understood these sensors. Finally, but you can control everything. Why? Nobody is here. System, you can control the system, because who is controlling the system? We are talking about the jnana, is the nuana. What is the English word? It's your feel. It's a real feel. It's a samadhi. What is the real word? It's a wisdom. Yeah, wisdom controlling everything. What is the real word is English? It's the jnana. It's a nuana. Controlling everything. Because his mind can't control. Finally, is your wisdom is controlling everything. How is that in this Suranga? No, it's a jnana.
Yes,
Nuana is coming.
Jnana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the English word? Not a
We,
wisdom, no?
we couldn't find
Super
any other word.
awareness.
It's just
Super awareness. Yeah, English word.
think
English
you said
is, yeah. No more English words. That's right. We are using the Hindu words. English word alignment and the other words. These are English words, Hindu words. But Buddhist guys, I think, helpless. Because they have words. That's why. How is explaining
I
English?
think the word Aryan Vahansa gave, super awareness, is good.
Super awareness is controlling everything.
Yes.
That's Adhigata Samadhi. Yeah. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. Systematically, is controlling panel is coming finally. What is there? What is here? You are the truth. You are be the truth. Finally, truth haven't defilements. There's the tranquility. It's nice feelings there. Normally, everything is happening. Nobody is there. No one is there. System is only the system here. You can experience it. You can feel it. This Dhamma is not a thinking. This Dhamma is not a believing. This Dhamma is not a trust. This Dhamma is this current moment you can experience. Every moment, your birth and death is happening. But someone understood this Dhamma. Every moment, death and birth is not there. Because nobody is there. That is the tranquility. After is your feelings, everything, this sense of feelings, like a radiant mind is, you're feeling like a radiant mind. No defiance. No any craving. It's a tranquility. It's a radiant mind. Finally, is the Arahat, our monks. We are talking Arahat stage is there. Nobody is there. No one is there. It's the experience is very important. But everything is happening. You can study. You can do the job. You can do the business also. You can do everything. Otherwise, Gatikara also is uh, is Gatikara is doing what is the Gatikara doing? He's um, he have
One who makes
factory.
clay pots.
Yeah,
Yes.
making the clay pots factory. No, he's a businessman like that. No, but
Yes.
he have the blind mom and dad.
Yes.
He's going on. Cool down. No problem. No this. No ego is here. That's right. It's nice feeling. Yeah, system is working like a mirror, no? And you can see like a mirror. Nobody's see, but everything is there. But you're inside, not getting any, and not happening any pain or anything. No, not happen any pain.
loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. War's cruel grasp snatches childhood dreams. Innocent hearts bear the darkest schemes. Tears fall like rain in a world gone cold. Their laughter silenced, young stories unfold. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Schools turn to rubble, homes lost in fire. Fear grips their hearts, dreams expire. Refugee paths, a desperate plight. Childhood stolen in the dark of night. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Will heal the world. Will heal the world. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. War's cruel grasp snatches childhood dreams. Innocent hearts bear the darkest schemes. Tears fall like rain in a world gone cold. Their laughter silenced, young stories unfold. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Schools turn to rubble, homes lost in fire. Fear grips their hearts, dreams expire. Refugee paths, a desperate plight.
May Triple Shem bless you all. Welcome everyone. We worship our Ananse with so much gratitude and thank you, our Ananse. We talk about no self angle every day in different ways. It's the same thing we are trying to tell. Yesterday discussion also there were like some Dhamma friends were talking about things happened in day-to-day life. What's very important is whether you actually awaken from this dream or not. What do you think? Do you actually understand that body is not you? So body can react, bodily reactions can happen to anything. Mind reactions also can happen, right? Yeah, mind might work, body can work. But what is you? Is the body reaction you or the mind reaction you? None of these things are you. So what is you? This is the problem that we bring up every day. Did you find you? So this you is actually a power which maintains this, which has a, which is the production from, actually it's a creation from existence perception. Because we feel like existing, there's a power to exist, like tendency to exist. This power can actually get really bad if there's self-will. It's a different thing. You can kill, you can steal, you can do a lot of stuff. You can get so guilty, so angry, so jealous, so what else? So ill will towards others. Anything can happen if you are there. But the problem comes when I ask the question. Actually, Aranhanse asked this question much, a lot. Who are you? Did you find yourself? What's your strength? What's the vibration? So remember, we went back to the beginning and was trying to find out you. Sorry, myself. So if you can go to the beginning and find yourself, that would be great. But how can you go to the beginning? You would say, no, I can't because I'm now 8 years of age. How can I go backwards? Answer, you might ask, right? Well, actually, in one stimuli, you can go back. In the sense, you can, with the wisdom, you can actually go backwards and say, how do you know? So just imagine, daughter-in-law. Some talk came in Sinhala song. I was listening. There was a talk about a daughter-in-law. When did the daughter-in-law begin in your mind? When did the daughter-in-law, as soon as a son would come and say, I have a relationship, I'm going to get married. as soon as that happens, her daughter-in-law has come to the picture, right? that's the kind of the beginning now. But even before that, mother or father may be dreaming about a daughter-in-law. So how does the daughter-in-law word actually give you meaning? How did it give you a meaning? How did you feel that it is existing? If the just imagine actually father or mother was thinking about her daughter-in-law. If you go to the beginning of the daughter-in-law, there is one time that that you thought someone is a daughter-in-law, right? Yeah, that's okay. Now this is the daughter-in-law. So the daughter-in-law actually has started in your mind. So, but the thing is, when she is in front of you, do you feel that this is the daughter-in-law? Then your self-view is also there. If you feel that the daughter-in-law is in front of you, self-view is also there. If you really believe that the daughter-in-law is in front of you. And what about the things she does? Well, if you feel that she is doing them, and you are the culprit, or you are the one who is getting harassment from her, well, everything is happening according to our sensory organs. We have a collective effort of the 5 sensory organs, what is called mind. And what I'm trying to say is, outside, if you really feel as real, still yourself is also there. If the daughter-in-law is real, outside, you are also there. What about the perception? If you're looking at her, then there's a light, shadow of light, shape of a light, color, even though there's no name for that, there's some difference in colors also. That's the perception level. Is that true? Even that is not true. Why? Why? That is the function of the sensory organ. But then you might say, I know, yeah, but I feel something. What do you feel then? Feel side. Now this is completely in the feel side. What do you feel then? You say, no, but I know there's no daughter-in-law. I know there's no tree. I know there's no chair. But you can't say that I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing something. What is that? You feel something is there. How do you feel that? It's because of the vast vibration of the sensory organ. This feel side is completely different to the perception side. The problem is, there's a bit of a problem here, because usually the perception side is very strong. You can't exit the kind of the pierce the perception side, perception level. So always the duality is there. Because in feel side, there's no duality, it's a feel only. And when you interpolate this to the normal life, what you feel as that power, as soon as you exit in the sense, pierce the mind or the perception level, you can feel it. You can feel the sound. Better word for that. You're not hearing sound there, you're actually feeling the sound. So there, what you feel is your vibration, power. Because you can't feel a sound, you're actually feeling the power. That power, you fully realize Dhamma. that power is actually the fast vibration, speed of the sensory organ, speed of light or speed of sound. That is you. What do you think? So where is the daughter-in-law? Daughter-in-law is anyway in the mind. Daughter-in-law is the daughter-in-law existing in the mind. No. What is it there? If you're looking at her, it is a past vibration of the eye, isn't it? If you are hearing about her, it's a past vibration of the ear. If you're touching her, it's a fast vibration of the touch. That's all you feel. Then only you may experience the non-vibration. So this is an experience we talk about. But then after that, what's the insight you get? Full insight is there is never a self here. Why? This alive field was gone at that moment. Why the alive field was gone? That because the stimuli wasn't a thing. The stimuli isn't a thing. Well, you are not there. You thought you are there forever. You felt as you're living forever. You connected the dots and thought, I am so and so. I was like this in the past. I did the O-level, A-level, or the high school, the primary school, high school. Then you go to uni, and then got married, had kids, doing a job. And I'm living. That's the thing, isn't it? Can you actually talk about this? Do you feel like you're living? Well, that is the self-perception. Well, no one talks about this anymore because all the mothers in the Sinhala Som specifically, and sometimes in the English Som also, what they are trying to detect is whether I got angry, whether I got sad, whether I got jealous, whether I got very fearful, whether you can say I wasn't fearful, but I was there. That would be really good admission, because well, I wasn't fearful at all because I didn't feel that the actual the threat is outside. But still the perception is there, and the self-perception is also there. The duality is there. Just remember. So if you open the door and go to your garden, you might see stuff around you, don't you? There is a duality. That's all right. That's how it is. But is that true? No, that's not true. In the sense, you feel like you are standing in one corner of the garden and you feel like the whole the garden is outside. Is that true? No, it's not true. So what is it then? Yeah, there is a projection like that. But is the projection true? No. Then in a fraction of a second, you know that there are trees, the grass is growing, there is the mountain, there's the wind, there's coldness also if you're actually feeling the body. It's actually interesting how quick this eye works. In the sense, the vision. It's the fastest kind of. Vision works very fast. What does vision means? It's a function of the eye. Function of the eye is the kind of the fastest. Function of the eye is very specific. Human eye is also very specific. But if you take another eye of another human nose, just imagine there is 3 different people. The power is the difference actually. That's what I'm trying to say. The seeing can be normal, right? Okay, 3 people, I would say, I don't know, so also standing there. Normal person is also normal in the sense who has never heard Dhamma is also standing there. Someone who is in the path is also there. Someone in the path may be actually contemplating all these things, but for Advanced it doesn't matter. There is seeing, yes. Seeing is happening. There's no, the seeing doesn't fall outside or the inside. Seeing is happening. For someone who has never heard this Dhamma, seeing is fallen on both sides, outside and here. If you come out, suddenly there is a tree fallen already, then you might feel the difference. Otherwise, every day you feel like you are coming to the same garden, right? Yes. Is that true? No. These are tricky areas that you have to do your own research. You come and see the same mountain. Is that same mountain and I'm here? That's the problem. Just imagine you stayed in the same house, which is very unlikely, but if you stayed in the same house, you were a child and you looked at the mountain, you might feel like after you are 8 years, so you might feel like, yeah, that's the mountain and I'm 8 years of age now, but still the mountain looks similar. What do you think? It's existence perception, isn't it? Yeah. There's existence perception. Existence perception and the self-perception, they are just kind of two sides of one coin. If the existence perception is there, self-perception is anyway there. There's so much effort to maintain that existence perception. Because existence perception gives you the comfort zone. What did I say? Existence perception gives you the comfort zone. Actually, it just came. So there's a whole effort, like a very subtle. These things are very subtle because these are in the field. There is a effort to maintain the existence field. That's why when even the one cell organism or even a Brahman, when things start to change, there's that vibration. The vibration goes up. It's all in the field side. Can you imagine amoeba thinking, oh my God, I don't know what is going to happen to me. Why am I dying? Is that what happens into amoeba or to a Brahman? No, it just the field goes higher. The vibration goes stronger. Oh, actually, it's the lower ends then. So that's how actually they, even if they were in the Brahma level, how they end up in Niraya again. Because vibration becomes so strong, it becomes so towards the lower realms. Because there's innate feel of existence and innate power to maintain that, which is beyond thinking. I'm not talking about the thinking in amoeba. Amoeba also has this life here. I'm not thinking about the non-form form Brahma or the non-form also in some levels. But in non-form, there can be instances where you're like in a deep sleep, there's no vibration for a long time. Still, Lord Buddha says, if you have this vibration, even if it sleeps for 80 kalpas, so in the sense, doesn't manifest for, that's a good word, because sleep means you might feel like, there was a vibration, now it's sleeping, so no, that's not right. There's no manifestation. In the sense, manifestation is not happening for 80 kalpas, means a long time. Still, if the causes come together again, suddenly, there you are. Then the dots connect. So it's useless how long you spend without feel is useless, because the dots connect again once you start to feel. In the sense, feeling starts. So there is no you here. So this life here is a trap, kind of a trap. Why? Because existence field gives you the self field. When the existence field is fully realized that actually it's not existing, then only the ignorance will stop. Ignorance will stop. When you fully realize that the ignorance is actually this vibratory nature. Yes, ignorance is the vibratory nature. Uddacha is restlessness. It's the same, the vibratory nature. Mana is actually that vibration, power. Mana is the power. Have you felt your own power? Have you felt how restless that is? Have you felt how it is not there when the misunderstanding is not there? this vibration is not there when the when this whole misunderstanding is not there. So you know all about vibration. You actually live with it anyway. But at least once feel the non-vibration. That system, if a system has felt the non-vibration at least once, that is the Buddha Sasana. That is the department of Buddhism. If a system has felt Buddha status at least once, that's the person who will enter the stream. It may be just a fraction of a second, it's fine. Because these sensory functions are very fast anyway. Aranase has brought a 4-step program. He's doing it to help people to actually feel this non-vibration. First of that is outside is not real. Outside is a perception only. That is also very difficult. Because you see it, you see something, you hear something, you touch something. That's all you can do. You can smell and taste also. If you are smelling a tea, if you're drinking a tea, you might smell the tea as well. Or if someone is giving some biscuits, you might smell the biscuit. Or if someone might feel anything, doesn't matter. Feel side is all 3 of them are feel side. What? Smell, taste, touch, temperature. They're all in the feel side. Direct contact is there. Even though smell can be felt far from there, there's the particles which should reach this nose. Smell particles, small particles, which can't be seen. That's how you get the smell. Smell receptors should be activated to get the smell. The touch also. Sorry. Yeah, touch also, and also the taste also. But just imagine you have tasted pineapple before. You're standing in front of the pineapple. You haven't even touched it. You haven't cut it. You haven't done anything. Don't you know the taste of it? That is the perception. You know the taste already. If you have tasted it before, of course. You have the perception of the pineapple. You have the perception of taste of it, smell of it, touch of it, look of it, sound of it. Yes. As a perception side. Is that true? No, you didn't touch it. You didn't do anything. Is that true? Oh my God, it's not true. So what do you think is happening? It's a fast vibration of whatever the specific organ which is involved. Just imagine you are dying and you remembered your house. Like just it came to your mind. Just if you if you feel it real, you are at house, even though you're dying on the road. You are at that moment, you are at home. That's how this power works. And if it became a thing, yeah, definitely association of the house can happen, isn't it? But none of these perceptions which come to your mind, none of them are true. Not a single one. Even the light perception, if you see a light, is that true? No. No, that's not true. If someone did meditation and keep looking at a dot or a flame, they can also enter dhyana. What does that matter? You still have that perception. It can be suppressed for 80 kalpas, it doesn't matter. But you have that perception. It was true. In the beginning, it was true. That's how you entered the dhyana. Is this Dhamma something like that? No. No. This Dhamma is nothing like that. Because it's completely opposite of the concentration meditation. Can someone say that? No, nobody is saying that. No venerables are saying that properly because they don't know how to feel the non-vibration. Piercing one thought doesn't necessarily involve any dhyana. Because dhyana itself arises when you fully take one stimuli as real, whether it's breathing, whether it's whatever. So if someone says, I have experienced non-vibration in concentration meditation, be careful. Because only philosophy can take away your sakkaya ditthi. Only philosophy can take away your sakkaya ditthi. If the sakkaya ditthi is the wrong view is vanished, then that's all right. What you do is immaterial. Doesn't matter what you do after that, because nothing, you know that none of these things are actually you. You may be having, you may see things, you know that it is not true. You are listening to things, you hear things, you know that's not true. You touch things, you know that's not true. You smell things, you know that is not true. The smell itself is not true. As fast vibration, speed of the sensory organ you feel. It's a feel, yes, 100%. That's not even true. So what is true? Nothing. Then what's the problem? Nothing. No problem. So you live normally as normal as ever before. You go to the, I talked about 3 people standing. Go to the garden. Yes, you'll be seeing the garden as before. What's the difference? No difference. Only difference is there's no existence perception or the self perception. In Lord Buddha, even if he says wind from Kimbolwatnara, that is the place he was born. Wind from Kimbolwatnara is so good, feels good, he said. What does it say? He's saying something, isn't it? Is that true? Has he fallen into the trap again? No. We can say anything. We can see, we can hear, we can smell, we can taste, but is there you? But don't forget, I heard, long time ago when Aran started these sermons, another monk came and said, you are going to make people conceit, kind of ill will people. They will, the Sinhala word was kuhakya. Kuhakya, I think there are so many meanings, but maybe conceit or ill will or restlessness or whatever. Though that will be there, and people will act as good. No. Only one will know what is the inner feeling. This is not trying to prove to somebody else. You're not trying to prove to the teacher or the another one that your vibration is low or high. It's actually self-evident. What does it matter to anyone else? When you are dying, you are dying. No one can change your vibration, can they? No. No one can change that power, can they? No. If you're going to Nira, can someone stop it? No, don't go there, come here. Sometimes Lord Buddha actually tried some of the aspects, even, he makes a beautiful picture of himself and made them to feel good about it and made them a temporary heaven. But if the Dhamma is there, only that will matter. Dhamma is not there. Wherever the birth is, whatever the level of the vibration is, it's useless, because definitely it is going to get worse, not better, in the sense not towards non-vibration. So friends, so mothers, fathers, kids, it's very important to understand this Dhamma. There is nothing to prove to someone else. Because, we do good things, we expect the people to actually do something about it. We feel that someone will look up to you, someone will look after you, someone will remember what you did. No, nothing might happen like that. Still, what matters is what type of vibration you have, how heavy that is, or how light that is, or whether it is how close that is to the non-vibration. Has it become the non-vibration, or is it just close? So what action? Some direct actions are there, like anger, fear, jealous, deceit, malevolence, what else? Guilt, worry. They are all directly related to the self vibration. Well, directly, yes. How do you feel about your vibration? Have you detected your own vibration? Or are you still hovering around the perceptions? Can't you actually locate what made you to have this self-perception? What is the reason for self-perception? There's a reason for the existence perception, because they are together. They go hand in hand. The existence perception is there. Self-perception is anyway there. How would you even realize this? Only through Dhamma you can realize that the existence perception gives rise to self-perception. I mean, there's no time limit between that. It happens is a rule. Yeah, it happens. What happens? It happens. What does that mean? If the existence feel is there, self feel is there, you feel it. It's a feel. Friends, find it. Gave you the existence feel? What gave you the self feel? Gave you this power, the underlying current or the force of the elastic band. It's like an elastic band which is held very tightly. Just imagine an elastic band is held very tightly. Don't you have a innate inside tightness? Just become the elastic band and see. You can't just look at it and say anything, right? You don't know whether it is tightly held or not. If you just look at the middle, you can't. But become the elastic band and see what happens. What do you think? When you talk about the feel side, everyone gets like a bit startled because you're not tuned into that. Once you tuned into that, it's easy, but you have to tune into that. Because usually you are tuned into the outside world, in the sense that sensual world, because man is a sensual world always. So you are tuned into the usual, you are there, I am here kind of situation. That's the projection we have. We have five sensory organs. When they work together, new vibration, which is the mind. It works differently. It works as a new, it works as a new organ. There's no place for that. There's nothing organ called mind. People actually ask questions keeping that it as a something. It's not something. It's actually new vibration. Kind of it acts as a new vibration from other 5 vibrations. So if you take the pineapple, it's a thought, right? It's duality that pineapple is on the table and I'm here is the normal phenomena for a sensual world. And another normal thing for the sensual world is the ability to touch, ability to taste, ability to smell. These are very primitive, kind of primitive senses. But you fully realize that actually touching them or tasting them or smelling them, even though they are direct effects, even though we felt that's a direct effect, that also is another, just a perception. It's the same vibration you felt, same self-perception you felt, same power that you felt. When you look at something, it's the same power that is working. That's the thing. It's the same power that is working. Even if a thing comes to your mind, the same power that works. What matters is not the body part doing. What matters is not the thought part doing. What matters is whether this vibration is going down to 0. So do you think that thing that Venerable said that little bad people will be acting as normal? No. If the vibration is going down, there's no anger, no conceit, no worry, no guilt, no hurting someone, no stealing from someone, no harming someone. No, because if you are harming someone, you're harming yourself. You know that it's a perception in your own mind. The harm is that itself is brought by the self-perception, self-view. Actually, when self-view stabilizes, only these things arise because you're trying to protect yourself. Even when the self-view is not there, the self-perception and the self-vibration is still there a little bit. All that massive amount of defilements are gone. Why? Because this momentum is not there. This happened to me, this happened to me, this happened to me, this I am poor, that person is very rich. This can't be. I have to be rich as well. That person is free. I have to be free as well. If you fully realize that these are all the thoughts and thoughts are not real, they are kind of perceptions. The perception world is also not true. It's kind of a feel, and feel is also not true. What bothers you? Nothing bothers you. What can bother you? Nothing can bother you. In the sense, even your vibration can't bother you. It's the thing that what matters is what matters is How would you know that the wind is there? I can see the trees, the branches are moving slightly. That's how we know that the wind is there. Otherwise, there's no definition of wind, isn't it? You're not out there, you can only see. So you're not actually feeling the wind in the skin, but you're seeing the wind. How do you see the wind? Because the branches are moving. That's how you got the perception that the wind is there. So actually, has wind been there? No, wind is a perception. Same way the self is a perception that you have. It's not. But because you feel something, it's like a thing which get reconfirmed or reinforced all the time, because you feel the touch, you feel the taste, you feel the smell, you feel the light, you feel the smell, sound. So the misunderstanding goes on. So what happens if you're fully aware? Well, this nothing happens. What is going down is your own vibration, the power to maintain this system. When the power to maintain this system is going down, nothing much. Normal human being acting as normal, very, because the self vibration is not there. Because the self vibration is not there, the actual power is slowly coming to zero. The power is zero, then you can become the other person very easily. You can do whatever you can do with them. Because you are not there, you don't want anything, you can do whatever they need. But the most kindness is trying to get them to the non-vibration, because vibration hurts. Vibration not just hurts at that moment, it hurts for the whole samsaric journey. Vibration is just carrying you on with ignorance. Vibration and power, they go hand in hand. The avidya tanha, they go in hand. As ignorance and craving, they go hand in hand. If the existence field is there, or like it is there, that power is also there. So if you slowly understand this Dhamma and actually feel it one day, your path begins. What path? This vibration. You synchronize to the non-vibration for a fraction of a second. That is good enough for you to stop the path. That's a stream enterer. You became the non-vibration for a moment, then you know what it is. You know the vibration, you know the non-vibration. That's where the path begins. That's where the asvaksha jnana begins. That is knowing about your own vibration, feeling your own vibration and feeling the non-vibration. You have the marga jnana, the phala jnana. As you know about the path, you know about the fruition level. To fully be aware about the non-vibration, if someone has not gone to the non-vibration level, you can't call it the fruition level. So there are 4 fruition levels in Dhamma, but it doesn't matter. What matters is whether this first step has been consolidated or not. Then it consolidates you're fully aware what your vibration is. You're fully aware about that power. You're fully aware about the gap between that and the non-vibration. And journey begins. What journey? Non-vibration journey begins. You start doing things without you. You start thinking without you. You start trying to achieve the non-vibration without you. You start working, in the sense, actions without you. There'll be actions without you. And there will be actions, there will be work, walking without you. There will be thinking without you. There will be smelling without you. There will be seeing without you. There will be touching without you. There will be a meditative state without you. There will be awareness without you. There will be a wisdom actually without you. And you might feel the non-you or non-self might become the non-self. That's the end of that path. Can take a long time, but it begins from the non-vibration experience. If the non-vibration experience has not happened, your path has not begun, because you don't know what vibration, what power you are actually trying to overcome. You don't know anything. You are like a person lost in the sea. You're trying to find out the side which you have to. You may be actually swimming towards the deeper sea because you can't understand which side is the deeper sea. Just imagine you were dropped into the deep sea. You don't know which side to swim because you can't see the both sides. When you look at it, you feel like you don't see the actual land. So you will be just swimming, and sometimes you're swimming towards the deeper sea. Sometimes you're swimming towards, and you might get tired and you might lose this system as well, the human system, and then the story is over because lower realms can't do this anyway. Even the higher realms can't do this anyway. It's only human system which can capture this non-vibration. What do you think? How do you feel about this? Are you ready to actually find out what this is? Then drop all your ideas. Just take it easy. This take it easy is not easy. Let it go is not easy because we try to do that. So this is not what we mean. You losing you is an art. That art, Lord Buddha said, you can't take it too harsh, too strongly. You can't even release it that much either. So there is a balance between lot of things. You can't go into meditative states. You can't. The question last night was also, do you know the non-vibration? Do you feel that? Have you ever felt the non-vibration? Have you ever felt the vibration of your system? It's mainly your system. After you become the non-vibration only, you can fully become the other person's vibration. Until such time, there are gaps. But first and foremost, the most important aspect of this Dhamma is entering the path fully, really. That is where the self-view is shattered without doubts. How does the without doubts come? Without doubts mean you know your own vibration. You know the non-vibration, and you know that slowly it is coming down. There's no misunderstanding. Suddenly a nurse is putting a cannula and you get angry. You're not like, oh, I thought I will never get angry. Not in a sad situation like that. What is a sad situation there? Not knowing what is happening. So everyone, if you hear this Dhamma, your vibration will be felt really properly, because you don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes you don't know what you're doing, and sometimes you don't know what you're thinking. You don't know what seeing is, you don't know what hearing is, you don't know what touching is, what the smelling is, the taste is, tasting. These things are irrelevant actually. What happens is actually irrelevant. What does matter is how much strength is this self vibration. And if it is coming down, that's all it matters. So the reactions of the body and the mind is irrelevant. If the vibration is coming down, that's if you're fully aware about your own vibration, then if you know that vibration is coming down, you know how much to go, kind of fully aware. You're not a person who is lost in the sea. Lost in the sea. You're not the person who is lost in the in Amazon. So hopefully you all can come to the discussion, and if you are a Sinhala language speaker, you can join 7 o'clock or the 5 o'clock in the morning. Aranahan says there, discuss with him about how bad your vibration is or how good your vibration is. It's actually it's a bit tricky when I say that, but anyway, open up about your questions. If you are English speaking someone only, then you can join Sri Lanka time 3 to 5. We are holding a discussion in English as well about the non-vibration. It's a chance that you have got once in lifetime. Chance is not to see the Niagara Falls, not to see the Himalayas, not to see the Titanic under the sea. That's not the lifetime chance. To feel your own vibration and the feel the non-vibration is the lifetime chance. So take it, take the challenge, and we all hope you release the non-vibration. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ara and Mahansa, for your noble guidance. We worship you every day. Thank you so much. And may Triple Gem bless you all.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. And welcome to the 24-hour Buddothpado English Dharma talk. First of all, let's all worship our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for his immense kindness and sharing this beautiful message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with utmost effort with the entire mankind. Actually, as you listen to these sermons every day, this is the Dhamma of dependent origination, or the cause and effect Dhamma. This is the opportunity for every one of us to liberate from the action and effect ground, because from the birth, from the time actually that we came to know that there is some Dhamma exists, maybe at the age of 5, 6, when we were made to send to Dhamma schools or Sunday schools or any kind of sermons, whatever the religion, not just as Buddhists, as Islamics, Christians, Hindus, whatever the label on our birth certificates. We were told to perform good actions. We were told to be good. We were told that if you do good, you will experience good. That is, if you perform good karmas, the results will be good. So we grew up with those beliefs. It is all good to be it's all good to be good and do meritorious things. And specifically, if we pay attention to this Buddhist philosophy, Lord Buddha actually 2500 years ago, having fulfilled perfections for incalculable number of eons, revealed this never heard before Dhamma to the world. That is the non-existence of a self and an external world. That impermanence of phenomena. But the with the time, when there weren't people who could grasp this message through penetrative insight. This true message disappeared from the world. And the Buddhist philosophy, this true Dhamma, also the message was distorted, and we practiced Buddhism rather, as with the strong belief of this action and effect phenomenon. So you may also have that experience. We started offering flowers, incense, lighting lamps, offering this water, and then uh, all food and all types of offerings were made. Then chanting all gathas to offer flowers, offer incense, offer lamps or light, offer food and water. So we were chanting. However, what we were doing was we were paying gratitude to our that great wisdom known by the world as Light of Asia, Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse. But we were paying gratitude. Actually, we didn't know. We never experienced his Dhamma at that time. Just as a practice, just as a ritual, we organized alms when we became adults. We organized alms givings. We organized spirit chanting ceremonies, and we made donations. We contributed to build dwellings for monks, and we actively participated in Katina ceremonies where this specific annual robe was offered to a certain son of Buddha, certain Bhante, who strictly adhere to Buddhist the rules and regulations recommended by Lord Buddha, those to maintain the discipline. Uh, so who has specifically made those sacrifices over the 3 months, the period of rain. So after that, this specific robe, which is considered the highest meritorious deed for Buddhists in that conventional belief, typical Buddhist belief system. So we did all those. However, we are so grateful to everyone, all those Bhantes, Theros, nuns, and those who wrote scriptures, those who uh, delivered sermons, because that is how we got the message that once there was someone who revealed the truth, ultimate truth to the life, called Gautama Buddharajanan Mahansi. So that was the background, that was the level of practices that we all had. But gradually, fortunately, still there are people, there are wise people who who sacrificed their whole life to discover the exact truth. They actually, if we listen to the initial motivation gained by these, especially our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Arya Mahansi, what he says is having everything around, all because money, the properties, the social recognition, everything a lay person would look for. Still, he felt as if something is missing. There was some void in life, some emptiness. So he got that motivation and he got the message of, uh, I mean, by visiting all the meditation centers, I mean, more in, in Sri Lanka. He went out of the country because he emphatically says he still does that research. So, journey towards Nibbana is definitely a long-term research that one should do through, I mean, one should do to explore one's own mind. Explore in the sense not an existing mind, explore the nature of mind, creation of mind, and then the truth of mind. Because mind, in other words, is the self, this notion of self, this existence field actually arises with the arising of the mind consciousness. So that is why Lord Buddha simply said, Chittena niyati loko chittena parikassati. The mind is the forerunner of everything, or this world gets created in one's mind. So this is the true message, and actually the fact that there is no external world, neither a self. So this sense of self or self vibration, self perception, self view, we talk about different levels of it, and then the world that gets created as a result of these sense faculties, and actually the feeling, the subtle knowing that they exist permanently. So these are the points, specific areas that the one who walks the path of Nibbana, path towards Nibbana, should explore, should research about. And right now, what our spiritual teacher mostly pays attention to is whether one has really felt one's own nature. So that it's worth focusing on that. So one should feel that there is suffering, there is burning, there is how whether you feel as if a strong self view is there or a strong self perception is there. But with mind, of course, it is difficult to talk about the self vibration. But however, in general terms, that is the feeling that I exist, or I mean my concept, not as a concept, but within, internally, that inner feeling, that inner knowing that everything happens to me and I exist. So identifying your own nature, although we do not encourage you to believe that there is someone called you or I at the basic level. We use, I mean, all these words we use, the terms used in mundane world, because we cannot talk about Dhamma without that. First, we have to face the reality. We have to basically start from where we are. So by now, what what is there is we have made this world real. Now we have lived, we believe we lived for like 40, 50, 60, whatever the number, some period. And we believe that we were born to the world at some point. And we believe that our parents, mother gave birth to us. And then we grew up with siblings, or if you are not the only child, and then you went to a school, you gained education, then probably you got the job, however you, then before that you, some people went to the universities, they got degrees, all qualifications, some got qualifications while being in service. So we have then getting married, having children. So that is the experience. I mean, that is the story of 95, 96 people out of 100. So, but we believe that, oh, we are unique. We have a different story. Must be other person has some suffering, but I'm doing well. So that is the belief we have. We go to judgments. Because mind creates beautiful stories for us. And suffering for us was only the suffering that we experience when we are critically ill, or when we face with an accident, when our children suffer basically. If you have children, when our parents suffer, or when the parents pass away, or any loved one pass away, when we separate from our loved ones, our partners. Also, we have a list of, um, list of things known as suffering, the situations that give us suffering. So, the is actually that is the world of ignorance. That is, that you don't have to be a Buddhist to experience that. You don't have to be don't have to listen to Buddhist philosophy to know that. That that is told by, that is the experience of anyone who do not have any exposure to Dhamma. Hinduism, Islam, or Christian, Buddhism, whatever, someone who has no experience with. Now, having a religion is always good. You will spend a kind of disciplined, organized, cultured life, acceptable life. That is not the point. Even if someone doesn't have any exposure to any religion, will experience the things that we have experienced. So, what Lord Buddha showed us was something that goes beyond the manifest level of suffering, or this I so-called suffering that we experience daily. So this is worth looking into. This is worth experiencing. And then I told you that it's important to understand one's own nature. So I will talk about that through my experience so that you will also be able to get this message. What our spiritual teacher means by telling you should know your own nature. Now, if I tell you my story, it is very important. There's nothing to hide. So um, when I was born, um, I was the only child of the family until I was 5. So I was like having all attention, all uh, affection, love and kindness, then recognition, everything. I was petted and pampered for 5 years alone, especially by my grandparents. And then a sister was born, and that sister was so fair and pretty, but I was so dark. I'm really dark in complexion, and that sister was very fair. So all the attention given to me was diverted to that newborn. And honestly speaking, uh, people, because I was born in a village, people always, I mean, who we have a culture of, I mean, visiting a newborn, all relatives, then neighbors, the villagers, all, I mean, visit this newborn with gifts. Point of criticism. Those most of them were ignorant. Actually, I'm talking about 70s. So 1970s. At that time, the I don't know the psychology. Where was that psychology even? I didn't get that attention. So what Krista said, oh, now this one is so pretty, and they were telling she was like my mother, and I am dark, just like my father. So I actually was neglected, and I was like gradually developing some stubbornness. Some stubbornness. I was no longer the sweet, loving child after that. I grew, I mean, I had all, I mean, basic needs, but that I lost that attention and recognition. So with that, I grew this system actually, although I use the word I, grew uh, kind of became stubborn, and I sort of as a child, what happened was that childhood, the bad experience, bad experience in the sense all good to have a sister to play with and all, that's very good. But within me, I had lot of sorrow, sadness, unexplainable sadness for being so dark while my sister being so fair. And it was never spoken. I didn't come out with that, but I grew up with that pain. So I became an attention seeker after that. Now I lost the attention of the parents. I mean, I don't know how fair it is to say this. I got everything. Um, I mean, the food, all clothing, all requirements were given, but I felt that I am being kind of discriminated. Even they didn't know that they are doing that. It is somehow the things were like that. Things turned out to be that. then this affected my childhood, teenage years, and also as an adult also, but I became an attention seeker. So now also when a spiritual teacher talks about now you must be wondering where is Dhamma in this story, but still what I wanted to emphasize is these habitual formations. These experiences have some impact uh, on the later life also. It is also medically also proven, psychologically it's proven, but in Buddhism, of course, these habitual formations goes beyond this life in the mundane world. These 40 or 50 years. Here, in Buddhist philosophy, uh, the beauty is these habitual formations goes, I mean, back to several eons, kalpa, because we are in an unending cycle of life ending. So from, I mean, our system, this human system, unless and until one becomes fully awakened to the truth, we only see these 40 or 50 years that we have spent. So my point is, you have to reflect on your life to identify your nature. Because identifying your nature now, since we live in such a competitive world, never ending competition, busy world, ever changing world, so much governed by technology, we do not have to reflect on our own life. So at least if you are on holiday, if you have some free time, it's worth reflecting on the period that you believe you spent. Actually, we don't talk at all about. If you listen to other Dhamma friends' sermons and even what I have done previously, we don't talk about existing life or existing self. But still, to face the reality, understanding one's own nature is important. So my reflections on this life is shared with you, since it is the uh, regular topic, regular advice given to us by our spiritual teacher. Try to understand your nature. And then whatever I do, the subtle feeling arises that I am the important person, because that I lost that recognition, maybe, or maybe that characteristic comes from the sansaric vibration. However, subtle feeling that I should be the prominent figure. Now, that happens. I mean, even we don't know how. Now, I appreciate. Now, just imagine in the career. So, I'm a teacher. So, another teacher is really performing well. I am not jealous. Appreciate that, but still within me, inside, knowing inside that is actually in a way the self-perception, egoism, nothing but I am the best feeling is there. Even in the Dhamma path, when someone is trying to explain a point, not the spiritual teacher, someone within me arises, no, I know that better than this one. I know that. So it comes up all the time. So that is actually mm, wherever I go. Now, maybe children, I have children now. When they talk about maybe now, let's say my son is talking about the mother-in-law. So within me, some aversion arises now. I should be the cynosure of all talk. I am the best. I am the most important. So that was actually, you should be so vigilant about how the thoughts flow to discover these. Otherwise, this is really difficult to discover them even though it happens in this system. It is really, really challenging to identify unless someone asks you to identify, because this happened, this reflection uh, happened due to the persuasion of our spiritual teacher. He always says, identify your nature. Where is this ego? Where is this self-perception? Or what are your habitual formation? Because if we are going to eradicate self-perception, if we are going to liberate from self-perception, we should know the level of self-perception one has. So now we actually do daily, weekly Dhamma programs we conduct. So there are maybe 2 or 3 presenters. So within me, when someone else is presenting, always there is some subtle, it's not of obvious, I mean, no one knows. I may speak so kindly, but within me, no, I am the one who does it properly. When I explain, the listeners are getting this. So that kind of ignorant knowing that which is a result of this strong self-perception is there. So this self-importance, there is no other way to get rid of it than discovering it. So when you discover, when you know that there is something like that, that gradually diminishes. When you talk about your level of self-perception, that that what is kind of stuck, Aryan say, actually our spiritual teacher always uses the word, you are stuck there. It is, you are in a frame, you are in a, because as long as that subtle need is there, we try to maintain certain image to be important. Whatever happens, I mean, this cannot be judged from the way someone behaves, right? You may still choose branded items, you may still choose proper things, you will still have a decent life. This is not to say that you have to go to the street without anything. I mean, letting go everything. This is not the letting go of those material stuff, because when you listen to true Dhamma gradually, the attachment to material stuff definitely that goes away easily. that is where you liberate from this sensual world. That is, you may still use them, you may still do your job, work, perform the family commitments, attend to family commitments, and do everything. But the best, beautiful example given very recently in this ground revelation Dhamma talk is you may walk without feeling the heaviness of your footsteps. Like you wouldn't feel like walking without feeling that you are uh, moving your legs and you are placing your feet on the ground. That kind of, I mean, so uh, much lightness, having everything. You may do your job, you may uh, attend family events, you will travel, you will organize alms givings, you will observe sin if you really need, do everything, but with so much lightness. So that, I mean, that is actually how one would associate with the sensual worlds when one matures in the path, but actually the understanding one's nature. So there, so that was my, I mean, uh, problem. My problem. So now I feel that it's just getting weaker and weaker, that need to be important. So I actually, it is important to be vigilant about the thought flow, how the mind creates illusion and mind arises in certain situations. The thought pattern. So this Dhamma is to be discovered through yourself, not not to be found from the external entities. So it is actually when you focus on the thought pattern, not as a person, actually we that some awareness arises, some awakening happens. So when you are awakened to explore your own mind, it also becomes a habit. And you will see how these thoughts flow and uh, how the mind actually uh, deceives you, creates this illusion. So it is easy, it makes the journey towards Nibbana easy because it is the level of self-perception will be self-evident to you. How much self-importance is there? Or it could be the other side also. Now, in the English Zoom discussion, actually, I always remind you to participate in these Zoom discussions. This Dhamma is not a specific, although we call it Buddhist philosophy. Why this Buddothpado Dhamma platform? The platform is really important is it's so practical. It's all about our day-to-day life incidents. There is no place to start, no place to end even. We don't talk about the journey that starts at some point and ends to be ended at some point. Every day now actually it's really beautiful we talk about the Zoom discussion, English Zoom discussion, actually led by Buddothpado, our Aryan Vahanse, our spiritual teacher, and led by Dr. Kokila, a senior practitioner. It's really interesting. If you attend it once, you will feel how beautiful, because now we we are like, now we are kind of middle-aged people, but like mm, nursery children sometimes. Honestly, we expose our real self there, because one day we ask a very deep concept about a deep concept. Next day we ask a very childish or silly question. So that is because when you don't have that, what I told about the self importance, so that's ego, to when it goes away, you feel so relaxed that there is nothing to hide. There is nothing to hide. So actually, uh, some people say, okay, even I can say I started listening to Dhamma for the first time during the period of COVID. Actually, we got long holidays at that time when I was uh, looking for a sermon. This just popped up. But at that point, I listened to this. Thereafter, I just deviated and I didn't continue. Maybe from 21, I started listening to them regularly. But even if you start listening to it today, you will realize, I mean, there is no big difference, because we don't know about the level of understanding, level of experience. This experience is not the Dhamma experience. Experiences how much suffering you have felt, how much, I mean, like how much uh, good incidents, how many good incidents in life. So, I mean, exciting events or so joyful events. So, that is this Dhamma all about. Because if we have to um, realize, explore how those things became real to us, and how we feel that we lived at those moments, and how do we feel we live right now, how do we feel we are going to live for another 20, 30 years. So it is all about us. So this English Zoom discussion that happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. No, general Australian time. Now there is a variation of time due to seasonal changes in some counties, but still Sri Lankan time 3 to 5. So you can, sorry, figure it out. It's extremely important. It's a really very open platform. Nobody kind of tries to. Now, I told you previously this attention seeking thing and the feeling that I know everything. That actually, when I discovered that, uh, it gradually faded. Now, um, I mean, that is why now I know why our spiritual teacher always asks us to identify your nature. Identify your nature. Now again, I have this. I have identified. look for comforts in the sense, yeah, I know that it's also a very subtle thing. Um, Looking forward to the best. So that is also again the self. It is the self perception. The person who looks for the best in the sense, not the recognition that I am talking about right now. Uh, Looking for now, if there are two entities, let's say simply while shopping, there are two t-shirts. They look the same. The materials look the same. No difference. But still, the prices are different. Prices are different. So within, there is a subtle feeling, oh, I should go for the expensive one. Don't know that maybe that that previous perception comes up. The expensive things are better. So that actually not the mind. I actually cannot analyze whether it's the mind that decides, uh, but still, I don't say it's the mind because at once it happens without any judgment, seeing it happens. So when we identify our nature, those, I mean, those defilements, that self perception that dances up and down, um, shows us a big illusion, and actually rather than showing us a big illusion makes us dance up and down. It's the self perception, honestly, that makes us involved in a big performance, makes us to be actors in a big film. So these self realizations, along with Dhamma, or this that happens as a result of Dhamma. We never worried about all these. I mean, though I use the word, it's not that we worry now either, but we were unaware of this system before, that it is a system that functions. The strong self view was there, who was, I mean, upset about being dark, who had a very pretty sister, who was kind of somewhat neglected by the parents with the birth of the pretty sister. So that strong self perception, self view, and in later life, who actually uh, the system that really wanted to be the first or the best, or to, I mean, all-knowing person, all-knowing person loses power. So that is the diminishing of the gradual diminishing of the self power. So this Dhamma empowers you, empowers, I can't say you even, empowers the, if I use that, it empowers you definitely, but it, it results in a rising of wisdom, certain wisdom, certain awakening to the, to see the mechanism of the mind and the sense faculties. How the jealousy, subtle level, how the jealousy arises. Why, I mean, when someone uh, is carrying a beautiful handbag, why and how you feel that I should also have something like that. Or when someone uses a latest car model or car, um, how do you feel that you should buy the same? All these, I mean, or how, even though you have a lot of, I mean, problems, why do you hide them from, I mean, why don't you share such things? Why don't you seek help from your immediate friend even? What makes you, what prevents you from uh, being open with your immediate circle at least? That is, I mean, there will be lot of numerous examples. So just as our spiritual teacher always reminds, just try to discover the level of self-perception, your nature. Think, I mean, you need to have some calmness also. Initially, when he asked about the level of self-perception or what your nature, I, actually I went blank because we had never thought about, we had never reflected, we never had time to understand and to explain, though I have these, I mean, this is how I feel, this is me. So we had answered, I mean, that question, can you just explain you? We would have told I'm into this, I'm good at this, I'm bad at this. You know, in interviews, we have what's your background? We have answered that question so many times. But in this Path to Nibbana platform, Buddothpado platform, when the spiritual teacher questions, can you explain your nature? We would get kind of flabbergasted. I mean, we had never thought about that. We didn't know we had those. After a lot of contemplation, after, uh, I mean, when we had that meditative kind of mind, that calmness, tranquility, only these things can be seen also. So it is really, really important to uh, reflect on our own actions, thought pattern, and how not we actually, it is the system that reacts. You will understand it when you listen to these sermons further. But understanding true nature of the self is the only way to get rid of or to make this self perception fade away gradually, because it loses power. As I told you that I had the nature of seeking the attention and to the feeling that I am the best, I am the most important, that ignorant, subtle feeling, it loses, actually it has lost power. When such misconceptions, or actually the the strength of the self perception diminishes, you experience lot of relaxation. You feel kind of it's okay situation. Whatever happens, the person is not there to worry about. That worrying person disappears. Repenting person disappears. Even though such things arise, Dhamma then and there liberates you from that. Because that is why the Lord Buddha's word Janato Passato is so true. Once first you should know it, then you will feel it. That is the truth. So what I wanted to the message that I wanted to pass is uh, there is no proper time to start listening to Dhamma. That is, I mean, although some people have listened to it 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, it doesn't matter. If you listen to this message today, if you join it today with that understanding, you become a part of this team. You are never late to start. You are never late to start. From the moment you join, you listen, uh, you will get the proper guidance. Definitely, that will be the end of this story, end of suffering. So it becomes self evident. That is the truth. So, with lot of gratitude to our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, I wind up my talk today, and uh, please reflect on yourself and try to discover the level of self perception and how the thought pattern flows, and uh, how the level of suffering, that itself is the level of suffering. Level of self perception is nothing but the level of suffering. May the noble triple gem bless you all, and I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. Everyone, Saranaya.
will understand how lucky you were and how rare it was. Then you will understand how it is very difficult to understand the true message. When you listen many Dhamma sermons presented in different ways, a question can naturally arise within you about whether this is the true Dhamma. Such thoughts appear according to your own experience in insight, meditation, or the level of wisdom you have developed, or if you have developed Vidarshana meditation with practicing by seeing about this system. According to those levels, you might understand, you might even feel that this Dhamma is spoken in the time of the Buddha does not seem similar to the sermons you usually hear. And suspicion may arise as through the Dhamma has been distorted, because you can hear so many words through Buddothpado Dhamma sermons. Sometimes our noble friend Aryan Vahanse is explaining using different kind of words like self-vibration, non-vibration condition, like that. When you hear these words, you might feel confused and wonder what they are talking about. So, using those words, try to explain this true message, what Lord Buddha has preached to this world, without any Pali words. Sometimes when we try to explain these things to our relatives, we realize how difficult it is for them to understand. Then we can clearly see how strongly ignorance has trapped the mind, holding it in place. It is very hard to wake them up from this dream. In the same way, you might naturally feel a doubt rising within you about this inner rising of wisdom, what we keep explaining as a state that is free from the mind, or the state of Buddha. Still, we sometimes hear Dhamma venerables say that the Buddha attain enlightenment by seeing his past life through meditation. They think like that way. That is why they are trying to see their past life through concentration, meditation, to realize Nibbana, to become to liberation. We can hear the Dhamma explained in many, many different ways. Actually, we has experience. We also were trapped in those points, and we were practice those days. Those kind of teaching. Some Dhamma teachers or venerables advise you to stay in the present moment and watch the mind without going into the past or the future, and keep a stable state your mind. Like that way, this guidance is helpful, but it often does not explain that there is no self-vibration in the present moment to accept as a real me. They teach you to keep the mind from running here and there and to hold it in the present moment, but they may not see that the mind is still taking its object as something real, and that this creates two extremes, like an inner self and outer world. When this happens, we cannot clearly see that we are still caught in ignorance. That's what happened. But you might practice that way. Anyway, if you are seeking for true Dhamma, in some point you will realize that you are trapping in that point. It's arising within you. Also, some Dhamma venerables also encourage you to keep repeating words like anicca, dukkha, anatta, every moment when arising mind object in your mind, to hold or to keep a stable state in your mind. But without seeing that the mind object itself is not real, and without realizing the non-vibrational state. This practice cannot lead to true understanding. I gave these two examples because when we were seeking for true Dhamma, we could find those kind of teachings, and we were practiced like that way, but we never couldn't find the truth in fast. When you are passing those steps, you will realize one day what we are talking here, and why this Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is making great effort to give this message to this world. One day you will realize it. But you can reflect on Dhamma and ask yourself if that if you can practice like that way. You can ask yourself, if that is so, then how did noble ones like Sopak, Sunita, Vishaka, or Dharuchirya realize the true Dhamma? Have you ever heard that they spend long period in meditation trying to see their past life, like 7-year-old Sunita, Sopaka, those children, or Vishaka? Have you ever heard in the Buddhist philosophy when you were learning? No, never. We didn't learn like that way, or we never heard. You can also understand why the Samma Sambuddha first taught the Dhamma of dependent origination to his 5 teachers. It was not about past life stories, but about seeing the nature of suffering and the way it arises here and now. Because those teachers had experience about the concentration meditation. But in the Buddha's time, people like Patachara, Sunita, Sopaka, Angulimala had no prior knowledge of the Buddha's teaching, like Abhidhamma or with Pali language. The Buddha patiently explained how this whole system of existence work and how these 6 senses arise in and pass in away in this very moment. About this ignorance. How does suffering arise because of this ignorance? If there is something real to hanging on with that, then the suffering arises in this very moment. Because if there is something real, then there is a person who creates greed, hatred, delusion. Another thing, they were not educated scholars. They had not mastered concentration meditation, and they certainly did not hold anything like a modern PhD. They were simple, innocent people living ordinary lives. They were very simple, innocent people. This shows us that prajna or wisdom arises from within, not only in the educated or intellectually trained. It goes far beyond academic learning. Today we study many subjects and can even become a professor, but that is mainly gathering information, analyzing and developing human skills. I think it's belongs to, it's based on one subject. It's also information gathering in your whole life to become a professor or educated person. I'm not telling that you don't want any qualifications or you don't want um, improve your educations, but you need to do those things, but with realizing the Dhamma, then you are not trapping in this ignorance. So the Buddha explained a Dhamma that goes far beyond that. This is why the Buddha called it a Prajna Sasana, a teaching for those who are ready to awaken wisdom. Even if you have a highly advanced academic career, it can still be difficult to understand the real meaning of Dhamma. When the mind is filled with accumulated knowledge, theories, and lots of information, it becomes overloaded with concepts that are taken as real. This can make it harder to see things as they truly are. After you have formed big, strong frame around you by gathering knowledge, it's very, very hard to break. Your mind never allowed to break it. It doesn't like to break it. Even if you have not passed O-level, or even if you have never been to school, you can still understand this Dhamma in great depth. It depends on your prajna or wisdom or your inner wisdom. Academic learning is not a requirement for seeing the truth. What matters is the clarity of the hearts, the openness of the mind, and the ability to look directly at experience without distortion. It is the ability to see your system and how these six senses are working. If you have an ability to see yourself, if you have an ability to find out about yourself, then you will realize, then you will start to understand about yourself. And if not, if you focus in outside, if you focus about the knowledge taken from outside, you never can realize, or you never can understand about yourself, about your system, how this system is working, or why you were born as a human. You never can understand how important and how rare this very rare life. That truth actually already exists within you. That is the wisdom, the very state the Buddha realized, but it is covered by ignorance. And that veil is what prevents us from seeing it clearly. They cannot understand the self they have created, the self perception they hold as me. You may think I am a good person, I am a kind, well-educated person. So someone might think I have a good knowledge of Dhamma, I offer dana, I observe sil, I do many wholesome things, I collect so many merits in this life, then I never go into in the hell to the hell. I am a good person, then I am straight away going to the heaven after death. You might think like that way. You may not realize, you may not understand how very scary in this cycle of samsara. Even if you earn more merits, or even if you were a good person, that is the big super ego stay within you. That is the scary part in this cycle of samsara. But we never think those points. This is the subtle trap created by our idea of self. We create an identity and then hold on to it, thinking it is real. But the Buddha taught that this very idea of a fixed me is the root of suffering. It is, of course, good for this peaceful world if you are at least a harmless and kind person, even if you are not trying to end suffering or escape samsara. Simply living without harming others is already a blessing to this world. It is very important. Even if you are not seeking for true Dhamma, at least you can live in without harming others. But for those who are truly seeking liberation, those who wish to realize Nibbana, you must understand the crucial points, very subtle points that you are trapping in. The tangle lies in the self-view, the subtle identity we create and clinging to. Unless this is understood, the path cannot open for you. Those who truly understand the Dhamma becomes naturally compassionate, kind, gentle, and soft-hearted. All these qualities arise within you. Yet nothing in the world feels real or worth clinging to. Their only priority is to share the Dhamma with others out of great metta. That is why that is the highest gift one can offer to another. That is why this noble friend and the old Dhamma friends are making great effort to give this message to this world, because they can see how this cycle of samsara is very dangerous, and how you are trapping into this dangerous cycle of samsara. That is why these old Dhamma friends are making great effort to spread this message. But when even a single moment of understanding arises in this Dhamma, you will realize what the greatest gift truly was. Nothing in this world can compare to the gift of Dhamma. Sometimes we even become attached to listening to Dhamma without realizing it. We enjoy the calm and a peaceful feeling it brings, and we think that is enough. But simply feeling calm is not the goal. For a moment, until you listen to the Dhamma, you might feel peaceful within you. But that is not the Nibbana. That is not the freedom. If we look very carefully, we cannot truly divide experience into name and form, because what we call name is already intertwined with the appearance of form. The moment form appears, the mind immediately overlays naming, recognition, and interpretation. So we only think that name and forms are separate, but in direct experience, when you experience in this very moment, they arise together, as you will understand, as one process. For one who has not understood the Dhamma, the world appears as external and internal, as Ajjatta Bahita, and inner self here and outer world out there. We all trapped inside our own view and concepts. This is why the Lord Buddha pointed to Ajjatta Bahita, inner and the outer world. Why it says like that, both sides? Because we are always trapping in this ignorance because of those extremes. What truly matters is seen both clearly and correctly. Everyone thinks that the image they see is solid and real, and that it truly exists out there. That's how we were also taught in past. The moment you take something as it truly exists, that very grasping becomes the cause of suffering and delusion. If there is no object, no experience, if there is no something real, then suffering cannot arise, can't it? Because if there is no person, if there is no something real, even though your mind object, if it is not real, so how suffering can arise within you? That is the root we should understand. That is the root you have to understand to come out of this suffering. Suffering arises only when something appears in front of you and you collide with it. Even this body is something outside. Even the six senses belongs to the outside, but we cannot really say they belongs to the outside either, because then we create two extremes. If we say this body belongs, six senses belongs to outside, in truth, if you see the Dhamma in very depth, the inner and the outer are not two separate things. they arise together as one process. If you have a real six senses, that is the world. That means both extremes arising in this very moment. That is a one process. Yet even that process is not truly real. So what we are trying to explain is something that in the deepest sense does not actually exist as a solid reality. But it is very hard to see. Sometimes you have to practice, you have to understand about the Dhamma, and you have to listen Dhamma very carefully, and step by step you have to explore within you in depth very carefully. Then you will understand, even though these six senses also it belongs to outside, but there is no, even though outside or in inner world, you can take as a real thing. So if we wish to be free from this avidya or ignorance, what must we do? We need to clearly observe how this ignorance actually arises. Actually, there is no four great elements in the way we imagine them. When we understand how this form arises, we see that what we call earth, water, fire and air is only a process, not a solid reality. Something appears to be seen through these eyes, but we must investigate how that seen object actually comes to be. Right now, you think you are seeing your phone in your hand because it's always with you. But how do you actually see it? The eye works like a camera. It takes in light and produces the electrical signals. Yet you recognize it as a phone with a name and a meaning for that name. So how did that recognition happen? Through the eye door, what actually arises is only a world of color and shapes. That color and shapes also you experience because of that impulses or the vibration that arising in this very moment. So how does name appear on top of that? Each sense dose brings only its own type of object, only vibrations. This nose doesn't know a name. It only receives a smell. Those smell also. These muscles nose or these cells. It doesn't know the smell. It's arising impulses in this very moment, every moment. The tongue also doesn't know a name. It only receives the taste. That taste also, the tongue never can recognize what kind of taste it is. Here, Aramana refers to the object that comes into contact with the sense faculty. At the moment of contact, there is no solid object. There is only an energetic events happening here, a vibration or a stimulation arising at the sense faculties. Those sense faculty means just vibration. The mind later interprets it, names it, and build a word out of it. Then we create a whole world. Then we have a whole world. Those little vibration or those little impulses creates a big world for you. We call this I only because the visible form, the I faculty and the I consciousness come together at one point. Otherwise, this physical muscles organ is not the real I in the ultimate sense. When the Buddha says I, the Lord Buddha is pointing to the entire scene process, not this for muscle size or not merely the biological I. This I is arising here and now, moment by moment. Nothing exists beforehand and nothing remains afterward. It's just arising and passing away. Then again a new stimulus arising and passing away. Then again new stimulus and arising and passing away. We are recognizing, but we never can see those vibrations or stimulus, but we recognize as a tree or a car or a lamp or computer, like that, those objects. Also the image comes through the eye, the sound comes through the ear, the hardness comes through the touch. Each sense depends on its own conditions, but those all of them are the vibrations. Nothing appears as a single solid object. The mind puts all these separate signals together and create the idea of a phone or a computer, like that. Actually, it is very hard to understand about the four great elements as well, because in some point you are trapping in that. You might think, I can understand the Dhamma. I know these all has formed from four great elements. Then I know everything is four great elements. Nothing there, nothing existing except four great elements. You might think like that way. Even if you can see there is not permanent thing, you may think that there are four elements existing outside. Even if you can clearly see that nothing is permanent, you may still think that the four elements exist outside as fixed solid things. This is exactly the point where many people get trapped before entering stream entry. We have experience in some point you are coming to that level and then you stuck there. But you have to come out of that point. You have to see very clearly. If you listen this Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, you will understand. I'm pretty sure you will untangle those points, and you will start to see true Dhamma. And if you don't untangle this knot, the mind keeps holding onto the idea of a person, a soul, or a controller. Because if you hold there are four great elements in outside, and if you think this body has made from four great elements, and no, if you think that okay, there is no soul, only the four great elements in this body, like that way, still you are trapped in that ignorance, because you have both extremes. Because you have four great elements in outside as well, because you haven't understand yet the how this mind has formed and how it creates, even though those four great elements as a real object. You will see everything very clearly once you untangle those knots. When you look deeper and deeper, you will realize that the eye muscles can never see a permanent fixed object. Without eye consciousness, nothing is seen at all. When you look deeper and deeper, you realize that the eye itself can never see permanent fixed object. It is all just a process, momentary vibration arising and passing away, and the mind interpreting them as a thing. And then the mind takes that momentary vibration and builds a picture for itself. When you see in depth, in a greater depth, you begin to rise into Satya Jnana, the knowledge of truth. The knowledge of truth means you understand that there is no external or internal world, and there is no real mind objects. You will see clearly about your six senses. And when the mind reaches that state, you realize directly that you believed in does not actually exist. The view you carried for so long that there is an external world and internal world is all. You understand that both extremes do not truly exist in the way you once imagined. At that point, the wisdom, vision or darshana jnana arising within you, but it does not arise easily, and seeing this clearly is difficult. That is why our noble friend always say that without this direct vision, things can easily become confusing. That's why most of them also, when we are speaking with some Dhamma venerables also, they are stuck in this point. We can see it very clearly, but we can't say anything until they understand within themselves, until they untangle those knots within themselves. Can't help, we never can show that state of, we never can show about the Darshana Jnana. So, and seeing this clearly is very difficult. Then the things can easily become confusion without realizing the Dhamma. If we say that the inner awakening does not refer to a person or soul, or ordinary people who have not yet gained this Darshana Jnana, it can easily be misunderstood. And that is why this Dhamma is said to be samdetika. That means something that must be seen directly or experienced directly within oneself. Only then does nothing of the Vichikicha remain, or nothing, any doubt remain within you. The sense of self will completely disappear. So at that point, whatever appears in front of you is seen just as it is, and there is no inner vibration reacting to it. This is the point nowadays we are talking, because this is the point everyone has, everyone can't understand, or everyone try to understand, but by thinking you never can understand that point. Without experiencing or without realizing that point, you never can think through your mind. That is why most of all the time our noble friend and the Dhamma friends are noble friend is saying all the time, that is the knowledge, that is the mind, that is not the realization. That is why using those words to explain that. But if a noble friend explain that is the knowledge, that is not the realization, still you might think in your mind, because without realizing that never can understand the differences between those conditions. Once someone enters the stream leading to Nibbana, there is no longer any actually heaven or hell for that person. Why? Because there is no someone going anywhere and no place to go. Even this mind is understood clearly. The idea of a self that dies and goes somewhere simply disappears. One who sees this truth is freed from all 31 realms. Such a person sees the Buddha's teaching on non-self directly. But you need to be very careful when someone say that there is no external or internal world, nothing existing, and there is no any heaven or hell to go, there is no person to go to hell or heaven after uh, death in this life, but you might get misunderstand if you haven't realized the Dhamma, because if you are in the Prutakshana ground yet, you can go on this cycle of samsara again and again. That is very dangerous if you think, okay, after this life there is no heaven, no hell, this is the life only we have, we can enjoy in this very moment. If you thought like that way, you are trapping in this ignorance again and again. You go through this cycle of samsara. You never can stop. That is also mithya drushti. That is also the wrong view. That is not the right view. But after you realizing this Dhamma very clearly, once you understand about this mind object, how it has formed and how it's arising and passing away in this very moment, by realizing, then there is no any 31 realms to go anywhere, or no person to go, or giving any rebirth. You will understand everything very clearly. So please examine this Dhamma very carefully without being misunderstood before rejecting it, or take a moment to see whether it truly fits your own experience. What is mind and what is wisdom or jnana? Explore within you without accomplishing Dhamma. Nibbana is not possible. Some people think this without an understanding of the Dhamma. Mere knowledge will never take you towards liberation. When you realize through Satya Jnana that you realize in this not truly exist, the creation of self, Sakya, creation of self will dissolve. At that moment, the view of permanent person or controller or an inner being falls apart. From there, it naturally moves towards Krutajnana, the knowledge that the work is done, the knot is untied, or the delusion is broken. This is the beginning of true liberation. This is not the end of this path actually. Sometimes you might trap in that point as well. Once you realize, once you understand about this mind or name and forms, for that very moment, if you realize that, then you might think, okay, now I understood the Dhamma, now I realized for a moment, now no need to advice from any noble friend, or I don't want to listen for any guidance. You might think like that way. That point also, after entering into this path, you might trapped. Because if you think that you know everything, now it's completed like that way. That is not the end. That is not the liberation, fully awakening to this moment. That is the beginning of this path. Once you completely realize that there is no you, no inner person, no self, you automatically move into Krutya Jnana, and knowledge that the fundamental task is done. When the illusion of I disappear through Satya Jnana, the correction of self ends. So Krutajnana means you realize that this entire illusion, the illusion of me, mine, and the solid world, is created only by the six senses. When you have the jnana or wisdom of Krutya Jnana, you no longer try to do anything. This scene of the illusion happens automatically. Automatically means you don't have to think. When you go through this path, in some point you will realize it's automatically arising within yourself without thinking. From the very beginning, you have to think and you have to make great effort to keep awareness. I spoke about the awareness, how it is important yesterday as well. But there is no outer world. You directly feel that there is no outside or nothing to hang on it, taking as a real object, or the sense of external world simply disappear on its own from the beginning. And when we speak like this, don't misunderstand. Nothing in your life disappear around you. Your home is still be there. Your children are still there. Everything in the world continues exactly as it is, as normal. From your internal, nothing become real, and it's automatically appear within you. You will realize when appear every thoughts in your mind. For that very moment, you will realize useless. It is very useless to hang in on those thoughts. Then there is no power you produce. You don't want to generate any energy for those thoughts to create more and more within this system. Then it's automatically and gradually will stop by creating thoughts, and it's gradually decrease your suffering. When change is only inside you, moment to moment awakening begins to arise automatically. In this stage of Krutajnana, you still see everything, sight, sound, people, objects, but an automatic wisdom arises within you. The wisdom knows instantly that whatever appears is coming through vijnana, Vijnanamaya, the illusion created by consciousness. Awareness is within you in every single moment without making an effort. You don't want to think, you don't want to pull out by thinking to keep the awareness steadily, but it arises within you automatically. Nothing becomes real in the outer world when you realize that. And then someone might misunderstand about whether the mind consciousness recognize the mind consciousness. No, Lord Buddha has explained the difference between wisdom and what is mind consciousness means. That is why there are two words, wisdom and the mind consciousness. So you will understand everything very clearly once you enter this path to Nibbana. However, time is already gone, so we will have to stop here. Therwan Saranai everyone. Therwan Saranai Aranasa. Thank you for listening.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
Iran Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. And I bow down to R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, for his all his guidance. To continue with the some of the important facts that were discussed by R.N. Mahansi, and trying to make us understand this in-depth, the vast knowledge. What is the meaning of nibbana? Like, what does it mean that liberation? Is it that what you feel when you don't have that burning feeling inside you? And can everybody uh, come into this path? Why not only few people have that desire to explore this path? And like even to reach that state of mind, people should have that the desire, the that should come within them, that to explore something beyond your senses and your comfortable life. So the people, the minds that who inquire these, is it's a quality of it's a quality that of a person who will come to this path, and that quality of the inquiring mind, it is called the savitaka mind. And when you reach this state of mind, the practitioner, the person who is willing to practice this and who's trying to practice this, will realizes that the existence of a self has been completely vanished. This is the real nirvana, or the tranquility, which is the existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and non-existence of being and the feeling of valuelessness of the materialistic outside world is on the other side, which means that the person who have that eagerness, that desire, and who start practicing that inquiring mind, then when you have those qualities, the person who's practicing that will realize the existence of a self has been vanished. And at the same time, the existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and the the non-existence of the being and the valueness of the outside world is on the other side. As long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So how do we recognize our soul, that feeling of I am, me, mine. It is that fire, that the feeling, that burning fire in the mind. Then that is if you start feeling that, is actually the beginning of your journey. First of all, you need to feel that burning fire inside you. And when you start feeling that, the stress, the uncomfortable inside, the feeling of that uncomfortable feeling, and the burning fire inside you, and that means you start recognizing your own soul. Anything that you feel like something is there outside, and that value that you bring to that outside object, it happen, the value is based on how much you have your ego, your raga, dvesha, moha. We call it tanha. With with the illusions created in the mind, the nibbana, the freedom is unreachable. Even the illusory mind can be detected via awareness or sihiya. We call it super awareness. When you are in that state where you are observant, you are aware of your feelings, your senses. That is your awareness or sihiya. Then when you have sihiya, it is like you keep a guard in front of your house. That is, then that awareness will detect those the vibrational energies that creates in the outside world, and you feel there is something existence outside, and there is a person who feel that, the me. This is only it could be detected only through that pure awareness. It is like you have built a sensor which catches all these vibrational activities, energies that happen, and you know exactly how those are created. Because why do you have to understand that how these outside objects are created, the vibration, how they process? Because along with that, the vibration energies and the process, that the me, the person who's experiencing that can be caught up. Then you know that how me is created. So without knowing that the notion of a self, you can detect it. Therefore, all these are all the necessary components to reach that liberation, to abandon that feeling of me, mine. The have you investigated within you how the world is created? How you experience the world, is it similar to entire universe? Is it whether what you see in the world, is it similar to everyone perceive this world, or is it just you, how you see things? Have you asked yourself why some people like sweets and why some people don't like sweets, and why some people like spicy food and some people do not like spicy food? If a certain food is the same, how come different people perceive that in a different way? Have you also asked yourself why some people uh, are very competitive in certain ways, and some people do take the life as it comes? So because the value that you are given to this outside world depends on individual being, and this entire world is created in a single mind, like it unique to in each and every individual. The Lord Buddha has explained this vastly. All his the Buddhist doctrine is all about that the magic that Vijnana, who created this external world and internal world, and that individual self being, how the individual self being created. So we all the time we think that things just happening to me. We always ask, why does it happen to me? So that's because even if you think about your own life, if something happened to your family, you feel it's hard into the depth, like you feel so deeper. But if it's somebody you don't know, you don't even feel it. You will hear in the uh, news telecast that something has happened in a different country. You won't feel it that much. But if you hear that it has happened in your country, you might try to look for more details, or you might look to find out the news, what that news is about, and you will then try to find if someone known to you affected, because that's all depends on how much you have holding on to it, how much you have engraved those feeling of me, myself, and something happened to someone I know. It's all about it. Everything is centered around you. So how, in order for you to explore this Dhamma, first of all, you need to you need to to learn the true, not the knowing that true knowledge of what Lord Buddha has preached, what this Dhamma is about. That Dhamma, without that Dhamma knowledge, you are not able to apply those the the techniques, the the system, that process. You're not. It's your the way you experience. For you to practically experience that Dhamma, first of all, you need that knowledge. And when you have that true knowledge of awareness, then you can reach that practical experience. Through this practical knowledge, the notion of that existing self can be found. The existence of the soul cannot be abandoned by just thinking about it. So that's another thing that we kind of get lost in this process, is we don't know how to define that the mind and the process. We most of the time, the knowledge that we learn, we are trying to process it through our mind. And the mind and the feel is what you need to, that is how you experience this Dhamma within you, through the feel. When you have that knowledge, you need to learn to separate the two way of experiencing this. So you need to learn how to feel this Dhamma within your own self, within your own soul. The most difficult concept to absorb is that not being able to recognize our own perception of the self. If this is just limited to a thought, and if the person cannot detect the fluctuations of the sparks, the currents, the Nibbana path is not open to that person. The person who lives in his thoughts is they get lost in this journey. The inability to detect the situation, that's the biggest obstacle. So you should be able, if something happens, and when you know that that something is not right inside you, like that feeling, the fire feel, the burning feeling, an uncomfortable feeling, and like the cravings, the sadness and anger, that those sparks that happens inside you, if you are not able to detect those, the changes, the fluctuations of that feeling, the current, then you are not able to find this path. The person who lives in that thought is not able to find that feel. So you have to um, learn to find that how this the current fluctuate in you, the effect on those feelings to you. So if you are not able to detect that, then it's a big obstacle for you to find your own liberation, because this is all about finding your own self and liberating from your mind. So only when you are able to detect that, the fluctuations, the changes, the feeling, the burning feeling, that is only when you are able to um, liberate yourself from that too. Without, and at the same time, when you find out those fluctuations, the what's happening inside, this is when the knowledge that you learn through Dhamma can be applied practically within you. That is when you can start this purification process in the mind. And there are so many tools R.N. Mahanse has elaborated, has simplified for us to apply within us. And the awareness must be experienced in all four postures. And we call it Satara Satipatthana. And that's super awareness. So when you have that super awareness, that is when you can easily detect that your hidden self in all these incidents. And the learning Dhamma helps you to recognize the wrong way and how you can uh, purify your way, and how to learn that right way. The liberation doesn't mean that you have it in the future or when after your death. The liberation is at this right moment. This moment, we call it Shana Sampatya. The everybody is born with that moment, and everyone has that opportunity to liberate yourself moment to moment. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principle of the dependent origination, and it's not Buddhism is not about the meditation, the concentration meditation. The Buddhism refers to the observation of the true nature of the mind. It is a practical Dhamma. It is all about you experience that, you observe this true nature of your mind. And if someone can get rid of that notion of an existing self, then that is when you liberate yourself. Then you lose that attachment that you're holding on to, that myself. Aryan Vaz explains this in so many ways, and one of his famous saying is, "Mamat ekka mama gamanak yanawa mawa dala mama yannata yanawa," which means I'm going on a journey with myself, and I leave the self and go along, and which means you can't separate. I mean, you are alive. You have this body, and you know that there is that the senses that works, which is the mama. You can't leave this and go without, but you're going on that journey with myself. And then, but still, when you know that knowledge, you will leave the self, but you still go on. So this is a process. And this is a process of the defilements, the fading of defilements, which is the craving, aversion, the ignorance. Those defilements it systematically will fade away in this journey. So you need to understand how these objects that you see, the outside world, how this outside world is created. We have been from an infant to now, when you think about yourself, when you're born, you did not have any feeling of this is mine, this is me, this is my mother, this is my father. But as gradually as you grow older, your database has been filled with all about how that ego has been built up. And now, in order for you to break those things, reverse that everything you have accumulated in your mind, as which has made that ego stronger day by day. In order for you to liberate from that ego, you need to learn this Dhamma. You need to learn how you can liberate from that ego. And for that, you need to start learning this concept. So it's all about achieving that special wisdom, that which will lead you to liberate from that Sakkaya Ditthi, the feeling of you being alive. And we are all trapped inside our own senses and our own world. And we are all trapped inside our ego, the cage called ego and self. And that is the wrong way. So, Lord Buddha's doctrine is about the Four Noble Truths, the truth about the suffering, the cause of the suffering, and cessation from the suffering, and the end, it's the path to end the suffering. The suffering sensation or pain is actually that the feeling, that that feeling of what you have inside. The I is suffering when when you see something, the I, when I is thought of an object, in reality, you know that I is only a vibration and a mental formation or mental image created in the mind, and is only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. So it is the same thing like when you rub two wood sticks, the the it creates that the heat, the magnetic field in that. And it's the same way your eye, when you place that sight into an object, that when it's that stimulation happens, and it creates that mental formation in you. When you see a car, that if it'll it'll create that that spark inside you, and that is how that mental formation or mental that image is created in the mind. And it's only a power that's created by the stimulation of your senses, the eye. But if you see that, is it that your eye saw that, or is it someone who's inside, that someone called me saw that? So that is when that the mental current happens. But that currents do not exist anywhere. That comes and go with in unimaginable speed. So just imagine that you are blind. And do you think that the image you see in front of you will make any current in you, the feeling of within you? So it's the same when if you apply that concept in all your senses, you will see that if if your eardrum is damaged, do you think you will hear any sound? And then consequently, whether you will feel anything? And we know for a fact that when our food goes to sleep, we can feel any feeling in that. And so this is that current that happens with those vibrations, that those sparks. If the waves get connected sequentially, like you feel like it's continuously happening, an endless cycle of birth and death occur. So everything is real to you, and your sasara oge, your cycle of birth continuously happen. So when a person with that wrong view, when you don't know that this right view, when you don't know how these mental formations happen, you continuously in that endless of birth and the death. The whole process is a frequent. It's as a resonation, and it does not stop. It's very hard to understand that your thought patterns are formed according to the system of vibration, and it doesn't end. And the reason for that journey in the the samsara is it's happened, and due to that creation of the mind consciousness, the vinyana, and in actually it lies in that energy of frequency that creates a system, such as we call it telepathizing the system, the telepathy system. That if the telepathy system means that if that energy in two places matches, it just keep vibrating in the same energy level. When the energy vibrations are stopped through the spiritual process, then that when you stop that vibration, if we call it the akampita cheto vimuktiya, which means that you do not create another life. You don't have that vibrating energy that will travel to that will telepathize to a different it's the cycle. This is the liberation from that vibration, the liberation from influence of energy vibration. In order for you to gain that understanding, the right weave of an existence of soul must be that you need to eradicate that wrong weave of the existence, which is that wrong weave of existence. It is called Sakkaya Ditti, that you have that feeling of I am here, there's someone there, like that wrong weave. And when you have that, when you eradicate that wrong weave, the true understanding of there's nothing existence in either inside or outside, which is called Ajata Bahita. You realize that, realizing that there is no existing individual self or soul. That is the way to liberate yourself. Until you reach this level of understanding, the birth and death continues. Your samsara, your cycle of birth continues. So in order for you to stop that, you need to get rid of the wrong way, the wrong concepts. And then understanding that the philosophy, the Lord, the Dhamma, and observe how defilements fade in. When you start practicing it, you or you observe that how defilements fade in you. When vibrations become less and less, this is the heaven in your own mind. When you are at that calm state of mind, then you don't have so much thickness, hardness in your mind, and then you experience that it's your vibration becomes smoother, thinner, and less. It is the heaven in your own mind. Having more vibrations means when you're experiencing hardship, that roughness in you, that thickness in your thoughts, that is the same like you are living in a hell. So start observing and develop that super awareness and learn how to separate yourself from your mind, but more get closer to the feeling. Satara Satipatthana, the feel, how you feel through your senses. And then it's easy for you to recognize the illusions that created by the mind, through the mind, and also for you to understand how those defilements are fading in you, and how your mind become pure day by day, and your vibrations become less and less, lesser and less. When you experience that the senses of individual self is dissolving, this is called the liberation from that concept of the self, your mind. Senses work. You still get through your chores, your day-to-day life, but you are like a machine. There's no mind that grabbing you down. Those thoughts that keep you punishing, and you become like a free bird who flies in the air. So relax, you get everything done, but you don't have those heavy vibration in you, which makes you feel feel like you the pains, and the stress, the that thickness of vibration in you. You don't you can liberate yourself from those, and then you'll be able to experience that pure mind of that state, and which is that objectless state of natural concentration, or you can experience it right now. And if you have that mind which bothers you all the time, which makes your life harder, also a liberation from it. So that is what you need to understand, and you need to have that. You should to liberate yourself from those heavy those thoughts. And when you find your inner peace, that pure mind, you will feel that akampita swabhavya, the non-vibrational state of mind. And in this unique experience, you will be able to experience that emptiness. Emptiness doesn't mean that there's nothing outside. It's just that the value that you give to the outside world will become less and less. And then you will also be able to drop those old taints, which makes the continuation of your cycle of birth. What you need to understand is the objects that you see, they do not exist anywhere. But it's inside, it's in your mind. There are things, there are, like, it doesn't mean that the world is empty without anything, but it's just that how you perceive those objects. So if there's no mental formation, the mind consciousness will not be there. And then there are no sankara, if there's no sankara, then then no mental formations. So we have heard this many times that how your six senses, when they contact with how the contact arise, and with contacts the sensations arise. And when your senses contact and the sensation arise, and then how craving values and your cycle of birth starts. And what is the birth means? The birth is you are born when those senses were born. You live when those senses work, and you die when the senses die. Does it mean that the physical birth and physical death, the body? No, they are all the senses, that your six senses that keep you continuing that feeling of you. So when the I is born, that is the origin of the cycle of the birth and death. It is the same with all the seven senses. The attachments, when the senses are born, and then you get when the senses contacts and sensations arise, and those cravings value, and when yourself, the feeling that like is born, then the attachment, then that attach the when those senses makes you who you are, and then you attach to these things, and then your feeling of sensations, craving arises, and the arising of the craving, the clinging arises, and with the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arising. And this is the Paticca the dependent origination. That's how it spins. Lord Buddha's doctrine is about the dependent origination, the Paticca, which is that the illusion the illusion that which is misleading, and the illusion in the mind consciousness, and how this cycle of birth happens. That is the base of Lord Buddha's doctrine, the Dhamma. So you have that choice of whether you want to continue in this samsaric journey, or whether you want to end this cycle of birth. It is all in individual. Everyone has that choice, and that is we are born with that choice. And I invite everyone to ask yourself whether you want to continue in this samsaric journey, or whether you want to end this samsaric journey. And it's all depending on individual expectations. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpado Deshana, and the Lord Buddha's pure Dhamma is you can hear, and this is the journey. This is an individual journey, and so this is a journey within you. And with that invitation, I'm going to conclude my talk today, and may you all be happy and peaceful, and bless you all. Triple Jam bless you, and Teruan Saranai. And I worship Aran Wanse, our noble friend, for his guidance. Teruan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruan Sarnai Aden Master. Teruan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page 9. Awareness has a profound effect on developing wisdom to realize the pure truth. The Buddha said about how important developing of wisdom is to achieve enlightenment, to stop rebirth. But wisdom cannot be developed by thought or thinking. Wisdom is developed only through awareness and applying the Yathabhuta Jnana for everything. This was explained by the Buddha. Jnanam Adhigamanan Nibbanan Satcha Kiriyaya. Going back to how to react when you hear a sound of a vehicle, you should be able to see the vehicle without the concept of I am seeing the vehicle. You will hear the sound, but you should hear it without the I hear concept. Now, how do you see the vehicle without the I concept? When you see a book, look at it, but without the concept of I see the book. Regard it as just a visual. We will always hear, see, smell, taste, feel the touch, and receive thoughts. The senses will always be there. Sparks will always take place. Here, I have to clarify that the awareness that I am talking about in this part of discussion is the path to awakening for the one who is at the third supramandan stage, called Anagami, non-returner. The first step to realize the pure truth in supramandan plane is called Sotapanna, the stage of stream entry. To realize the truth in the first stage, we have to have an understanding that we see and experience outside is not real, that they are only thoughts. We let go of the belief in the outside world using the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. The outside world is also known as Bahira Lokaya. To arrive at the awareness of the first stage of the supramandan plane, we bring ourselves to the inside by being aware that everything we experience outside are only thoughts. Since we have the understanding that the outside world is created only by thoughts, we stop believing in the outside world. We see that it is alive. Ashrutavat Pruthakjanaya means the person to whom the outside world is true. It is real. Sotapanna means the person has realized the illusion to a certain extent, and he does not allow his mind to go in the direction of mind wounds. He goes in the direction of the Patisotaya. Patisotaya means you have realized the pure truth, and now you see the pure truth in all stimuli you receive from your senses. You won't get tricked. You know that all what is seen outside is only thought. Now, please understand very carefully. When we were on the path to Sotapanna, the first stage in the supramundane plane, we let go of the outside, saying the outside is all made up from the thoughts inside. The third stage, we did not discuss about the second stage yet, but more or less it is the same principle. On the supramundane plane is called anagami. All these stages are all levels of wisdom. They cannot be developed by force, by learning, or by thoughts. Wisdom develops automatically according to how much awareness is maintained. In the anagami stage, we also let go of our thoughts. We realize that thoughts are all lies. Then whatever we see outside, we have to maintain our awareness that it is only a seeing, only a hearing, only a taste. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, later, at the end, beyond the stage of Anagami, you realize that there is nothing as thoughts either. But to arrive at that realization, you have to identify the formation of the illusory self in each thought. Everyone, everybody.
Terwan Sarnai Shani. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we discuss about our story, your story, my story. That is how the world is created, how I am created, and where we are living. Is it illusion or not? So today, in this forum, we discuss basically on the status of mind, the supermundane plane, the Sotapanna stage, the Anagami stage, and the third stage we discuss Anagami stage. So in the first supermanda plane, we let go of the outside, saying the outside is all made up of thoughts inside. So here we understand that thoughts play a very important part in our life. The thoughts are lies, and our feeling of existence also lies. But to understand it clearly, let's start our discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Theron Sarnai, will worship Aryan Mahanse and start the discussion. So I think we are talking about supramundane stages. Actually, these are like described in order to understand several stages in wisdom. Nothing much other than that. But it's nice to know. You can't force it on anyone, or you can't force it on any system, including the system that you think you had. So nothing can be forced on. That's the most important thing. And how then someone will actually move forward depends on how powerful your uh, actual like keenness to become the non-vibration, and you know the the Shraddha, or these things that we described in uh, the how much we feel that the non-vibration is good, and I can't even remember the other two. But, so how much research you would do how much research you would do, how much deep you would go into insight meditation, things like that. I mean, it depends on all these things and how much awareness you have. Like, this is not the awareness that we have, the things is happening around you. It's not that one. It's about the kind of awareness that there is no one here, and mine is just another it's another thing that is not true. So yeah, I would invite someone else to start the discussion if possible, like go on discussing so that we can build up a good discussion. Is it possible?
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Just I want to make a small suggestion actually. You did a very good explanation to one of our Dhamma friends who talked in the last night, that is your early morning discussion, where she wanted to clarify about the self vibration and self-perception, the different levels that a person will build up and finally end up having a so-called a thick mind bubble. Uh, is it possible to make some, I mean, for our English-speaking friends, I think some explanation like that will be more practical and very helpful. I don't know whether it is something.
She actually took it out. So is it possible for you to actually lead it in that way? Because it's a true feeling you get. You know, sometimes when you try to discuss like superficially, it doesn't really happen sometimes. But then when someone actually has a problem, like when you try to, like, you know, if you actually ask me a question and I'm trying to actually like give the answer to you, then it becomes more shaped and more, I think, better. I have experienced that. Like I think it happens to everyone. Like, you know, you're trying to help the other person, and it flows naturally.
Okay, I'll try. Now we have learned actually this is something
which came up only in this Aryaman Mahase's teachings, because these facts we have never come
Yes.
across in our earlier teachings, in our other uh, discussions that we have listened so far from different monks, Buddhist monks. Now we know that the when a baby is born, uh, baby has very sort of primitive level. I will use the word primitive level sense of functions where the baby will feel something only. Baby will not be able to uh, locate or specify what sense of faculty even is vibrating. And with time, the baby will have more sort of uh, ability to localize to the different sense of faculties. But still there are no thought formation at that level. Uh, Actually speaking, you cannot sort of demarcate by drawing a line saying that below this level the babies are having only the feel and beyond this the thoughts are formed. So it is a gradual process where gradually initially there will be a sort of mixed experience of feel and thoughts, and then gradually the feel part is completely covered by thoughts, and then by the time they reach the sort of school, it's completely a thought world or a thought bubble where and then with age and with many more data being added, the bubble will become thicker and thicker, and then completely we believe that the world is true, the thoughts are true. So can you elaborate a little
And
bit
that
more on
I
that?
am true.
Yes,
The
yes, exactly, yes.
each data being confirmed as true,
Mm,
that it's the problem is not the data. Actually, the problem is each time that specific one stimulus become true, the 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 underlying
me,
problem is actually the me
mm,
getting reinforced
yeah,
all the time. That because all the time we feel like this is the tree, I am here, this is the river, I am here, this
mm,
is my brother, I'm here, this is my son and I'm here. Kind of the whole me being the center, it's kind of the center.
mm,
This weird thing that we feel that such a center. And if you can actually, this is kind of the vimansa that you can do. Vimansa in English would be, we can put it into research, we can put it
research.
into, I'm sure Suranka would have a better words, but the exactly how on earth this problem started, like to feel that this everything happens here and everything is the subjective objective thing that is there. I mean, it's we feel that it had been the truth forever. Like, I mean, we never feel that there was a status before that. We can't even feel that because it's only
Mm,
mind bubble we can remember. We can't remember anything before that. Usually, we know child will remember roughly other previous births before that, but as soon as this bubble get stronger, slowly these other fields will go away, and this one we can't remember anything else. We can remember me being punished by mother or punished by a teacher, specific stuff. If you go back in the childhood, you will remember only specific stuff like receiving a beautiful birthday cake or something. Like, what else? I mean, it's everyone's feelings are different. I specifically I have like vivid memories of going in a train, like stuff like that, like as a small child, like that. So which must have been like a beautiful kind of thing at that time. So it is this reinforcement what happens with time, because each time we feel that this center, this I-ness or this self, there is a world. And that's where the death is a big problem too, like that when you're dying, you feel like you are shrinking and you are like dying, leaving others to live. And this this truth is so beautiful, and I don't have words to say that, but it's so beautiful that how it happened, how did it happen. So it happened slowly. It happened, this reinforcement happened every time when the stimulus is true, whether it's the waterfall, whether it's the tree, whether it's the train, whether it's the cake, whether it's the mother's kind words or mother's rude words or anything.
Yes,
It
excuse me,
doesn't.
Dr. Kokila. Sometimes now there are incidents, sort of selectively certain incidents telepathize off and on without remembering the things in between, isn't it?
Yeah,
It
that's because it
mm,
brought out the self vibration the most.
most at that time. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. It have been the highest one. So imagine PTSD or the traumatic events
Mm.
are working like that, because um, you play every day, suddenly someone is coming behind you and making you to um, you know do a joke, and you
Mm.
startle. It's, they didn't mean to make you startle or like make you difficult, but sometimes it can be that purposefully someone is trying to actually harm you. But sometimes even a joke that you become so startled, so worried suddenly, and it goes away when you understand that it was just a joke. But then that that you might remember forever, like that specific vibration. Remembering is that the specific vibration has the power to come back at every moment that there is a vibration similar. But there has to be a vibration similar to come back. Doesn't like when you go to a cold area, you will remember how coldness has been experienced prior. So it's everything is like beautifully experienced with kind of a high vibration will be kind of carved into the system, and that's how it is. But how this mind bubble keep forming and how strong that is the problem. And Lord Buddha once said, if you no, I can't specifically remember how he worded it, but he worded it like if he came uh, before, he would have been an arahant. If he come a little bit later than that, he would have been an non-returner, or like then he would have been like that. He has mentioned something like that.
Yeah, I think
The
that was
chances.
somebody who left the discussion. I think if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Somebody who was in the discussion, he just left, isn't it, without waiting until the end.
And isn't it happening now?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Yeah, it is happening
Yeah.
now, because everything is felt personally.
Mhm.
When a strong dhamma is being said, sometimes it attacks the the self view so strongly, you feel like vomiting when you hear that. Someone would be so keen to listen to that. Someone who has the keenness to listen to that would keep on listening like it's like jam in the tongue. Oh no, that's not a good one. Or like honey, I can't remember the exact metaphor that, but it will be like so good to some person. Some person, they will feel like so difficult. I know once in Lord Buddha's time, some monks couldn't help vomiting when they heard one of the suttas. So you can really understand how this strongness can affect the self view so badly, because self view is the view that we have cultivated with that bubble that we were talking about. How it has been cultivated, how it has been reinforced, how it had been like gone into such an extent that you don't want to even believe that there is no self, and also there can be some instances where you have the ability to understand that, but you just left some kind of feel that you didn't have that particular moment. You can't really do anything about it. You can't really do much, but we can only heal someone who is keen to be healed. So it is one kind of another thing. But going back to the reinforcement that we get, the reinforcement is actually is going to dwindle, or like it going to slowly get less stronger each day when you listen to Dhamma, because Dhamma is like it's like completely different. You hear a Dhamma saying, truth saying, actually what you felt is the vibration of your sensory organs, and then you had like kind of a sensory organs vibration simultaneously or simultaneously at the same time, then it has the ability to work as a different organ, and this mind is formed. But there's no actually a mind organ. There's nothing like that. It just the rapid formation of one stimuli to another. That is what is called mind. There's nothing called mind. It's like the falling of water is called waterfall. It's the same thing. Like falling of water is the we are having like the fast running of water would be called river, like that. The fast happening of stimuli is called the mind. Stimuli, we call it mind because it's easy to say that. Nothing other than that. There's nothing actually called mind. But because it's flowing so fast, we feel that the mind is existing. Isn't it a beauty to understand this? I think that's the most beautiful thing ever, to understand how this, if you want to know the truth, if it is the right to know the truth, everyone in the world, if it is the right to know the truth, because they call about, right to know, knowing is the power. And yes, the humans have the right to know that the mind is something like this, and it's not true. It's just another manifestation of stimuli which is arising from five senses. And when you understand that more and more and more, you understand that your wisdom will rise, the super awareness will happen, and those stages that we were talking about will pass. So what? Nothing. And you getting dissolved, is that something that you can be proud of? Not really. That's the whole thing, is you getting dissolved is not like you achieving something. This is completely different scenario. But the more you lose your kind of you idea and you perception and you vibration, the the tranquility is immense, and the the serenity is immense. We don't have words to say like anything about that in English words. Actually, I mean, it's beyond happiness. It's super happiness. I don't know. I don't know. So the how can we say? How can we say? I mean, we can't say this is something for you to come and experience, isn't it? And is there anything about how to explain the feel that you will get once you you become you you feel is dissolving, your perception is dissolving, your vibration is dissolving. It's all happening at the same time. Don't forget, when the you feel, once the you feel, in the sense you thought or self thought is shattered, everything starts to dissolve, and it is happening in such a order. That's why Lord Buddha has explained such a order. Yeah, you two can add on now. Anything else that I missed? Yes.
Would Surangika like to add something?
Thiruvan Saranai. I can't actually think of anything. So if you can continue, Dr. Sakuntala. Thiruvan Saranai. I'll chip in later.
Okay. This is actually something from the discussion that I heard last night from Dr. Kokila's discussion. Actually, it was, she beautifully sort of explained right from the beginning. Newborn baby, just a sort of brand new one, just born. That baby also has the sense, but they are, as I mentioned earlier, sort of in the very primitive level. Babies unable to lock.
Sorry, I think you are cutting out a bit with probably the Wi-Fi. Dr.
And
Kokila, can you hear?
when it is cold,
No,
and
actually,
when there is
her internet must be a bit having problems.
sorry, I will change my location. Is it better now?
Yeah, it is getting
Yes.
better. It is getting
Is
better.
it better? Okay, sorry. Yes, when the baby is born, newborn baby,
Actually, the
baby,
word you use, we can't even
yes,
say that because the baby that we think that primitive, it has the ability to feel the whole world, though.
yes, yes.
That's quite in our mind we can call it primitive because the mind bubble we are so proud of is has not developed yet. But
Okay, yes.
the feel is immense, and even though that they don't know anything about the feel is immense. So the we can't actually comment about the feel. There can be the feel can be different from the system to system, but the because some vibrations have felt the ability to feel more than others, so we can call it something. That's why we look at the baby and say, baby is crying because baby has past tools or the feces, but the actual thing is the feel of wetness that they felt because they don't know they they don't know that it can be even the different smell, but usually it is the wetness because they feel the difference of the temperature very well. That is really developed because they are used to the temperature, high temperatures. We know all this. Mothers all know this because that's why they, cuddle up and cover the babies and quickly change the diaper and keep them warm and cozy. But the thing is that the amount they feel can telepathize to different levels. We can't talk about it though because there's no interpretation, and that's a different level we can't even talk about. I mean, I'm not even in a position to even talk more than that. But sometimes I don't know, say brings this beauty about the feel and how feeling can extend to other, the fields that had been not within this time. And that's something completely something I would just keep for our advancer to discuss. So it's beauty of this Dhamma, how deep it can go, how beautiful it can extend to, and we are not in a position to explain some of the things that Lord Buddha has explained, or we are not in a position to explain what Lord Buddha felt, Same thing, we will never be able to explain some of the things Aranwanse feels like. Same thing. It's different, it's difficult, and it's at the same time such a beautiful thing to even understand, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So actually, as you mentioned, the mind bubble is it becomes sort of thicker and thicker with the time, and simultaneously the image of self also becomes thicker and thicker on the other side. So in other words, this is a sort of gradual transformation from the small age, where with the maturity of the physical organs, I suppose this transformation also gradually becomes more and more obvious. And in the latter part, the feel is actually is not recognized. I would say it's completely covered by thoughts.
Yes,
And
yes.
when we learn these facts from our Aryan Vahanse, only we start digging back and trying to look and find out where this field is. So as long as this thick thought shell is there,
And Dr. Sakuntala, I should add
yeah,
here,
yeah,
someone will look forward to the field, that person will never get it. That part is understood with Dhamma. In if you are looking forward to something, it is still in the mind bubble.
it's in the
So
thought
when
again. Yes.
it's again still in the thoughts. That's where the trap is. I think I couldn't actually finish the last night Andolanaatmaka Deshana due to few things happen in the morning. But I heard someone actually asking that question, Aranwansa, how would you come to feel, or something? I can't remember the question, but there was a question, something like that. And the answer is quite straightforward, he said. And it is not even, there's no quite answer, but we can only help in sideways, like give some tips to say the the moment that you are able to understand this, all this theory, all the Dhamma part is also in the mind bubble. That's where the most relaxation comes. The you will be so relaxed. Actually, that gives rise to the penetration of the mind bubble in one particular thought. But it will, after that, it will quite, it will happen very easily. You will be, you will, it's very easy for you to understand all about this thing. Not necessarily you will be looking forward to anything after that. You just, go on with your life. You understand about the vibration because now you know that particular vibration is the reason for the defilements now. Because we can see the defilements. I think Lord Aran Wahanse actually explained in such a way that he was explaining about, the way you look at things, where you shrug things, shrug the shoulders, the way you turn, the way you talk, the way you do stuff, where the muscles in the face moves. There's so many subtle things that can manifest with the self vibration, and but the thing is, the question arises where the satyajnana, or the truth, is not fully understood. So the part which is very important here is to understand that the understanding we get here by listening to Dhamma and discussing and everything is still in the mind bubble. But what you understand from that there is no self, will be something that will be experienced. To experience that, even to go to the field level, or to know the vibration level, it is very important to understand that the thought can't actually be true that at that particular point. So to happen to that, you should be able to even be able to relax, so that even the thinking of Dhamma won't come. Because now the problem is thinking of Dhamma comes. Thinking about the truth, it manifests quickly. So you telepathize into one particular, if you say tree, you will understand quickly the tree, and then in another thought you will think about Dhamma. That's not exactly what is going through and through the mind. It's just not finding the tree and directly finding the field, and understanding that the field is, or feeling the field is, it's very interesting. Feeling the field is actually from the sensory organs, because that is the turning point. If you can't turn it, it will be always your vibration. It will be the self vibration. But there's a particular point where, because you have listened to Dhamma so much, that view change, the particular view changes, and the consciousness will not be felt as it's happening here. That's the main important point. That's non-self vibration, or non-self. Actually, that's wrong. Non-self perception. So there's no vibration. There's no non-self vibration. Sorry, I withdraw that, because there's no new vibration. It's non-self perception we get in the absence of vibration. There's no new vibration. It's the absence of vibration. You just feel the emptiness. That's why Lord Buddha said, the emptiness. That's the emptiness we talk about, not the emptiness of the room, not the emptiness of the world. Actually, But you can't get this unless you look at the world as empty too. So it is all um, reinforcing each other. Reinforcement happens here too. That is I think the Abhisankarana happening. The word I use for Abhisankarana is the reinforcement, where actually non-self vibration, non-self perception that we've uh, felt just for a moment will be getting bigger and bigger due to that reinforcement. That same way that the same thing that happened to the baby. It is the same way, but this is a different path. Do you get the point? Because in child's path, the baby's path, everything felt real. Everything felt there, happening here. Everything felt as true. And then it went on to a mind bubble where I am here, you are there, kind of thing. And it went on and went on and went on. And there's such a great story there. You can even kill someone. To such a degree, it will go. But other way around is also the same way. The non-self vibration. Oh, I don't know. I am keeping that wrong word. Non-self perception will get stronger because you know that there is no one here. It's only vibration of some sensory organs. Yeah, you can add something. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Gopala, that even at the sensor level where the eye consciousness, ear consciousness are happening, that level also there is some duality, and then in very
Yes.
subtle way, the self
Subtle.
vibration
Yes.
is
Very
present.
subtle.
Yes, yes.
Mm. You can't even call it a duality because they're not like the duality in the tree. Like you stand here and I see the tree there. That's not that different.
Not
It's
that way.
kind of a thing when you you know, when you put your hand on a something, you know, when you, I don't know whether you have done this, but when you walk in a railway line, you can put your hand on the railway line and understand that the train is coming due to the vibration. That kind of that understanding, when you put that hand there, you know, the vibration, we kind of, you can't really say that it's felt anywhere, but you know, like, but it is the consciousness that gives that trick, because it's happening so fast that it's felt in that way. But within the mind bubble, it's a train coming, and that's a different thing. I'm trying to, you know, get that feel how it happened. This, for the child, this is intense. This is intense because of the thoughts. Now our feel is not proper. Our feel is mass covered. But the same scenario, you know, when you come to the field, there's no kind of strong duality like the other way around. But the thing is, it is felt here. You know, the feeling is felt here. That's what the consciousness does. It's not the problem with the perception. It's the problem with the sankhara part, the volitional part. But when we understand that, the self has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. That poor self has nothing to do with that. That's the beauty. You know, I can't imagine, even after understanding that we go to the same bubble and we suffer from. So we can't imagine how this suffering is brought upon by ignorance. It's, I don't know. I think only a Lord Buddha can bring this truth into the world by telling it by himself, by understanding this whole thing. But it happens. It happens when a lot of vibrations are close to non-vibration. It happens. And that's another phenomena, just another phenomena. Nothing personal, nothing specific. That is a prerequisite for the vibrations closer to the non-vibration. That's it. Not a person is achieving anything. You know what I mean?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Gopila. I think Maran Mahanse in the Advalanatmaka discussion last night also said how important it is to understand the vibration in that, that one vibration and the power that is there in that one vibration, which is the charge server at the zygote level, because from there only the projection happens, isn't it? From there only the building up starts, and that is because of the sense faculties, and then from there it's that momentum gets built out of ignorance. And we can see that clearly in the way things are being taught to the child. We take the Montessori time as a milestone because it's easier to explain that way, because that is a significant milestone in a person's life where a lot of learning is fed to the child. But even before that, when the child is 1 year or 2 years old, there is this, initial words of mother, father, mama, and baba, and all these kind of things continuously reinforced, isn't it? You show the person and you point a finger and you say mama, and you say father, or tata,
and
or
they
something.
will react.
And then they react. Yeah.
And it's reinforced.
Yeah.
And unless the Lord Buddha comes, or kind of this message surfaces, this dream will continue. And that vibration, which had the power to keep vibrating everywhere, will continue. That's samsara journey.
Yeah. So this, another thing that Haren Mahansi always says when these mothers call on the Zoom is, without just saying vague things, what you have to do, what is the path? And the path is seeing how the taints are gradually ceasing by understanding the weak points, understanding the points of attachment, and finding your point of contemplation, or the kamatahana, as we say in Sinhalese. So what is the place where, through the life experience, a particular person feels as if that person is most attached to? And that is a good point of contemplation whilst understanding the Dhamma, to see as one progresses on the path, the extent to which that feeling of attachment, that feeling of stress and worry about something or person is gradually reducing in value or validity, and ceasing to be important. And that's a kind of a measurement as to how much of a deeper understanding through reflection that one gains through the true Dhamma, isn't it? So from that point of contemplation, it's important, and each person has their own points where they have, spent a lifetime sometimes getting stuck on.
Yeah, the point of contemplation also improves, because like in the past, I used to say to Aaron once in one Zoom discussion a very long time ago, I can't remember, but he asked me, what is your point of contemplation? I said, without a hesitation, I said, kids. Aaron was the kids. I just said that, at the point of contemplation, that what I thought should be kids. I thought it should be kids. And, well,
it could be, but what I'm trying to say is
that moves,
with
the dial moves, isn't it, to different as one progresses?
actually it's actually getting more clear view of what actually happened. The kids came late to our life. What actually you go deeper and deeper, you just keep understanding it's self vibration. It's a self vibration that we try to maintain. That's why we have this raga part in Pali that we call it rupa raga. Sorry, the you know the
Amaraga.
no, in the other sense, like you like to taste, like
Yes.
yes, the rasaraga, like how we even would like to feel something, even a small baby that is there. Can you even explain that? Because the mind world has not formed, you can't even explain that. There is a tendency for the next one, even in that level, the feel level, like that's how it actually manifested till the mind forms.
Yeah, that's where Advanced says that sense of being alive is the motivating force behind it, isn't it?
Yes, then you understand. Actually, the point of contemplation becomes more clearer and clearer and clearer. Finally, it comes to only one vibration. I mean, initially, we kind of, put our hands up and say, yes, it's kids. Oh my goodness. And be
I
happy
actually
with that,
remember listening to that talk, Dr. Kokila, where you said that.
Yeah. So that the how immature we can be, and how immature I can be to get today while talking like this. How immature, how less I could feel what others could, what an Narayan would feel. There's always kind of always something that there can be, stuff that, but we don't need to feel everything to attain this understanding. It's mostly about understanding your own vibration. The ability to feel everything is kind of like a thing that is evident. Even Arananse explains how Lord Buddha's disciples had different abilities, isn't it? So that's different. It's completely different. It's that, but main point is they are all around, where their self vibration has no that projecting power, no power,
Yeah.
no power for manifesting, for that manifesting to happen again.
But the ability to feel the other person,
that would be there. No, I mean,
that
there's
is that
yeah.
the commonality across.
Yeah, must be. I mean, we can't really talk about this feel that much, can we? We can't,
Yeah, that
because
one, because
it's
yeah.
kind of a thing that can't be explained. And that's why one talk can be so boring and one talk can be some like inspiring, because it just happens. Never know.
Yeah.
Never know. It's kind of a thing that it's beautiful when it is led like that. And this has happened to Aranwanse too. Like the things that can manifest from him,
how much he can feel, how much he can tell us, changes when the other vibration is closer to that. It keeps changing.
Yes, I mean, it's so apparent with Aryan Mahansa. I mean, I think even last night he said, people put various connotations as to the way he speaks, but because he uses language with great skill and the cadence of the voice, the tone, all that changes depending on how he delivers the sermon, depending on what kind of question he's responding to, so on and so forth. But there are times and, so many occasions. But recently, I don't know whether it was 7 or 10 days ago, or maybe longer than that, maybe 2 weeks, there was a Andolnatmaka Desana where it was unbelievable. There was so much of divine love in the way he delivered that sermon. It was an Andolnatmaka Desana. And I generally make notes of, I make short notes of certain key messages. I recall that day I couldn't even write anything. I just wrote, just listen. That's all I wrote. And I put the time of the talk, different points of the talk, and I just wrote the words, just listen, because there was no way that could be even put down in words, because he did say quite a few things to several mothers, in fact, in response to questions, but the feel that came through from the way he delivered it was, something completely unfathomable. So it's like that, isn't it, Dr. Gopala?
Yeah, true. That's the thing. The extent that the feel can go is different and can't be explained. And if I try to explain that, it is in the mind anyway. And it is rather useless, because these are things that are unspeakable. The non-self vibration, non-self perception is it's non-speakable, because you can't speak about it. It has to be experience. Then only you will know that what this is all about, and that will start, it will cultivate the way of thinking. It will change your way of thinking. It will change the way you look at life. It will change the way you it will completely change you.
So the thing that I was trying to say about that point of contemplation was, I mean, we have these big rocks, isn't it? Like, particularly when we come into this Dhamma, like somebody will have the kids, somebody will have the husband, somebody will have something. And so like that, I recall from my experience as well, the big rock was my parents, and, doing the duty by them and that kind of thing. And looking after them was such a big deal for me. And I remember saying to our advances so many times on different Zoom sessions about this whole parents' business. And then one day, I think he said, Trangika, I think he used the word duty in Sinhalese, which is Yuthukama. And he said, duty is just a word. He said, and that's all he said. And then he paused and he said, duty is just a thought. And that's all. I don't think he said much that day. That was it. And that struck me like lightning. And that is the thing, isn't it? It's the delivery of something which is, you can talk 1,000 words, but you won't get it. And then that one thing that is delivered straight into the point where the Dhamma reflection needs to happen can have such a big impact that can even, turn the person around completely, turn that whole cycle completely on its head, isn't it? And that's how even the Buddha with his Parichitta Vijnana Jnana and all these ability to be able to see and feel the vibration and the wave of the other person, was able to touch exactly the point where that person will get jolted into the point of reflecting on the Dhamma and catching that wave, or you can't say wave, catching the non-vibration, isn't it?
Hmm. Yeah, feeling the vibrations that are closer to non-vibration, maybe. But these things, when we try to put into words, it becomes useless again, because these are nothing to discuss even. But we try to discuss because people are inquisitive. But still, I
Yeah.
don't think it is something that we can discuss, because
Um,
feel.
Yeah, and then sorry, just continuing on that, another point that I wanted to get to just discuss in this forum was so once the big rocks, once the focus is there on the big rocks, and those then gradually dissipate, and to a point where sometimes even one wonders how that became a big rock. And then, but still, that low voltage thing, Dr. Pokila. So when it is below the 100 watts and things are like, you feel as if things are cruising along, so that those finer points of then the points of contemplation itself becomes finer, and
Yeah.
as a result difficult to catch or difficult to note. But I mean, you brought out the key thing, which is finally through every point of contemplation one is propagating the I, and that is the zygote level at which one finds the root cause. But that other point where the low voltage thing and the finer points and being able to see it, I guess, there should be an awareness that those things will arise, and there'll be a realization that those were in fact places where one would have kind of got stuck on. But if one, what shall I say,
Suramika, in
active,
in
yeah.
in there, I would just add this for you. You know that we talked about the stimuli thing. Because it's happening so fast, you feel as this mind is existing, or these thoughts are existing. It's happening so fast. Even though the that stimuli is not a thing, sometimes you don't feel specifically anything is valuable. Still, you feel as thoughts are existing because it's it's acting as another sensory organ. You have to get this. You have to. That's another point, that you have to get it, because when you understand that, you relax to the point that just the feel is there, because you relax so much, because you don't relax until you keep thinking about, you're still thinking about how this happened, how this low level can be there inside the mind. Yes, it's actually because mind works as another sensory organ. It works like that. It's not actually organ, but it works like that, and it happens so fast. If you even read about the scientists, what they call about, they also know that the fastest thing that they can find is the mind. Like, it works so fast. That's why this mind world is like true, because you can see things, you can hear things, you can, at the same time, you know everything. They may not give you any value, but you know everything. You kind of feel like you are inside a dream. How you feel? Like, imagine you dream about some flower garden, and you are cruising through a flower garden. You dream that. Don't you feel that? Don't you like understand that you are in the flower garden? That kind of thing. That's the mind consciousness. It's happening because of the fast vibration of the stimulus, from stimulus to stimulus. If it is not like that, if you had an ability, like in a machine, if you had the ability to slow down, you won't have this feeling of existence. The consciousness is not a thing. If it had the ability to slow down this process, we can't. That's why we feel the feel of existence. You need to get it. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I think it comes here and there. It doesn't come properly sometimes, but that is what the feel of existence is. Feel of existence is there because of the such a fast occurrence of your sensory organs. The mind is the same. Mind in the sense, the tree, the car. You know, when you go in a vehicle, if you are the passenger, or in a train, if you are the passenger, and you remember how we felt as we are moving, and the other things are moving the other way around, like other side, like passing them, like that effect. You know how we know that what we've passed, even though we don't have any obligation to that or any liking towards that or anything. If we still feel like we are living in that mind bubble, that's the bubble form that I'm talking about when we talk about the form level. That's the only way I can explain it, but Aranwansi might explain it a bit further. But just try to understand that, and you will feel so relaxed. You will feel so, I mean, what can you do? Can you like get this fast occurring to stop? No. Then the breathing should stop. We are not stopping. We are not waiting till that to understand this Dhamma. So you need to relax into the point that you understand this mind vibration. In the sense, mind consciousness. There's nothing called mind vibration. This is a mind consciousness. So the mind consciousness is the reason for the self thought.
That's true.
So when you keep understanding that, what else can you do than relaxing? Because you know it is all due to the rapid vibration that this magic is brought upon to us. In the sense that us feeling, you know, the words can't win. Words can't win because every time we speak, there is a bias. Because we, all the words are in, say, Uttama Purusha. In Sinhala, I don't know, what is the word in English? You know,
I
there's...
don't know. Yeah, it's always giving that self-identity, self-view, isn't it?
Yeah. And you feel like when you tell the other things, they are in the other feeling. You get the other feeling. Yeah, it's not here, but the other type, anywhere else. You get that feel. That's why the words are very biased. But you need to feel that. You need to understand this. That rapid vibration of this stimuli, rapid occurrence of stimuli brings upon the feeling of existence. And rapid vibration of I brings upon the feeling of I consciousness. Rapid vibration of the ear brings upon the ear consciousness. These consciousnesses actually paved the path to mind consciousness, and mind consciousness paved the path to mind, actually the thought, like the self-thought, the view. That's the word, view, the self-view. Do you get the point? I didn't even go to that extent in the last night one, but the morning one, but that is what happens. Now I'm trying to tell this to you, it comes. That's what the beauty is. It's different every time.
Yeah.
That's where you're struggling. You're struggling to understand this, how this form world happens. And when you understand that, you relax into the level that you doesn't matter. And that's the feel. That's the beginning of the feel, because the mind can't play tricks on you.
Mhm.
Isn't it beautiful, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, it is actually. It was a beautiful dialogue between you two. I think as a spirit from what you mentioned, two important phases you mentioned. One is this, if you can slow down this vibration, that self-perception will not be there. That is one important phrase that struck me actually. I was thinking about it. It is very true, yes. On the other hand, the extremely rapid vibration itself gives rise to the consciousness, and consciousness eventually leads to the self-perception and all the ignorance where we take the world as real and myself existing and myself and the world existing, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful Dhamma. I can't reiterate more than that. And when one understand that, they will feel that. I mean, more than what we feel now. Like we feel that. You know, I feel much better now. We every day say that. I feel much better now than before. And this keep improving to the level that I is not there. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. Like initially we start saying, I feel much better now. And then when the story ends, you don't have a story to tell. What story can I say? I mean, what story is true? So the story is in the mind. So I feel better now is in the mind, isn't it? So there's nothing much to
Scriptwriter and
say.
the actor gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's I think we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom
Yes.
meeting in Sri Lanka. I thank everyone for participating into this Dhamma discussion, because it's very difficult to just discussion brings so much beauty into the world, because it's a mixture of vibrations trying to understand the non-vibration, and it brings upon the most beautiful parts of Dhamma into the world, and that's all we can do. And we worship our Anvanse, we salute our Anvanse, we kind of feel how Lord Buddha actually did what he did. It's so beautiful, and I thank Shani for reading the book in the initial thing, and Mr. Bernard for starting the discussion. And yeah, thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvatan Sannai to you
Thiruvatan
Thank
Sannai.
for your
you.
beautiful
Thank you.
explanation. Thiruvatan
Thank
Sannai,
you.
Dhamma friends and
Good night.
All stimuli that we receive from our six senses while we in any posture of this body. Supposing you feel the wind on your body and you feel the coolness of it. Be aware. Do you feel the coolness of the wind, or does the body feel it? Contemplate on it. When you feel a good taste, contemplate if the taste is felt by your tongue or is it felt by you. Contemplate if it is you who is enjoying the taste. Now, where are you? Why do you relate the taste to you? When the breeze was felt by the body, why did you assign the coolness to you? The feeling of you is a concept, a belief. This false belief that it is you is called the satire dictate. It means that you have an impression that you exist. The belief that you exist is because we live within the uncertain. Uncertain means that we believe that the outside and the inside is true. This belief that all is true gives us the impression that we too exist. Now, we have to learn how to look at the world without meaning. That is called Priyasupha. This is how a newborn baby sees the world. He has bodily movements and actions, but he does not have any taints, greed, ill will, delusion, anger, jealousy in his mind. He does not have a me or mind concept. He does not have feelings of greed, ill will, delusion, jealousy, etc. He has a very pure, untamed mind. As we grew up, we were tricked because we were taught that we are individual beings. We added the I did it or me concept to every action we perform. That was our delusion, the illusion of the mind, Vijnana Manava. When we don't believe the outside and the inside, and when we stop believing in the me concept, the mind creates. Then the thought ceases to exist. This point is called Vijnanam Anidasanam. At this point, you also lose the me concept and you realize the pure truth. Appaditita Vijnanaya means when the thought cannot create any illusion at that moment. Many moments say, yes, Honorable Sir, how should I contemplate on a sound I hear? R.N. Mohan said, when you hear a sound, contemplate. Is it you who hear the sound? Then regard it as it is only a sound. The Buddha said, Sute Sutamatta. What you hear is only a sound. When you hear a sound and when you turn towards the direction the sound comes from, you need not like it or dislike the sound. It is just a sound. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable. Adam Mahanse, you have to be aware and question. Am I here at this moment? This awareness is very important because through this awareness, you begin to develop wisdom, which will finally make you realize the pure truth. You will realize that there is no you. Karan Sanari Abadami.
We pay homage to Aran Hanse. Thank you very much, Shani, for reading the book. And I think we have discussed this to some extent yesterday also, that how this sound, or even a few days before, so how whether the sound is true, that how the sound just, how sound can be just a sound, I mean, nothing else. It's not heard to hear or anyone in that context. So we can start a discussion on that. I wish, don't know whether we can, someone is free to start the discussion and we can go on improving on that or adding. Is Dr. Sakuntala?
Irvasanai, Dr.
Oh,
Kokila.
Sarangika, yeah.
Irvasanai, Dharma friends, and we pay our homage to Buddothpado and Hansa. Dr. Kokila, I think on the theme that Shani was explaining, before we get to a Vijnanang Anidassanang thing, I think the deeper one goes into the analysis, and the more one progresses on the path, the importance of understanding the basic consciousnesses, the light, the sound, and all that has been repeated over and over again by R.N. Mahansi as well as yourself. So I think I just listened. I haven't finished listening, but I listened partly to R.N. Mahansa's 9:30 Zoom conversation where he, I think, repeatedly expressed how from the same wave, how due to our five senses, the representation of the same wave is manifested in five different ways. In one way, coming from the light consciousness, it's appearing as light. From the ear, it's appearing as sound. But these are mere representations of the same wave. And then, of course, he progressed on to the Shuddhashtaka, the 8 patterns of vibration as well. But I think the point about one wave emanating different representations, or nirupana as we call it in Sinhalese, is a really important point that one can explain and elaborate on, so that aspect is well understood by followers, because once they understand that, it becomes easier when they look at objects. It becomes easier when the thoughts come to their head, and they feel that the thoughts are heavy, and they feel as if there's stress and worry. But if they know that it's these representations that are occurring only via the senses, it's all happening due to that one vibration. The split into five is because of that, because we as human beings have these five senses, one can say. But ultimately, if that light and sound and touch, taste and smell were only representations of the vibration, and the combination of those representations is what we call a thought, and therefore the thought is also, just light and sound, or light and touch, or sound and taste, just a combination, varying combinations of it, but nothing else, then it becomes easier to not get caught up, not get captured or enraptured or entertained by that thought, whether it is through attachment or whether it is through ill will or hatred or in any such manner. I mean, yesterday we talked about raga, desa, moha, the attachment and the non-attachment. So in all those aspects, everything becomes true only if the thought becomes true. So if you can elaborate more on the wave and the representations and how important that aspect is. Therwan Sannai.
Yeah, Therwan Sannai. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes, I think um, just adding more or less, I mean, a few things to what Surangika said, as you very clearly mentioned, that it is the same basic vibration or same basic current which is manifested as different streams, like depending on the sensor faculty. Now, sorry, it can be manifested as light, or in other words, a shape or a sound, smell, taste, or the tactile stimulation. So basically, it is the same vibration which gives rise to different forms. Now, it is something similar to, if you take a metaphor, like electricity. When the electricity is there, you can use electricity depending on the equipment. Sorry, depending on the equipment, you can produce maybe cold with the AC machine, or the cold with the fridge, uh, wind blowing, I mean, cool feeling with the fan, and the bulb will give the light, etc. Now, and so it is the same basic vibration which leads to these different manifestations. So that is a basic thing that is described. And depending on the level of the current, the manifestation also can change. So in other words, when the vibrations are at a very high level, the manifestation of it as a word or a function or a thought could be in very sort of uh, rough or crude or harsh level, whereas when the current or the vibration is at very low level, uh, the manifestation could be very smooth. So for this, actually, you need the physical part also, because if the eye is not there, or if the ear is not there, if that physical part is not there, there is no manifestation at all. So as the baseline, you have to have this physical component. But the vision or the sensor faculty, the eye faculty, doesn't mean that the physical eye. Eye faculty indicates that the function of seeing. Ear faculty means the function of hearing. But for that function, the basic materialistic part, the organ which is made up of the blood, bones, and flesh, must be there. So this is applicable to thoughts also when you talk about the mind sensor. A beautiful example has been given by our Aryan Mahase, that is the battery, vehicle battery, where as the components, as the physical part, the battery cells are there, then the acid is there, water is there, and as a collective function of these, the current is produced, but you cannot locate where the current is. And also, current is not a part of the battery. So that is, in other words, the brain is needed in the background for the thought formation, but thought you cannot locate any part of the brain, and thought actually is not a part of the brain. So when you talk about the memory, now some time back, sorry, some time back we had the idea that memory is kind of something stored in the part of the brain. But when you sort of go into the Sutra Deshana of Lord Buddha, and also those have been very simply explained by Avaryan Vahase, and there it clearly says that there is nothing called memory. So it is something telepathizing, or some spark happening, something like a spark which happened in the past is getting repeated here. The same spark is appearing at this moment when the suitable causes meet together. Anything else to add to what I said, Surangika or Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, it's really interesting thing here, that the most important thing is to feel this actually, that what we discuss here. First, we have to understand that, and it's good to feel that too, because this is how even the quantum nature of the consciousness, or the how these were explained by R.N. Hanse at one time. So about the one kind of vibration thing. This is again, if you can remember, we talked about the continuity, like we feel, because in the mind we feel like, I am the one who slept yesterday. I woke up in the morning, I went to work, I came back. I had a tea, something like that. In that film we talk about, we feel that the mind bubble, that continuity. The same thing is with the field too, that due to the ignorance, how you feel that the continuity. But if you actually feel the no self perception, or at one particular moment, if you feel the non-vibration, only this thing can be understood, because the continuity is broken as well, because you understand that this vibration, if it is not taken as a thing happening here to anyone, in that sense, to a person, then at that particular moment that vibration is not there. That's the exact thing which is important to feel, the non-vibration. And that won't happen until you understand that how this works, like Surangika just said, and Sakuntala just added. It's very important to understand the vibration of these sensory faculties are felt as happening here because of the sankhara part, or because of the fast vibration of these sensory organs, but because of the ignorance, we felt that it's happening here, like in this system. But actually what it is it's just another vibration that happen in this sensory system. So that is where the anidassana state is felt. Patita novana, or the consciousness is not based on anywhere. just another consciousness. It's just that organ vibration. So that's the absence of that vibration that we talk about. So that's the importance of feeling that, so that that is understood, that actually is such a beautiful understanding that we get through these experiences when the whole samsaric journey, we only knew that it's something is happening here, something is happening here in the sense this system, like happening to me kind of thing, even though the words are not there. Just imagine the baby, they don't know, the 6-week child or few weeks child, they just have no idea what is happening around, but still they feel that it is happening to that system. That's the same vibration we are talking about. That's the same vibration that will be understood by a person who listens to the Dhamma. But remember, don't forget that when it comes to the adult or a child who has the mind, what you see is directly the flower. You can't avoid it happening. You see directly the flower. But actually, if that mind bubble is like deep understanding happens, it will lead to the level of kind of without any specific mind consciousness. If you it will be there, but it will be not taken as a thing, and then feeling will be there about this vibration. And definitely if you feel it, you know that it is only a vibration of sensory organ, and you know that it will be the similar thing if it happens in the other sensory organ too. That's why when you understand one system, you understand kind of everything. And we understand few other things too. We understand that there is no I, outside I, or I consciousness. Actually, there's no 3 areas. We just keep understanding these things, which is great. And there's something to be felt, though. That's the important thing I was trying to tell, so that you give the system a chance to feel that. That is the main message from Pratipada. What is the big thing about Pratipada is to give a chance to this vibration, to feel the non-vibration underneath. Because non-vibration had been there, but it has never telepathized before. The ability to telepathize into non-vibration has been there all the time, but it never did. But with Dhamma, you can do this, whether it is the eye or the ear or the skin, nose or tongue, or the mind consciousness. First, it's very important for you to understand the outside is actually not, we don't have an experience of this mindful world because we have, tree, all these things, but we have never had an experience of a tree. We have experience of these senses though, yes, but even that is just experiences of sensory organs. But the underlying what happened was this when it is a thing, because of the fast vibration, when it is a thing, it always felt as here. That is the self vibration. That's the same vibration that we talk about that in previous one, the electricity. It is the same vibration. It can go down and up, yes, in the frequency, in the strongness, the power, but a system is actually lost if that system has not felt the non-vibration at least once. But if the system felt the non-vibration once, then Lord Buddha reassures that it will become the non-vibration one day, an end of suffering. And non-vibration is the fundamental, which is the most beautiful metaphor would be the flame of a lantern, which will be gone when it is gone, not leaving anything behind. But when we take everything for granted, always that self vibration, which we called as the electricity, or as in the previous example, there is a chance for telepathizing into anywhere according to the frequency. It will depend wherever. It doesn't matter which 31 realms, whatever the level. Even if it's asanyatala, the chance of it being telepathized into the self vibration at even once in blue moon, once in 80 kalpas, that which we can't even express. It's a long time, isn't it? Yeah. So can someone add something to that?
Yes, Dr. Wakila. As you said, yes. I mean, as long as there is breathing, the physical body will be functioning. And as long as a physical body is functioning, these sensor faculties are functioning. And there is continuous and very speedy creations coming out from these sensor faculties. So in other words, actually the sensor faculty means that creation itself. That means seeing things, hearing things, like that. Once I remember, I think somebody asked you about a question, if the person is unconscious, whether the sensor faculties are not functioning. But you mentioned, I remember that day, I mean, you cannot say like that, where if the physical body is there, if the breathing is there, as long as the breathing is there, from outside we may not be able to say which sensor faculties are functioning, but there should be some function. And this is something happening as a part of the system. There is no way of controlling, there is no doer. And also, as a part of the system, there is merging or getting together of these sensor functions. So the result, with no time gap actually, not in the baby with the radiant mind, but beyond that, without any time gap, the merging of these sensor faculty information happens as a part of the system, and then the thought is there. And the thought means, in other words, it's a mental picture, and mental picture has all the components. It has the function of the eye faculty, ear faculty, so all those components are included in that. A simple example will be that if I mention the name mother, the people who are listening will have the vibration of the ear because of the telepathization, because of the similarity of the vibration, and the word, it's a word, it's a sound only, but immediately with no identifiable time gap, the picture of the mother and maybe the sense of her sound and sometimes her familiar smells, and also the way she sort of loved you or cared about you. So many informations which spans out to like maybe 50, 60 years or even longer will spark right at this moment. So that is the mind picture or the function of the mind sensor. So this is actually uh, very complicated, I would say, very complicated, and it happens immediately. And this mental picture is the one due to ignorance, which is considered as real. And because of this current which is underneath this creation, you get the feeling, the system get the feeling that it's real or the mother is there. I mean, you get the feeling, the system get the feeling that the mother may not be here right now, but she's somewhere. Or if the mother has passed away, still you get that feeling that mother was there some time back. So this is what's called the itta sanyava, or the feeling of existence. And the other side of the coin of the itta sanyava, or the feeling of the existence, is the self perception or feeling of self existence. So this whole chain of activities, actually you can't call it a chain, it happens simultaneously on one top of the other, like, and the initial cause was the vibration of each sensor faculty, and the final effect or the final product was me or myself concept. And it's this me or myself, or this self perception, or sakkaya dittiya, so many words are used for that. This is the root of every defilement. So this is what Lord Buddha said, that this is what you have to sort of understand. And when you understand how it happens, there's no other simple way of eradicating Sakkaya Ditya, getting rid of it. Only way is to identify how it happens, the mechanism or the magic behind the scene. Then that solidity or the power of that self-perception will gradually get less and less. Yes, Teruvan Saranai, would you like to add
Yeah,
anything?
actually, I just, the yesterday I was, yesterday, I don't know, but was trying to say how this mind consciousness work. Actually, it's kind of a spell.
Mm.
The fifth one, the consciousness, how it works, it's like a spell. Then because the mind consciousness actually has all these features of other five senses, it is the best spell ever. Best spell ever. You can't compare any other spell to this spell, because you hear, you see, you feel, you have the emotions at the same time. Such a the spell. In Sinhala, the Indrajalika, the standing in Siumansala. Is that the correct word?
Yes, I think you can use that word. Yes.
Yeah. So how this happened? How this consciousness actually made it so difficult for us to come out of that spell. But once, like in a dream at night, we come out of it just because we get up or someone shakes us up. Get up, get up. Why are you shouting? And there's nothing happening. Same thing. Narayana is like shaking us like very hard, shouting, blaming, and, kind of telling lovingly, wake up, such a beautiful thing. Because this spell, it's a really big spell. And the most dangerous thing is that the love towards a spell, like you kind of want the spell. That's where you find it difficult to die, because you don't know the spell. It's a spell. You kind of want the next thing, next thing, next thing, next thing, but you didn't know that it was a spell. So unless you wake up from the spell, once you wake up from a dream, you won't be like, you will think, oh, I wish I go to that beautiful dream again. You might think like that, but it is a dream underneath. It's such a beautiful thing to know once we are awakened. At the same time, the spell that we are in with the six senses is the most beautiful as well as the most dangerous spell we are in, because it's very, very difficult to wake up from that. Very difficult to wake up from that. And once, if you wake up once, at least that it is a spell. At least you are in the spell again. You are in the spell again. Nothing has changed. But the stream enterer at least knows that it's a spell. At least. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. Because only Dhamma can change the view, the way you look at this dream or the spell. Because if you don't know it is a spell, or if you don't know that's a dream of six senses, you will be happily in that and ever wanting the next one, next one, next one, next one, next one. What do you want? Like, I want money, I want, I want to be in a with my children when I die. I want to see Dhammadeva before I die, or I want to see I don't know, go around the world before I goes, like before something happens to me, before my strength goes away. I want to attain nirvana at least, Yeah, you want something, but that is in that spell, inside the spell. You're still inside the spell. That's what Aranwanse is saying. Wake up from it, because actually it is difficult to wake up from it. That's why you are being pampered. You are being being told multiple times, you're still thinking, you're still thinking, you're still thinking, because the thinking world is very dangerous. And because it gives the idea that the feeling of me is a part of that spell. So feeling of me is the normal thing. That's what it does. So the spell itself feeds itself, like when we say that the catch-22 like thing, that it's something feeds itself. So the spell feeds itself. The spell feeds the wrong vision. Spell feeds the I-ness, or spell feeds the idea of self. And it continues forever, and it has done so far. And we don't know forever. How long will that vibration will continue, that we were talking about? How this self-vibration it has never changed. You know, it's funny. It's funny that this same vibration, like in string theory, how this same vibration managed not to change, even though the vibration pattern changes, the same vibration, the vibration doesn't change. How come is that? So this is just try to imagine the spell changes, you know, like imagine I die now and become a dog, kind of, but in that sense, don't take it in actual way. I'm just telling you an example just to imagine. So you know what the mind does? You just interpret as, I was a man before, like a human before. Now I think I may be a dog now. A dog can't think like that. I'm just telling an example. But you know, the spell changes. The actual outlining of the spell changes. How? The one animal will be seeing only red color. So the spell should be different. You understand that. The bee, complete different structure of the spell. But it is a spell again. The deva, the other higher realms of mind, the same thing. Different levels of spells. You know that self vibration that Surangika was trying to explain, that never change. So the vibration of that self vibration, in the sense the frequency could change, the power could change. So the spell could be changed. Spell outcome, actually manifestation of the spell could be changed. So the imagine living for 60 years in this spell. Next time it would be a different spell or whatsoever, I don't know. But then once a person learns about this spell, even if you just for a single moment you understand the non-vibration, hold that spell, we felt only one thing. What? That single vibration. But no one actually remembered that, because each spell you get into that spell and get so engulfed in that, so engaged in that, you can never realize it's a spell. The cow can't realize it's a spell. The dog can't realize it's a spell. Bee can't realize it's a spell. Even the other higher realms with wrong vision can't realize it's a spell. So only in human life, with this kind of structure, where this mind, the spell works, that's the only time you can actually resonance to non-vibration. So the 40-50 years of spell was, I shouldn't say 40-50 all the time, I should say 70-90 years of spell. We take it so granted, so into it, that we are scared to die, because you feel the spell is real, and you feel like you want to have the next moment. But then finally, after listening to them, you realize, oh wow, what did I look forward to here? I did look forward to money, I did look forward to stuff, but that's all in this spell. But then still you haven't woken up from that. So once you actually wake up from the spell, then you feel it. You feel the vibrations of the sensory organs. You feel it's a kind of it's a sensory organ only. That's from this Dhamma you can have this vision. Change the way you look at the vibration. And then only the non-vibration would arise. That will break the whole spell together. For once, doesn't matter. You will go back to the spell again. Doesn't matter, because it's shaken. the complete structure is shaken, that person can't be put back into the spell and say, darling, live in this spell. It is permanent. No, no one, no acceptance would be there for that particular thing. What do you think? Yeah, I would like to invite some of
Just
the Dhamma
excuse
friends.
me, Dr. Kokila, can you use the word taints or the sasava for the for what you explained as spell? The word.
No, spell is the mind world I'm talking about.
No, you're talking
So
about the mind world.
70-year-old, so if you die at 40, that's the 40 years of spell.
Okay, right.
Because
I
that is
understand.
a spell we are trying to get up from, because that's where a lot of people struggle, this form world. Getting up from the form world is the difficult part. But they are all together. I mean, we can't really differentiate them. But what I'm trying to say is, even understanding this spell. So the cow spell is full of red, full of things that the cow likes. But the underneath vibration, that is the feel. Do you get it? That is the sasava.
Yes, I understand.
So all this time I have been talking about the spell as the meaning, well, how old are you? Actually, I can't remember actually, but
Me?
yeah.
Yeah, 67.
So we can talk about a 67-year-old, 67 kind of, like, we can put like a number to the spells. Actually, it's interesting. The spell didn't have an age. Spell just flowed. That is the same vibration that connected all these spells, because one vibration, tree manifests, and then the chair manifests, but it never happened in that way. This spell is all connected because of the self vibration, and at the same time you don't know it's a spell unless you are woken up from it. So it is difficult to be awake from that and to understand the vibration. That is just a vibration of the sensory organ.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know whether it made any sense. Surangika, can you comment on that or add something?
So these thoughts actually, if you think about this, how this whole that spell works, actually it becomes a spell only because of that binding power. I remember a Zoom discussion where Swarnamali, the UK lady, explained this as well. Understand why it was so important to understand that self-vibration at the zygote level is because of that, the fact that that vibration is lying dormant there, and then kind of projects itself through the asrava, the taints. As long as that ignorance is there and the belief that there's an external world and that reality becomes true, that dormant self-vibration comes out in various forms through and activates itself through the thought. So every thought, the sankhara that happens, now the Buddha has said that living means volitional formations, abhisankarana. The perceptions are considered to be real, and the more one considers it to be real, the more one believes that they are real and attaches value to it, the more they bind together. If there is no belief that they are true, there is no binding together, because one thought after the other, continuous believing that they are true gives them that sense of reality. And with that comes the generation of power. Without that belief, there is no power, because the chitta niyama, the law phenomena of the mind, is just a system that will continue to happen. If these sensors are there, then the representation is there, and a combination of those representations will function as the mind consciousness, and that will happen. And that is why even for the arahats, that still happens. And the way the phenomena of this mind works is that, as Aryan Mahanse has explained, once that holds the two circles, Vattam Vatati, has happened, first the basic consciousnesses, one feels as if it's there, and that existent feeling consciousness arises, and then with that comes the next vibration, which is the mind consciousness, and one feels as if it's there and it exists. Both of those happen, but if one understands that, but still you can't, just like he says that you can't you can't undo once the cheese is made. You can't make the cheese milk back again. That point, up to that point, that phenomena of the mind works, and that is why to that point even the arahats still, the manifestation still occurs. They will still see a chair, they will still see the temple, they'll still see the monastery, they'll still see their robe and their bowl, and so on and so forth. But beyond that, that is what Sonamali was saying, that if one hasn't come to that realization that that doesn't happen, and this is a process, and does not erode that self-perception, how that forms, and does not understand how the mind works, then only the binding power of one thought after the other latches onto its one another, and that binding effect is the thing that causes or generates the power. So seeing through that is the thing that happens when one accesses the Dhamma, because that awareness of the thought, how it forms, what it is made up of, and that it has no substance, it's almost as if there is a, what shall I say, a block of clay, not a block of clay, like it's like, what shall I say, like a mound of earth. If you roll it up into, you take it into your palm and you roll it up into a ball, just some red earth. But if somebody, say somebody's just rolling up a bit of earth and making it into a ball, but every half a minute somebody's coming and pouring water onto that little ball of earth. So it's disintegrating. Somebody's trying to make it, it's disintegrating. Maybe a better example is like a castle that children make at the beach. So they sometimes make it very close to where the waves are coming in, and they are trying to keep the sandcastle erect and the structure erect, but every wave that comes in is breaking up that sandcastle. And still the child seems to be gaining some pleasure in continuing to build the sandcastle, not understanding that the wave continues to come in, continues to break down that sandcastle. So it's something like that. When one understands the Dhamma, the thought is not allowed to bind together. The thought is not allowed to become real, because the observer, because there is the observer is understanding that this is a process, this is what happens. The thought and the binding of the thought is the thing that takes us through this samsaric cycle. So if that process is understood, there is no opportunity for it to become a reality, and then there is no opportunity for it to become an existent field, and then there is no opportunity for the self-vibration to become strong, and for that whole self-perception to work. what happens is the Patisota, the Anusota breaks down to give way to the Patisota, and instead of the binding, there is an unraveling. Instead of an attaching, there is a dissipation, a ceasing to be. And that's how the realization comes as one progresses on the path, I would say. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And just one more point. I remember Naren Mahatse recently said about the baby in the court. I think it was Sudharma who asked the question about whether the baby does not have the self-perception and has the radiant mind, and that it is only later during, say, Montessori days that, you know, all these things come together and the mind forms. And then he said, look, that is because you are thinking about it through the mind. And if you think about it through the mind, you're going to use those type of concepts to figure out what is actually happening at the level of the baby in the cot. In reality, because that self-vibration at the zygote level is still there, even in the baby, the smell of the mother when she nestles the baby in her arms, the voice and the vibration that emanates from that, you know, the feeling that the baby gets from the mother's voice, all that is a vibration that, and that vibration that that the baby telepathizes into is that baby's self-vibration. So that was, I think, quite revolutionary for me, particularly. I mean, that was an angle that I think Aryan Mahanse, I haven't heard actually, Aryan Mahanse explaining it in that perspective. So perhaps Dr. Kokila, if you can explain some of those aspects.
What was it exactly that you wanted me to elaborate on?
Just that last part where he said that, I think Sudharma said that, you know, the baby doesn't have the self-vibration apart from the zygote thing that is known, you know, because the mind has not formed at that point. So I think she asked the question some time ago, maybe I think last month, I think it was. And he said, you can't really say that the vibration that the baby feels, the Atma company, is there in the warmth of the warmth of the mother. Is there in the voice of the, you know, the vibration that the baby feels. It may not know that it is the mother's voice. It may not know it's the mother's
Yes,
warmth.
yeah.
But it innately feels it,
Yeah, that is the thing. That is the thing that third, you know, like the third line of the third line of the training is very important there, because the only humans can understand these layers. Actually, you know that when you were talking before, you know, you said how this keep complicated, like basic human zygote vibration, how it can end up killing thousands of people. And you know, how can it happen? How this spell becomes real, and then vibration goes so into the high power stage because of the thinking with me in it. You know, the venerable Angulimala, before he became a venerable, he went into thinking that if I do a necklace from fingers of people, actually the teacher will give the daughter. I mean, that's that kind of spell which became true. That is the spell that I was talking about, you know, 40, 70, 60, whatever the spell, how this becomes so real that people would actually increase this power. or decrease in that sense. This is like the junction. This is kind of the junction where it can end up in niraya or end up as a wrong vision, a Brahma with a wrong vision, because they can go either way. But but if someone actually understand the reality of this spell and understand the reality of the normal senses, that even before the form world, that's it. That all the levels of the spell is kind of understood. So nothing can beat, nothing can kind of surprise. No touch can surprise. No light can surprise. No sound can surprise. No taste can surprise. No smell can surprise. No thought can surprise that an arahant who has become the non-vibration. That's where the senses, enjoyment of senses, are overpowered by the beautiful sense of tranquility. So we are talking about a person who is eternally happy, not like happy because there is a taste, not happy because there is a light, not happy because there is sound. Eternally happy without any of these sense of vibrations. And it's such a beautiful thing. And that's why we talk about Keles Parinirvana, Skandha Parinirvana, Dhatu Parinirvana. And before, long time ago, we believed that the Dhatu Parinirvana is all about the outside, like, but now we understand it's about the actual, this non-vibration that can last a bit longer. And recently, Aradvanse was trying to say that in such a beautiful way, how non-vibration has the power. And that's where, like, someone can actually telepathize into that. So all these are telepathization still. So nothing is ours. It's not my my non-vibration. I mean, when we start this journey, that's how you feel like, I'm going to achieve the non-vibration. Yeah, that's the joke we get. But it is funny, and now actually it is funny because we keep understanding, nope, that's not the way it is. What happens, even as a stream emitter, what happens is you just feel the non-vibration for the whole samsaric journey. You haven't felt the non-vibration. If you had felt it, this journey wouldn't be like this. I mean, once felt, it can have a birth in human realm. But what I'm saying is, yeah, it's such a beautiful Dhamma how human being, this human spell, human mind, once it becomes a human mind, how it can, how damage it can do to this self vibration, or how beautiful things it can happen to that. And that is in 31 realm, whether the beautiful or the ugly side of it. But the utmost importance is the non-vibration, because no other status can bring telepathize into non-vibration. No other form can telepathize into non-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know whether even I answered your question. I get deviated sometimes,
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah. Did I answer your question? Sometimes when you try to start telling that, it goes everywhere.
Yeah, I
Also,
think.
Dr. Kokila, when there is non-vibration of a particular system, uh, uh, it's very easy to understand or the feel the level of vibrations of the other systems, isn't it? That is where this metta, spreading of metta will be maximized or the optimal in a system where the non-vibration is there, isn't it? I mean, a person, arhat state, will be able to spread metta in the maximum way to the other systems, because when there is non-vibration on this side, it's very, I mean, it's very easy or very clearly can understand the vibrations of the other systems.
The
I believe
actual,
that.
I think,
Yeah,
actual answer is it can become the other
same vibration.
vibration.
Oh, yes, yes,
It is very easy because and feel how badly that system is suffering,
yes.
even though that person might be telling that that person is good now. Maybe, like when we can listen to this every day, a lot of people tell Aranwanse, I feel so good now. And Aranwanse is telling, you have to be careful. And, he nicely put it with so much kindness, because you can't really tell much. You can only say kindly that to be calm and take it easy and let go. And as we discussed last time, that's all we can do. Keep understanding Dhamma and just letting go, because this form world, unless we come to the fully understand that the form world is a mirage, is complete, everything, Dhamma, the words, whatever, the whole system. It's kind of billions of data in a 70-year-old system, isn't it? What, how much things we have taken for granted. I mean, as a child, I think the curiosity and the way we looked at the life and we embrace everything, didn't we? So beautifully, we embraced everything. But now we kind of know that's the spell. And if you are awakened from that, the beginning of the path, what Aranwanse is saying is, at least you have to have the feel, if not all the time, at least for a moment, if you get the feel and then understand it is just a system, then you can feel the non-vibration. That is kind of the beating of the path. So it's very important to understand this fully and just let go, because if you hold on to something, it is still the mind world, because this mind is so tricky. The most amazing web, the spell, the web, you can say anything. I think Lord Buddha's time, he actually talked about the web. Remember the spider? He talked about the spider and how spider keep weaving the web, and how these sense faculties are, manifesting all these things. But once understood, till we have the skandha parinirvana, I don't know what that is in English, like until the breathing ceases, there will be some, there will be a fail, yes, but that would be utmost, harmless underneath. There can be problems on top of it. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Is there anything to add, Surangika?
Yesterday, I think you mentioned about happiness, and that is the problem, isn't it? Happiness, and I don't know what
The
the word
word
is
happiness
called.
is, word happiness is
Sukra,
already
yeah.
taken. Yeah. So can't even talk about these things in English sometimes because
Yeah.
all the words, pleasure, happiness, all kind of sensual world, that inside the spell.
Yeah, very materialistic, as Aryan Mahansa says. And this is the issue, isn't it? Because this you mentioned in today's talk that sometimes people don't even want to come out of the film. They like to be in the spell because they think that is in, if you are in, one thing is they don't know it's a spell. The other thing is they think
Complete ignorance.
Yeah, so they think that happiness is the happiness and that there is no other happiness, and they can't even fathom the fact that a religion, because that's the way they consider all these. No? They consider Buddhism a religion, they consider Christianity a religion. So this is also a problem with the stigma in societies and the negative connotations that have been given through wrong teachings also. All these things contribute to sometimes people's reluctance in actually opening their wisdom or mind or whatever it is towards even listening to a little bit of the Dhamma sometimes. But basically, so they are intoxicated with that happiness and they can't fathom that there is something beyond that materialistic happiness, which is unfortunate, really, because I think that itself is the thing that's stopping quite a lot of people from accessing the Dhamma. So, like Aryan Vansi says, it has to be somebody who actually has suffered and knows what suffering is to want to transcend that suffering, to want to bring an end to that suffering, who will then question, why is there such a thing as suffering? What is making me suffer? At least even saying it's me suffering, I am suffering, even it's okay as long as somebody is questioning it. Because if you question it,
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, all my friends. So let's start our morning one hour Dhamma discourse. So let's begin very simple. What is actually here? Like now, what is here? If you start to observe, you will notice a sound, a sensation, mm, maybe a vision, a taste, a smell, maybe a thought. So that's all, just your experiences. Even though we hear, we feel those sense contacts, when it's come to read, does it feel like just only that? Do we always hear only a sound or a thing that is making that kind of sound? So, do we only hear the sound? No. It feels like a world outside world, a situation, a life happening, an object, a thing. It's not just a simple sound or taste or smell or vision, but always a thing, object. So we can notice this. There's something extra is added on top of this raw experience. We never hear the sound, we hear the object or the thing that makes the sound. That's how it comes as. So it's something extra added to that raw experience. So now let's separate clearly in which it's just occurring. Now comes to also created sense content. Let's say, let's take a door. So this thought is the door. As for a child, they see this door, but for them, it's not a thing. It's just some bunch of colors. They see the door, the wall, the curtains, everything together. They cannot separate themselves. But once we learned about door, like when it was pointed out, and when it's not happening the first time now, so we keep telling this is the door each and every moment. Then at one moment, this thought about the door was created. So this door is now separated from the other elements, other colors, not as before. And not only that, but it has this alive, this 3D feeling. Now it looks as a thing, an object. It has objectified. It's not now 2D simple bunch of colors. Even though we see the one side of the door, we have mentally created the 3D version, the back and the front and the sides, all of that door. Because of that, we have a thing now, a 3D door, a solid, vivid one. But in reality, if we look at what we see only one side. But the other one was made it a 3D object. And that also happened in our mind since. So how this thought was created when we were kept seeing these images, these motions, these colors, and when we kept hearing that sound do, and when we have touched it, we know the texture of that hardness of it. If there is a smell, we feel the smell. And all of those sense of contacts, those sense of vibrations, they comes together and creates a one thought. So now that thought has its own power. It's not the vibration of the sound, nor the vibration of the vision or the taste or the smell. It has its own vibration, and that vibration is the one that powers that thought. It has its own power. That's why it feels real. So even though if we carefully observe, we can only see just some colors. But we create this thing in our mind. We know there's a pattern. We create this whole 3D model in our mind. Because in reality, we cannot see a 3D model. Our eyes cannot perceive a whole 3D modeling. It only can perceive tiny frames. This mind and that speed is the one that shows us it in a 3D. We actually never saw a 3D image. It's our mind linked those frames and created a 3D too. So likewise, another example, a sound appears. It's just raw vibration. But suddenly, for us, it's not just a random sound. It's a squid. It's a cat. It's person. It's never a sound. It's an object, a thing, a vivid 3D structural thing. But there's nothing in that sound. There's no 3D object in that sound. We are the ones imaging there is something in the other end of that sound. 3D thing. An object, maybe a thing, an animal. So that's why when we hear a sound, our thought says it's a car, or it's someone outside. Maybe something is happening. Maybe it's a squirrel or cat. But the thing is, in that sound, there's no object there. But in our mind, there is an object linked to the other end of that sound. That's why when we hear a sound, we don't hear a sound. We hear an object making that sound, a thing making that sound. But there's nothing came with that raw experience. So that object was also a thought that has been created on our own mind. So how thought was created, like we said, that was created from a combination of sensor contact, sensor vibrations. The thought is a construction from those vibrations. Let's say we get something lower than an average person. That's how this whole world, whole thoughts are created in our. They think that's the truth, that's the reality. So that's why whatever thought we are using is also created from the sense of contact. And if our senses are not working properly, that also affects those thoughts. So that's why this whole world, this illusory world created from these thoughts, are different from person to person. It's not the same world. It's always something different. Because when the sound is heard, the mind is the one saying, can that telepathize in the thought related. Some can telepathize a cat, and another person can telepathize something else, an object maybe. So they hear the same sound, but what they call from that side is a different thing. An object may be an animal. So the thing is, whatever they think, it's in their mind. not came from that sound, within that sound. Sound is just a sound. It occurred and ceased. There's no cat or an object in that sound. We are the ones that labeling, tagging an 3D object, 3D item or a thought to that sound. So how did this thought came to this moment? Like we say, thoughts are created from sensor contents. So when we heard that sound, a thought that has been created using that sound with that sound is immediately realized. But the thing is, it's not just the sound, it's the thought with all other vibrations. So it's kind of linked now. When the sound is the thought comes with all the colors, the shapes, smell, taste, and everything. Now it feels more real, more vivid than that simple sound like. That's why it is complicated because thought is always coming with all of the sensors, not just one simple sensor. So now from this one sound, it created a whole situation. We only heard at this moment, if we live in this moment, we only heard the sound. But if we using a thought, that thought has vision, smell, taste, everything. Even though they don't occur at this moment, with the thought they come. They're not occurring at this moment, but in that thought. That's why it feels vivid. But they are not actually existing at this moment. But actually existing is a sound. Rest are illusory, imaginary, done by our mind sensor. But the thing is, we don't understand it in this way. When it's come to reality, practicality, we don't feel it like this. We feel like it's really a squirrel, a person, an object out there. It's not simple like this. When we heard the sound, we don't simply hear the sound, we heard a person, a squirrel, an object, a thing. It's really hard to see through it at first because that's how we used to. So when the sound comes automatically, instantly, the thought that related to it also comes. So it's really hard to slow it down and separate it. Just only observe the sound. But if we try to carefully observe it, we will notice we hear the sound, then the rest follows, then the thought with all other sense contents. That was happened in our mind, on our mind, not from there, not with that sound. Mind is the one creating this illusory world from just single sound vibration. So now something deeper. Thought they don't like they thought doesn't just label, it interprets. So for example, let's say someone is looking at you, but actual vibration is visual, a bunch of colors. We saw a bunch of colors and we separated them into a thing, a human. That didn't happen in the eye or my senses. That happens in our mind. What I perceived was some bunch of colors all together like an image. In that image, we separated this shape is a person, this shape is a vase, a chair, a dog. Now we separate each and every color and name it. It doesn't stop there. It's not simple like naming and picture. It feels real. It feels there is a 3D thing, an object there. Even though I got some colors, we feel as if there is a real chair there. A 3D, this height, this width, this diameter, that kind of chair there. Though there is an existing door like that. Back of the door is like this color. Every detail comes with that. But in reality, it's very simple. Some bunch of colors. So we see some colors and we separate those colors and make that shape and label it as a human, a person. And the thing is, it's not some human like a simple one. It has a power, a strong power. As there is this real, solid, vivid 3D person there. Even though we see the one side, in our mind, we have created this 3D model of that person. But that happens in the mind, not in the reality. Not only that, and the way they have looked, that eyes or maybe the face, we have so used to those things, even those tiny details. We are start to create thoughts about that also. They're judging us, they like me or they don't like me or they don't care or they are angry with me just from a simple facial expression. There's no something you call facial expression. It's just some colors, some, let's say, we are the ones interpreting the rest. Whether it's a person and whether that person is looking at me and whether that person is judging, like or don't like or hate me, everything. But if we go back to the root, it's just some colors. That's all. So let's say there are two people and they're looking at the same thing. And each and every thought they get are different from one another. That's why even though they see the same vision, same colors, the way they interpret it, label it, are different. That's why 100 people have 100 worlds. Because every single word is created in their own mind. So it's different from one another. Their perception is different from one another. So that thought doesn't stop there. It creates more thoughts. It triggers more thoughts. So now what mind has interpreted was someone looking at us. With that, we interpreted it as someone don't like us. And with that, it doesn't stop there. Emotion follows. Now we feel sad or we feel happy. And those emotions, they are also feel real, even though they are created, interpreted according to our mind sensor. Those emotions feels real, even though they are created on our own mind. They feel real, solid, truth. They feel strong and deep. That's why when we feel sad, we feel it strongly as if real, as it is the truth, it is the reality. But in reality, that also created in our mind because of our perception, because of the way we interpret those things, see things. There was no hatred, no person, no emotion in what we saw or in a bunch of colors. Yet we feel everything is real because of this mind's illusion. Mind creates thoughts, and those thoughts has powers. They are not simple. They feel as if they are real, 3D. Thoughts make thoughts we feel they are real, an object, 3D, solid thing. That's why we suffer. That's why we feel sad. That's why we feel scared. And the rest emotion follows with that. Like, they are very strong because of the reason we took the thought as the truth, as solid real thing. But in reality, thoughts are something that has been created, but we feel strong because of our ignorance, because we believe the thought is real. That's how we used to it. That's how we did it all those years to our lifetime. That's why we feel strong again. That's why we suffer, because we took everything, every thought as truth, as the real. We always, if we believe a thought, then it follows a chain. So we'll take the previous example. There's a vision occurred. In that vision, there are a bunch of colors. But we separated, not the I did, not the vision came itself like that, but the mind did that. Mind separate that colors and create this shape. And we labeled it as a human. And that human is not some flat, simple human. It's a alive, solid being. Feels real, feel existent. And then it is a stop there. The way that person has looked, we interpreted it as they don't like us. And with that thought, an emotion follows. We feel sad. So everything happened. This sadness was happened because we took that thought as reality, that first thought that human as the truth, as the reality, as real. We believe that thought. But if we didn't believe that thought, that thought, thought as the truth, as the reality, then none of these follows. If because of the reason we took that as the truth, as the reality, all of those other thoughts follow. And they are not just light, simple ones. They are serious, heavy thoughts. They are suffering itself. So now we go even deeper. Thoughts doesn't just build the world. It's build your world. It's not just a random world. It's the world of this person. So now there's a self who is experiencing that thought created world. In that one, there's this person. So he has his own life. My story, my problem, my body. But all that was constructed through repeated thoughts and strong thoughts. We believe them because of our ignorance. So they have become way more stronger, way more real. It's really hard to even question that because for a mundane person, as you can see, they take the thought as the truth, as the reality. It's hard for them to see thoughts as not real. In the sense, the thought what I meant was objects of fear. They see the chair, they realize how there's not a chair there. There is a chair because they feel it solid, vivid object. It's really hard for them to understand. What they see is just some colors, and they are the ones interpreting it as a chair. And not that only that, they feel it's not just a simple chair itself, as a thing, an object, 3D, solid one. That feel also comes from the mind, that existent, alive, real feeling. So once we see that through this Dhamma, everything we slowly start to realize whatever we believe as real is just a thought. So this whole world is constructed through those repeated thoughts, not just once, but several times throughout our life. That's why they feel stronger. Let's say we created the first thought of the chair, but the power of that thought is now different from this moment right now because over the years it has created more thoughts, more links. Now it feels even more powerful. So likewise, the self is I-ness also. It is also a thought created on our mind. Like thought has tied to some vibrations, that is sound, vision, smell, taste. The self is also tied to those. We call this body is the self. This mind is the self, but they are not real. Those are also thoughts. This self is a thought itself. We see the same patterns again and again. With that, it creates, it builds this stable reality. That's how this illusion feels real. This self feels real. But even in this self, if we try to pinpoint what's really this self is, we get nothing other than sense contents. The vision is occurring, sounds are occurring, taste, smell occurring, sensations occurring, and thoughts are occurring. Nothing else. This self is also created like that rest. But the thing is, this mind has created division and inside and outside from that vibrations. So, for example, when we hear a sound, mind automatically divides it into outside and inside. There is this sound out there from this object, so that's outside world, and this is me, a person who hears that sound. But if we look closely, there were just only a sound vibration. There's no division in that. There's no outside inside in that. That outside inside also created on his mind, in our mind. So that's why whatever we take as real, as outside, then it's that itself is this inside, this self. Because there's only one single vibration occurred. There's no self in that, there's no outside in that, there's no object in that. Just a vibration. So how can there be a self and outside? It didn't come within that sound. The mind interprets that, and the mind separates it. We can notice, we can notice it ourselves. Even right now, let's say you hear a sound and try to understand. Did the sound say this is outside and this is you? No. The mind is the one who automatically, instantly separates. There is a sound outside. Not just a sound, a thing outside. And there is me who listening to that, who is experiencing, affected by that thing. So there is always this two division, inside and outside, created in the mind. So both are created at the same time. Both are created. So that's why whatever we believe as outside and as real, there is this me on this side. So that outside thing is the me, the self itself, because they both of them are created at this one moment from that single sound. So both are same thing, same interpretation from the sound, even though we feel as two separate realities. So this mind is the one that creates these divisions, this self and outside, from this single sense of contact. So they occur at the same time. So they are both of them are the same thing. When you believe there is a chair outside, that chair itself is the self, the sinus, this me, myself. Because that interpretation is created in our mind, on our mind. This outside and inside, that both of those concepts created at one moment. So that's why they are one thing. Even though we feel it as there's really outside chair and there's this me who experience it, that's the part of the illusion. The thoughts has their own power. That's why it is separate. But if we try to observe carefully, whether it's a sound or vision or smell, taste, anything, we will never find a clear line of separation for this outside and inside. Because there's just only one sense of contact happen. In that sense of contact, there's no division. Just a sense of contact occurred and ceased. But we feel it's real, don't we? Even though it's constructed, it feels so real. Because one thing, it's continuous. Thoughts keeps repeating, occurring. And the other thing is, it's happening so fast. We're so trapped in this speed. And also, we believed it blindly since childhood. We never questioned it. We believed, we took it as the truth. So that's why it feels real. It feels solid, like the reality itself. But once we see through this illusion, this shift comes. And something happens. We can always pause and notice there's this no experience. Then the thoughts added the meaning, this solid, real feeling. With that emotion where it's more story based, no thought follows. We just have to see it. We don't have to stop it because, like how sounds are occurring, like how visions are occurring, like how taste, smell are occurring, the thoughts are also happening. We cannot stop thoughts. Thoughts are the contact from the mind sensor, so we cannot stop that. But we can notice them. We can notice the thought as thoughts, something that has been created with a combination of sensor contacts. So it's something constructed, not something real. So we don't follow, we don't take the thoughts as the truth, as the reality. We don't follow more thoughts. We don't suffer for thoughts. But we cannot force it. The only thing we have to do is to listen to this Dhamma and try to understand Try to penetrate through thoughts. Try to see the reality. Try to see that thoughts are not real. Try to experience it ourselves. And once you experience it, once you get this confirmation, slowly it starts to reduce that power each thought has, that strong power that we taken them as the truth, taken them as the reality. That power slowly, gradually starting to reduce. Like we said, what we believe outside as an object, as real, that itself, that object itself is the self. So on this side, once we understand this, that the power of the self is also reducing gradually. So then we don't have strong emotions for things, for this self, for what we see outside. So then, as usual, sounds appears, vision appears, smell appears, taste appears, thoughts appears. They appears and disappears. Simple. Just vibration, just sense the contents. But there is no power for those thoughts. There is no those strong feeling that follows those thoughts. So we don't try to cling into them. We don't try to attach to them. Whether there's outside or inside. We don't care. This self, it has reduced. The power of the self has reduced. That construct itself is also reducing its power on its own. Like we cannot force anything. It happens slowly on its own. So it becomes looser, light, less heavy. There's no burden. This self slowly fades. And what remains is just this raw, simple experiences as it is, not thought. We are living in this moment. We are awakening to this moment. Yeah. So let's end our morning Dharma discourse for the day. Everyone's on night.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aran Mahansa at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa, our noble friend and our spiritual guide. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends, Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of the Buddothpado PeoTV 24-hour English channel. And Dhamma friends will be delivering sermons throughout the day. 24/7, and we are having a separate discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day, Sri Lankan time, for you to join if there are any doubts that you want to clear from these sermons or whatever the Zoom discussions that you joined of Buddothpado, either in Sinhalese language or English language. So we are trying to give a little bit of this teaching, Dhamma teaching done by our noble friend R.N. Mahansi to you in our capacity. Whatever the way we can convey it, we are trying to give at least some message which will be a kind of eye opener to you. And if you feel that it is what you have been looking for, you can certainly join these Zoom discussions. And also you can go to the websites and find more details about Buddothpado teaching. If I mention the websites for Sinhalese speaking people, the main website is, there are so many actually. The main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. For our English speaking friends, the website is www.wisdomofasia, which is written as one word, wisdomofasia.com. So those websites will give particularly the Wisdom of Asia website will give lots of scientific evidence also. And the main Buddothpado Dhamma.com website has all the sermons done by R.N. Mahanse, beautifully categorized under different topics. And also it gives the QR code for you to trace the local centers, because in several countries, including Canada, UK, Singapore, Korea, those are some of the countries where, and Australia. Those countries, we have this Metmal Foundation branches. From them, you can get more details. And also, if you are interested in getting the books, that also can be done through them. There are books written in English medium, about 7 or 8. Yeah, I think about 7 books are there. Sinhalese books, quite a lot are there actually, nearly 40 books are there. So you can get them down, and that will be an additional help for you. There are actually pen drives and recorders for the people who can understand the Sinhalese language, where all R.N. Mahanse's sermons are recorded. And also there is a monthly magazine, Buddothpado magazine, which has some very important articles packed with facts actually, taken from R.N. Mahanse's Deshana or teachings. So all these ways, all these methods will help you to gather more information, because we know that what you heard as Buddhism may be different from what you hear now. Actually speaking, what was disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago has changed into some extent over the time. There were lots of threats to this religion. There were lots of invasions in the areas in India where the Buddhism was prevalent, and the influence of other religions played a significant role. And the era of the Arhants also came to an end. Thereafter, the monks who had the inner transformation were becoming less and less. At some stage in Sri Lanka, actually, there were no enrobed monks. There were representatives to the monks who were wearing a yellow thread, and they were performing the duty of the monk while they were having their normal life, family life. So it was a kind of a maybe a voluntary job, I would say, while they were in the mundane world, carrying on with their normal day-to-day businesses. So that was the situation in between. There was a famine which went on for years and years, and that also led to the the death of many monks because of the starvation. Some, of course, went to India, but some stayed here. And that was a time that it was decided that this has to be write down in books. It was written in the Ola leaves to start with. But as you know, that when this writing down happens, uh, actually it can change, because Lord Buddha said that Buddhism is something that you have to experience, which means that it is a feel which is the important thing, not the mind. So not in the form of thoughts, or we know that the language means thoughts. So when it comes to the thoughts, actually the inner, deeper, important contents of this Buddhist teaching cannot be expressed in the same way. It's a feel actually that you have to go by, but feel is not something that you can express without the words or without the thoughts. Then certainly the outcome or the message which is conveyed changes. So that may be the reason why it was not written down for a long time. And even Lord Buddha greatly discouraged having any kind of statues of Lord Buddha himself, and also for the purpose of worshipping. He discouraged. Once we know that Ananda Thero got a statue carved from sandalwood for the people to worship at Jethavanarame, when people were coming looking for Lord Buddha, and when Lord Buddha is not there, he felt that it is good to have kind of a statue for them to worship. But as soon as Lord Buddha returned and found it out, he said to discard it, because he didn't he didn't agree about it. So we know that when it was written, actually there were many changes. And then from that level, it became really worse when it was translated to Sinhala. Actually, according to the history, from what we hear from Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, this translation was done by a person called Buddha Ghosha, who was formerly actually a Hindu priest. He was brought down to Sri Lanka, and he was enrobed as a monk, and then he learned Sinhalese language, and then he translated that from the Pali to Sinhalese language. And apparently, for some reason, the original writings which were there which were the Pali, were destroyed. So we know that the exact contents may have changed actually during this translation also, because many places we realize that Lord Buddha gives a deep meaning by using one or two words sometimes. Just maybe one word or even two words. It means something that you can expand even up to a chapter. We know now, for example, in this the stanza that where uh, the um, Pirit, the Karaniya Metta Sutra. Karaniya Metta Sutra, it has the qualities of the person who should be spreading metta. So there's this word sakko. The word sakko has, when you expand it, you can write a full kind of small paragraph to give the meaning of that word. So many qualities of that person is explained in that single word. The helpfulness, pleasantness, effectiveness, efficiency, uh, quickness, and the way that is helpful to the others. So many qualities. Similarly, about the word Buddha. Buddha again. There are the word Arhant. Arhant also has so many meanings. So like that, in the Buddhist teaching, the original disclosures done by Lord Buddha, the words give certain specific meanings, and sometimes the meanings are very long actually. So these facts, unless it was done by a person who has the inner transformation, it can greatly vary. And we know that some of the explanations given in this singular translation of the Tripitaka actually doesn't tally with that. And Aranvasi very clearly says that the meanings of the original sutras does not tally with this Sinhalese translation. So when our venerables study this Tripitaka book, and when they pass the exams, qualify, and then come as sometimes teachers to these Pirivenas, which are actually the monk schools, special Dhamma schools for monks in the temples. Those facts are taught there, and the message actually taken by them is also not correct sometimes. That is a message that goes from the monks to the people. So this is what has actually happened to many religions, not only to Buddhism. I'm sure these changes have occurred in many other religions also, because the facts have been added, sometimes for the convenience of the translator, or sometimes as an improvement. Certain facts are added by then the leader of that group, leader of that religion. So ultimately what we are experiencing is mostly something altered, something different. That Lord Buddha predicted even at that time. The deterioration of the Buddhism will occur not because of the outsiders, but because of the venerables or the monks, they themselves. It's simply because they can't understand what is there. That is because they have no inner transformation. Therefore, they will do whatever they think is correct. They will preach whatever they think is correct. And also, not only that, they will preach the simpler versions, skipping the difficult and deep parts. So that is the worst damage. And uh, and that looks real for the person who is listening, particularly when the Dhamma facts are very deep and difficult to understand. People also like to hear something which is simpler, and people also like to do the easier things. That is the nature of the humans, isn't it? So people like to do some offerings rather than trying to understand these deep Dhamma facts. So they might go for large scale pujas, kind of offerings to the temples, construction of the temples. Those things are convenient rather than uh, using or trying to bloom this Om Jnana and understand this. So the basis of Lord Buddha's teaching, Buddhist philosophy, is no self, Dhamma. Because we have had this impression that myself is there. So everything comes up secondary to this myself. So that is what we have been practicing all this time. That is why we are born again. But this time we are fortunate, I would say, to be born again as human beings. And also the fact that we hear the Dhamma. So we are, I would say, more fortunate than our previous births. And as that weaving girl told Lord Buddha, we don't know from where we are coming, and we don't know where we are going. That is exactly the truth is. What Lord Buddha said was actually this deterioration of this Buddhism will happen not because of the outsiders, but because of the monks or the venerables themselves. That is the deterioration that I mentioned a little while ago. When they do not understand the deeper facts, they tend to skip those. So some of the very important sutras are not taken up, not explained, not mentioned to the public simply because they themselves find it difficult to understand. So they tend to skip them. And as I heard from R.N. Mahasi some time back, that some of these difficult sutras will not be a part of the teaching also for the venerables at their exams. So the difficult parts are skipped even for the education. And Lord Buddha said that the destruction of the tree trunk will occur due to the worms who are living inside the trunk, not an outside source. So that suits that reason, or that suits very well what is actually happening today. So Lord Buddha clearly said that it is not the outsiders, it is not the other religions who will do the maximum damage, but it is the people who are inside this. Or in other words, the metaphor he gave was that the tree trunk will be destroyed by the worms who are living inside the tree trunk itself. So what we heard actually for some time was this altered kind of teachings, Dhamma discussions. That is being continued. That is the worst part of it. Because if you listen to Dhamma sermons, if you go to the social media, you will find, my gosh, not hundred, sometimes thousands of Buddhist teachings. Lay people as well as the venerables are doing the discussions, conducting meditation programs. They're having their own groups, and the group is promoted to do various kinds of meritorious activities, to do meditation sessions, to do alms givings, contribute to various constructions of the temples. Actually, those are, I'm not saying that they are not correct or you shouldn't do them. You can do them, no problem. Alms giving and various helps to the temples are also necessary because we want to save our monks, our venerables to continue this tradition or this Buddhism. But doing that alone is not going to help. Lord Buddha said that the all four categories, the monks, nuns, and the lay people, the females and males, Sinhalese word is upasaka, upasika, bhikshu, bhikshuni, upasaka, upasika. Upasaka, upasika mean the lay people. All four categories can reach nirvana. Even though I use the word reach, actually it's not something that you reach physically. So come to the understanding of this nirvana can be done by all four categories. So the impression that we get is actually that this is kind of impossible in this birth. At one stage, we heard that it has to be 7 births at least if you reach the Sotapatthipale or the Sovan status. And so it's a long way, isn't it? I mean, when we were told that you had to be born and die 7 times, we know now, looking back at this life, we know how full of how much of sufferings was there in that. We know that the birth itself is a suffering, isn't it? The baby was inside that dark womb. Inside it is dark and just floating in that water. And being born also was a very painful procedure. That is another suffering, isn't it? Whether it was born normally or delivered by a cesarean section, whatever it is, it's not something comfortable to the baby. And the baby feels very cold when he comes out. That is why he comes out screaming. And then what happens? He's quite dependent, isn't he? Very, very dependent. Crying is the only tool, only language that he knows to convey some form of discomfort. He doesn't know, even the baby has no idea what is this discomfort. There's something felt. Something is felt. There's no specification. Whether it is a hunger, whether it is the mosquito bite, whether it is a cold or warm temperature, too hot or too cold temperature, whether it is a wet nappy where the baby is feeling that moisture. So none of these actually are happy instances. They don't bring joy, but they are all discomforts or inconveniences. And baby has no specification to those. When he wants to pass a poo, again he's crying. And when he wants to be picked up, again his language is crying, isn't it? So the baby is very helpless and cannot specifically say what the discomfort is. This is the nature of the formless level. No specification, but the baby feels something. Non-specified feel or the vibration level. So from then onwards, he's struggling to gather various perceptions. Maybe after few weeks or few months, gradually the baby's growth, with the baby's growth, baby will be able to appreciate shapes or colors, sounds, uh, smells, tastes, and the skin sensations. So that again is a struggle, isn't it? So he's not, even though baby may be smiling at times, but underneath that, always that helplessness is there, which means again a suffering. And when the thoughts are formed, we are happy that the child is learning things, picking up the things. Just try to remember how happy you were when your child first said mom or dad. On the very first day that he could keep a step and walk, you could have been very, very, very happy. But it was a struggle for the baby, isn't it? It was a kind of a suffering for the baby, sorrow for the baby. Because when you are still unsteady, you keep one foot and then just flops to the ground again. You might cry because of the pain. Again, more attempts have to be made to stand up and walk. Uh, Also, the baby cannot feed himself, so you allow him to learn. You keep the plate of food in front and then try to get the baby to eat. What will happen? Half the food will be on the floor, and another about one third will be around his face and all over the hands, and only about one third will go inside the mouth. Uh, so these you are looking at it with a real fascination. Oh, he's learning to eat now. He can eat now little by little. See how he was putting into the mouth. As a parent, you are fascinated to see this, isn't it? But what a struggle the baby is having. You are not supposed to feed also because you want him to learn. So what do you mean by that? You are letting him to collect more and more perceptions. So the perceptions about the eating, you allow him to have those perceptions. And then the thoughts are starting to form. When the thoughts are forming, you establish a something called language. Uh, all the words in the language are thoughts. They are constructs at that moment, instant constructs of that moment. But you do not realize that they are just the constructs of the mind, isn't it? You think that you are learning a language and you are trying to communicate with the other people. When it comes to the human beings, because our senses are more or less equal, I'm not saying 100% because there are variations always, small variations among the same species. But because they are going closer to each other, unlike yourself comparing with an animal, then you agree on certain thoughts. You will agree to the term coconut tree, that is a coconut tree. And you will agree to the term called bus, this is a bus. You agree to the terms like mother, father, daughter, son, husband, wife, uh, Sri Lanka, India, those things you agree. And with that agreement, what is called the language is being built up. So underneath all these stories, always suffering is there. And now the sufferings or the sorrow will gradually escalate. We do not actually realize or we do not understand it as a suffering. because of the ignorance, we feel that some of these sufferings are sweet experiences. You see as if the bitter gourd, which is a very bitter vegetable in our countries, is coated with some sugar. So outside there is sugar and inner part is very bitter. This is the story about the suffering. Every happiness or every enjoyment, uh, every craving has suffering underneath, or the sorrow is there underneath. This is what actually Lord Buddha found out when he was a prince. He had so many comforts because there was a prediction about him leaving the palace looking for truth, according to the astrologers. His father, King Shuddhodana, wanted to give him the best possible comforts so that he will not leave the palace because he was the heir to the throne. But see how, if you and me see an old person on the road, it will be just another scene, isn't it? It will be just something that you have seen. Ah, it is an old person, yes. So that's it for you and me. Yeah, we all grow old, but that also will not carry any weight, isn't it? When you see a sick person on the road, you will say, I feel sorry about that sick person. No, dear, you should go to the hospital and get whatever treatment without suffering here. You might advise also, but the fact that it is something common to all of us, the fact that we will feel sick at any time, those facts will not come to your mind, isn't it? And uh, what happens when you see a dead person? I'm sure you and me have gone to enough funeral houses. We try to share their sorrow with them and we sympathize. We respect the body also and then come back. That is just another incident. But such things have never provoked us to find the truth of this living. So those three, along with seeing a clergy from some religion who looked very calm and quiet, who was walking on the road in simple clothes, looking very sort of relaxed. Those four things were seen by Prince Siddhartha. Now, as I said, if it happened to you and me, it will be just another incident, isn't it? We will see them. Okay, we might even sympathize, or we might feel a bit upset at that time also. And when we see the clergy, we will again feel happy also the way that he's behaving. That's it, isn't it? It's not, has it ever been used as a path to find out the truth for you and me? No, it doesn't happen. That was the turning point for Prince Siddhartha. When he saw these four, he actually asked his accompanying person, Channa, about those four, and the Channa's answers were straightforward. He said, yes, it will happen to you and me both. Now there was food for thought for Prince Siddhartha because he was so wise. You and me are not wise like that. We may have attended hundreds of funerals, met thousands of sick people, met thousands of old people. But did we ever realize that this is the opening of a door to a different path? Or there was no there was some excitation at the sensor level, and we understood what it is. And that's it. Then it came to an end, and your attention will be for something else. But see how wisely the Prince Siddhartha used that information to guide himself, and not only himself, he wanted to help everybody who are in discomfort and pain. So if he didn't live like that, you and me will not have this beautiful Dhamma heard today. And that Dhamma came along over a long period, and it spread to so many countries in the world. That time we know that the technology was not good at all. Only way to spread this Dhamma was by foot. There may have been instances where the sailing boats were used to cross the sea. Apart from that, rest of it was always by walking. So that is how the Buddhism was spreaded. We know that Lord Buddha said that no two monks should go on the same road. So that is what he did, was to spread this Buddhism to as much as possible. So we know a range of countries where the Buddhism was spreaded. We know countries even like former Persia or the presently Iran. Then from the other side, the countries like China, countries like Maldives, Afghanistan, Pakistan. All those countries were originally Buddhist countries. So we know now the technology is advanced. This bit of sound that you hear can be taken to thousands of miles away to another phone. So with technology, we are very much advanced. But what happened to the state of Buddhist teaching? It has been altered. It has been changed and added many other facts from the other religions also, which were definitely not compatible with what Lord Buddha said. So because of that, what you hear most of the time is not actually the original teaching. And as I mentioned earlier, the difficult parts have been skipped, and the more simpler versions have been taken to teach the layperson. Even by the venerables, this is happening because of the way of the teaching that he had. So it is actually pathetic situation because it was a pure Dhamma facts. Definitely is not going to create any kind of pressure on a person. Now that is the beauty of it. Is when you understand this Dhamma, particularly when you are listening right at the beginning as a beginner, you never feel a pressure. You never feel a stress actually. That is provided that you are doing it correctly. Some people might say that it brings up some pressure, it brings up some headache. Then what you hear is completely wrong. What Lord Buddha taught was not something that brings up any kind of pressure or a headache. It's always 100% kind of relaxing Buddhism, relaxing facts. It depends on the person who is conveying the message also, whether the correct message was conveyed to the other party, and also the correct explanations was done, correct way of handling the questions was done. So there are many factors like that, which decides the fact whether the Buddhism is taken, whether Buddhist teaching is taken by the other party. So the ability of most of the monks to do this very correctly seems to be going down now. Mostly they are moving towards the materialistic type work, which actually Lord Buddha discouraged. If it is the materialistic type of facts, then we are no different from another religion, isn't it? We are the same, like in the same category. But what Lord Buddha taught was actually a unique Dhamma, completely different from what was taught in the other language, other religions. So uh, it's important to find out what you hear is true. What you hear is something originally said by Lord Buddha. As I said, when you listen to in the social media or when you are reading the books, you have got so many facts explained by uh, different monks and also different lay people. Apply it to your day-to-day practice and see whether it reduces, whether it helps to reduce the defilements. So that is the most important thing when you are when you realize that your defilements are dissolving. In other words, your fires that used to come up, the way that the fire was coming up with various stimuli. When you feel that it is coming down little by little, then we can say that you are in the correct path. So this Dhamma is a Sandittika Dhamma, we know. Then that is what Lord Buddha said. It is something that you can understand yourself. So when you understand the Dhamma yourself, you feel that there is an inner transformation. There is a change within yourself. In Sinhala it is said that Dharmayata Vinayata Galapanna. So in other words, when you realize that your own defilements are coming down, that itself is the yardstick for you to understand that what you are hearing is correct. We know that Buddhism has been strongly linked with meditation and Pali phrases. And that is one of the reasons that people tend to move away from Buddhism. They felt that it is difficult to understand. Uh, Sorry about the disturbance. So meditation is something that came up from the Hindu culture also, because there were so many other people who were doing meditation before this Buddhism came up. And we know that Buddhism, the meditation has two components, the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. There are two components. And the concentration meditation is the more popular one, where it's tried to concentrate on one topic, focus on one topic, and then try to calm down your mind. That was a popular type of meditation for a long time. Still, there are people, there are still hermits who are doing this kind of in a very serious and a strong manner. And they have reached various meditative states or samadhi at higher levels. And they can tolerate the strong cold and strong weather, harsh weather situations in Himalaya range because their mind is so concentrated on this meditation. They are deeply into one point. So therefore, they do not feel that perceptions significantly. So the perceptions go to the level where the perceptions are not felt or not appreciated. Not that you are not feeling that, not that you are not feeling the perceptions, not having the perceptions, but you do not feel it. Perceptions are there, but they are not felt. So this is called, the word anya is used for that. The sanya becomes anya. So in these situations, actually, as I said, they can do various miraculous works also. And uh, even still, there are people like that who are doing this concentration meditation still at the high levels. But what is the problem there? The self is still there. Even if you are doing all these kind of miraculous performances, uh, tolerating all sorts of uh, harsh weather situations, you are still uh, having that self perception. That means you have not reached the nirvana state. So, if this is the common for many religions, then we can't be a unique religion, isn't it? Buddhism can't be something unique if it is common to many other religions. What did Lord Buddha said? Lord Buddha said about the insight meditation. What is meant by insight meditation? Where you study about this system, what is happening as a part of this system. So what Lord Buddha understood was that this is all a system that is happening. There's no self in this at all. And the system is not under control of anybody. System is continuing, and the biggest illusion is that when the system is occurring in this way, it is taken as myself, it is taken as a self. So when the self is remaining, self can surface in many phases. In the gross level, the self can surface as the significant, very gross level type of emotions like anger, uh, sadness, happiness, with that significant burning feel, it can surface in that way. And that is also self. Now, when this burning feel, what is felt is given the name as myself in a thought, you call it self-weave. Now, the self-weave is something that will cover the whole thing, because everything is connected to this thought called myself. So when it comes to the lower levels, actually, it's not as gross as that, and it's not easily sort of detectable when it comes to the finer levels, where the self perception level, at each perception of hearing, or in other words, the rupa lok or the form world, those are your sensor functions, sensor levels. So when it is at the sensor level, any kind of seeing, any kind of hearing, any kind of feeling taste, any kind of feeling smell, or the skin sensation, there is this self-perception on the other side. So, and further going down, it's simply a vibration only, which is actually experienced by the just newborn baby or as the zygote. So at that level, also the self vibration is there, but no thought formation. But it's in a very subtle way, still that self is there. So what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that it is the self field or the self weave that has to be understood, and then with that deep understanding, that is what you have to get rid of, and the system will continue, and uh, the system will continue, and system will uh, create that feel that there is a self. uh, so what happens to these people who have been doing concentration meditations? As I said, they will reach some very high levels, high meditative state levels, but the self is remaining. As long as the self is remaining, there's no end. In other words, there's a vibration which is there. So as long as the vibration is there, there's some form of current which is formed. And that current is the one which is taking a system in this samsara journey. We know that in the Buddhist history, when Prince Siddhartha was born, some very wise pandits were called to the palace and to first showing of the baby to him and also to name the baby. And we have heard about that very wise pandit called uh, Asita Tausa. When he examined the features of the baby, I'm sure those are something to do with astrology. And he felt that he cried and then he smiled. So why he smiled was that he said that he's going to be a very wise and a great person who will shine the whole world, and he becomes a great top person. And also he predicted about this reaching the Buddha state, some meaning in relation to that. And why he cried was that I will not be there by the time he reaches that state, because he knew that he's one of the persons who has done so much of concentration meditation. He had some idea that he's not going to be in this plane at that time. So this is the problem with this concentration meditation. They reach some levels which is explained by Brahma levels. Uh, one of the 31 realms explained by Lord Buddha. But they will be there for very, very, very long periods as vibrations. But there is no end. At some point, that vibration will tally with another vibration and they will be reborn somewhere, born somewhere. So with the insight meditation, actually what happens is the system is understood. How it is happening, what is happening here. That is what is going to be analyzed and researched. So what Lord Buddha advised or directed was to do the insight meditation, where you understand the system, how these senses are creating a world for you. It's not the world which is there throughout. It's not the world that you are experiencing all the time while you are there. It's the world which is created in the mind. So world is created in the mind, and we know that each and every living being may be an animal, may be a human being. But of course, the trees are not included. This group because they have no thought formation. But the others have some levels of sensors functioning. And this sensor function will create a feeling that the self is there. We know one of the beautiful metaphors given by R.N. Vahase is the story about the earthworm. We know that the earthworm has only the skin sensor. But even with that skin sensor, it has that experience or the feel that it's alive. It wants to maintain that alive feeling. That is why it will creep under the soil when the outside environment is not worm friendly. It will try to dig deep into the soil and escape. So it loves its dear life, isn't it? And it wants to maintain it. Therefore, even if the presence of one sensor is enough to have that existence, feeling of perception of existence and the perception of self. So with whatever the sensors, always what is provided this kind of excitement. In Sinhala, we use the word uddipanaya. Always the five senses are functioning non-stop, alternatively. Except at the time that the person is sleeping, then only the mind sensor is functioning. But always the perceptions of other five senses are produced as thoughts there. So, in other words, all six senses, we can say, all six senses are functioning. They're kind of like solar panels, creating a current all the time, non-stop. So this current is continuously produced. And because of the speed happening there, this current is built up. And the concept of seeing a light is something that we have to clearly understand. When one sensor is understood very clearly, that can be applied to all the sensors. So when you talk about the eye sensor, the light is created at that level. Now we know that we had that concept that sunlight should be there for us to see. So that means, in other words, how we learned was that light rays are coming